hello! All I was saying was that I'm a little dusty from not streaming last week, and I guess there's your proof. Mr. Bones just freaked out in the other room. Oh, hello, everybody. Happy time zone. Come on in. Everybody. Did I say hello, it's Thursday? Someone said hello. Lisa, you said hello, it's Sunday back. Did I say hello, it's Thursday out of habit? It's coming back. It's coming back, guys. The chat's just filtering through now, so I'm sure you'll be with me again in a second. I hope everybody has grabbed a beverage, maybe a snack for the stream. We have a wide variety of characters on the desk at the moment, though I would like to tell you that they are not spoilers, they were requests. Yeah. Hydrate or dehydrate, exactly. I'm trying to stay more hydrated this week because like recently I've taken to just like taking tiny little sips and instead I need to actually be drinking. But anyway, well, let's get right to it, shall we? Because I've kept you waiting for like 2 weeks to see how these patterns turned out. So the last time we streamed, which was episode 17 in this series, 17, we started with Ponyta, who we called, what did we call her? Napalm. We called her Napalm. And that is how our little Ponyta turned out. She's still very like worm-faced to me, like a little earthworm, but that is our little Ponyta gal. The patterns for these, I've typed them, I've mostly typed them, I have. They'll be out very soon. Very soon. I'm really sorry about the hold up with these ones here. There we go. Okay, cool. Thanks for confirming, Lisa. I did not say hello, it's Thursday, and yes, it is Sunday. Okay, so after we made Napalm, we moved on to Coughing, whose name I've forgotten. So let me look up the names real quick because I feel real bad about not remembering them. In the meantime, he can come on the screen though. Yeah, so there is our little Coughing friend. He does have tiny little teeth, it's just they're not very high contrast, so they're a bit hard to see. What did we call Coughing? What did we call you? What was your name? Answer me. His name is Wilson. Thank you, Heng Yang, Napalm, Wilson, and Vicious Quark. Alright, so there is our little Coughing, who, for those of you who weren't here or don't recall, we actually thought was going to end up this way up, and then at the last moment we turned him up the other way, and magic. So there's him, and I did finish the Far-Fetched. Here is Vicious Quark. He has a little tail. He has feet that are a little disproportionate, but what you gonna do, he's a duck. That is his angry eyebrow, and he's so raged out his eyes are bugging out of his head is what we're going with. And yes, there is a leak in the boat. Oh, exactly, Demonique. He still has no idea that that just being the ball doesn't get you a medal. He is gold place, for anyone who's wondering. Absolutely. Won the gold. 10 out of 10. And that is Vicious Quark. Alrighty, let's move them off to one side. Oh, it was requested that we leave this guy on screen today, so he can go there, but these two can be off to one side to give me room to move. So, got any grapes? Alrighty, so let's get on to today's theme. So I had this theme all ready to go last week, and then last week didn't happen, so... Oh, that is our up-to-date Pokédex, for anyone wondering. It's looking very filled out now. Microphone is still definitely on, go me. So today's theme, in honor of the blowfly that attacked us, I think it was the last time we streamed, but it might have been the stream before. Today's theme is, what is that buzzing sound? And my screen isn't quite lined up correctly. Bear with me one moment. Let's just That's better. So yes, I can hear a mysterious buzzing sound and I want to try and track it down, and the answer is behind one or all of these doors. And I do just want to warn you before we get started on this game that I feel like some of these colours are really misleading. I mean, I've done my best to pick the main colour showing for each of them within reason, but I feel like some of them are extremely deceptive, and so I just want to like blanket statement that to you guys now. So, you're finally 20. Well, good morning, lonely little lollipop. Happy birthday, lonely little lollipop. 3 is a nice boring colour. Yeah, so yeah, we are hearing a buzzing sound. Now, for anybody who hasn't come to one of these lives before, there are 5 options on the screen, but we're only going to be voting for 1, 2, 3, or 4 for the first one. We include 5 because sometimes we get through a lot of Pokemon in a day, and I need to make sure that there's enough options for you guys to pick from. So let's get this poll started, shall we? There we go. And 1, and a 2, and a 3, and a 4. Cast your votes, and that will be who we make first. Hello to California. And good morning, Darcy. And theme announced, did you hear another blowfly floating around your house? Yeah, the doors, you got to keep them absolutely like super glued shut, or you have to have somebody like me who will not stop until she tracks them down. Number 1 is your favorite color? Oh, it's a very nice purpley blue, I have to admit. The Boring Color Brigade. Apparently the cry has gone out for you to vote for number 3, but do not take that as my endorsement of such a thing. Oh, we've got a few guesses coming in as to what number 2 might be, and I will tell you that as of this moment, it looks like number 3 is in the lead at 29% of the votes, so we'll leave that open for a little bit longer. Hello to Buffalo. I missed you too, Raven Wolf. Hello, Delaware. 4 is very close to your favorite color, but you're loyal to the Boring Color Brigade. Oh, the BCB is the Boring Color Brigade, everybody. It is not a cult. It's just the people who have realized that the boring colors often hide the best Pokemon. Get one of those magnetic fly screens where you walk through it and it snaps back shut to keep the flies out. I find that those decay very quickly. Maybe I'm just too rough on my doors. Oh, number 1 has taken over with 31% of the votes. So I will leave this open for 30 more seconds. If you have not voted yet, get your votes in, and then we'll get this party started. Hello to Florida and to Ireland. Any other places that I need to say hello to? Let me know in the chat now. Hello to Ontario Calendar. Hello to Calendar. That's meant to be Canada. Oh dear. Hello to New Jersey. I'm a little bit rusty on my initializations. Are they initializations for my American states? Hello to Michigan. 1 is a bright or nice example of color, or or Bone for short. Mr. Bones is playing too. Okay, where's my timer? Okay, I left it open for 47 seconds instead of 30, but let's close that poll off. It looks like number 1 might be the winner. So who do we think number 1 is? Because, or did we just vote because it was a favorite color? Just before I reveal it, I'm always interested to know if we're voting because we think we know who's behind the door, or if we're just voting because it's a fun color. Alrighty, my mouse is not got much room to move. There we go. Okay, I have my eraser prepped. What's the buzz? BCB is definitely a cult. Hello to the UK. Alrighty. Darcy, no stream snacks today. I do have some water though, so we're going to be staying hydrated and I will be taking a meal break at some point. Hi Celia, thanks very much. All right, we voted because it's a favorite color? Okay, let's reveal who is behind door number 1. So we're asking, what is that buzzing sound? Well, that's a very questionable little reveal I've done there. Oh, there's 2 of them. Who is buzzing? We've got some tiny feet, and he's fuzzy, and we are, of course, looking at Venonat, because I admit I took a little bit of license with this one here, but I'm sorry, but gnats buzz, okay? They're very annoying. So yes, we are making Venonat first off today, and Venonat is our 62nd Pokemon from Gen 1, which is, we're like, it's crazy, we're getting up there. Swapping screens, mic is still on, yay! So yes, I won't update the Crochetdex counter until afterwards, but we will change this sprite over to our little purple guy. There he is. Is he going to be facing the wrong way? He's going to be facing it. I just have confirmation that you guys can hear me. Let us flip our little purple guy, and Tortoise is kind of in the way. I feel like the color is a little bit weird today. Like I'm getting some artifact on the screen, but I didn't have time to fix it and I didn't want to like delay the stream. So I will try not to move my hands too quickly and I think we'll be okay. So yeah, we're doing a little fluffy guy today. So it's a nice easy warm up. Sometimes I get suspicious when I get an easy warm up, like you guys are trying to take it easy on me. In Soul Silver, you named every Pokemon you caught. I named your Venonat Miko. Aww, that's a really cute name. So, we are doing a Venonat, and Venonat is a ball. And for those of you who have been waiting for this moment, we will absolutely be having to brush this guy. I mean, there's no way around it. This is a fuzzy guy. So I will give proper warnings for anybody who hates the sound and for anybody who loves the sound to either turn your volume up or down, depending on what you want. So, purple ball, and he's got round eyes, and the best thing about these eyes is they have like that implied grid, which look like crochet stitches. So it's just great. We have a little nose and some little teeth, and the teeth are probably going to be embroidered on, I think, but the nose will be a piece. We have these tiny little fingery claws, which the picots will be coming out to play today, I think. But you can totally see how this guy was originally part of the Butterfree line, in my opinion. Like, he looks like Butterfree. And then he's got these little two-toed feet. Who remind me of someone. Who else has feet like this? They're kind of familiar. And then, oh, I forgot to draw his fuzz. That's why he looks naked. And some antennary divots. And there's our little Venonat. The booty pics are live. Thank you, Mr. Bones. I will check them in just a second. So, again, for anybody who is playing along for the first time, you can leave your name suggestions in the chat and Mr. Bones collects them all and we do a vote at the end. And I basically make all of the pieces on stream. We do all the designing on stream, but then I go and make, if there's like lots of duplicate pieces, I make them off stream, and I do all of the sewing off stream as well. Because I've just found, slash assumed, that nobody's really here to watch me sew something together for 4 hours when we could make 3 Pokemon in that time. So, yeah. There we go, we've got little feet. You are gonna be a cutie. You are, I can tell already. Let's give you some little, great, that's good. We like that. And we like this. And we like this. He's so cute, you guys. Am I going to try and make those 2 purple spike bits? Oh, yeah, that's a good question. Are they part of his fluff, or is it just that he's exceptionally fluffy on top? Oh no, look, I can see that in I Leafy on the Discord. There's a link in the description to the Discord if anyone wants to find that. But like, yeah, that's exactly what I'm getting at. Caterpie is to Metapod to Venomoth makes so much more sense, and Venonat to Butterfree makes so much more sense. Okay, we got some butt pics. Yeah, it looks like he has those 2 purple floofs on top. It never occurred to me that those were actual pieces, but he's a simple little guy, so maybe I put a little extra effort in and we give him a couple of little purple spiky bits on top. So, piece breakdown time. We're going to have a ball. I mean, we're going to have a ball, but we're going to make a ball as well. And then we will aggressively attack it with my slicker brush. Loud pop warning. I don't think it was that loud. I just wanted to warn you guys just in case. We will make 2 round circles for some eyes. So those are our eyes. We'll make a small round circle for the nose. The hands will be like half magic ring and then some picots, I think. We'll work that out. Pencil's not really showing up on camera today, is it? And then we've got our two-toed feet, which we might just make as like a long tube with a line that we do down the middle. We're working at a very small scale today. And these antennas are, I think we're just going to work over a long tail to make those. So the limiting factor for these, I think, are how small we can make the hands and that nose piece. And then, sorry, I will make some purple floofs as well. So let's get some colors going. Alrighty. What have you missed? Brandy, you have missed absolutely nothing. The theme today is what is that buzzing sound? And we have picked venonat. I'm just rummaging through the yarn pile. I pre-prepare a yarn pile just because otherwise I have to like wade through the yarn, but it means that I have to be very careful at the start of stream that I don't accidentally reveal a color in case it's going to like tip some of you off, because some of you are really on top of things. Can we see the Pokemon from last week? Oh, right, yes. I will pop them back on the screen for the first little chunk here. I get that request a lot and I should remember to just leave them. Those are the 3 that we made. So I have this color purple, which I think is the exact shade. And Mr. Burns, this color is not burgundy, this color is raspberry. Actually, this color might even be light fuchsia, which is funny. So I think those, or I could go for a lighter shade of this. That's raspberry. This is light fuchsia, that's raspberry. Oh, I think this one might be better. Yeah, I think that's closer. We need some white for his little dealy boppers. We need, oh, we got some, he's got a little pink nose. Antique rose. I've got all of my pinks ready to go because of the canvas project that we did last week. It's just like I used all the pinks and so they're right on top of my bin, which is very helpful. And then I think, oh, careful, careful. Excuse me, Pixie. I have a Vulpix here, but she's a little back heavy at the moment. She doesn't want to play. Sorry, guys. And then this color I think is hands and feet. So, whoop. Those guys have to move off camera a little bit. I need a little bit more room to work with. The raspberry's better. I agree. All right, we're gonna hydrate or dihydrate, and then I'm gonna get started. Oh, Moth is such a cute name. I got excited about something. Sorry, I'll tell you later. So I need to start by working out how small I can make the little hands and little feet. So I'll do one little hand and one little nose. We'll just move those off to one side for now. I have so much desk, but only this much is on camera, so I have to like ration the spaces. So let's see what we can do with a little hand here. I don't want a chain, I want a magic ring. So I think I'm with these little hands. Oh, we nearly did it again. It's been a while since I've worked with a magic ring actually, because all the pieces from last week were started on base chains. We like Moth. All right, any other names can still be like contributed, but Moth so far is, aw, Moth-you is a great name. But maybe that one's a Venomoth name? Because this guy's a gnat, so he'd be Natu. Though we've already had Crisperatu. Alrighty, so I'm going to start with a magic ring and I'll just do the back of the hand first. So there's 3 single crochet. Or maybe we do the front first because then we can get the picots out of the way during the easy bit. So I'll just alternate little picots and single crochet into the magic ring. And we'll do another one because he needs 3 little fingies. It's a technical term. Like we're gonna be using the scientific names for things, guys. Fingies, absolutely. He's coming at you, exactly. He's a natural. Nathaniel or Natalie. Yep, the theme is what is that buzzing noise? In honor of the fly that attacked me the other week. Viciously, it was a vicious mauling. Mongo was appalled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Do I like this tiny hand that we have just made? Can I get the camera to focus on that tiny hand is really the question. I think that's as small as I'm going to be able to get it, honestly. Let's just put it on a darker background so we can see. I don't think there's ever been a more accurate moth hand, if I'm honest. Let's just write that down. Venonat. And I've already got yarn up my nose. It's gonna be one of those days, folks. Hands. We're gonna magic ring. 3 repeats of a single crochet and a picot. And then 3 single crochet and finish off. That's our hand. Oh, we could call it naphthalene. Alright, I'm open to calling it Natalie, but I will allow any actual Nats or Natalies in the chat to object. Because you are allowed to veto if you do not wish your name used for whatever reason. Yeah, Nerdity that's kind of what I was getting at. I'm not sure if Nat would be okay with that. So, and she is a prominent and beloved member of our community here, so that's okay. We'll give her a chance to veto if she doesn't want that one in the vote. That's fine. Okay, so we have one little hand, and I may as well just whip up a second one while I'm at it. There we go. Yeah, all right, so I think it's just the same thing again because like it's got that symmetry working for it. And then after this, you can make the ball. We also like the name Knot, spelt with a G. I think we agree that a silent G can be at play here, which is funny because venonat doesn't have a G anywhere in it. It's tricking y'all, because that's how you spell nat, yeah, nat, G-N-A-T. There we go. Look at this, we're 2 pieces down. Only 25 minutes. Tell you what, guys, I'm losing my touch a little bit. Could name him Midgie. Oh, we could. Oh, wait, that's actually a good question. Does anybody outside of Australia refer to them as midgies? I'm always surprised when I find out that something I take for granted isn't at all what they're called in other places. But midgie feels like it might be one of those things. I still love moth as well, M-O-F-F. But midgie is very cute and quite specific, and look at the little face. Look at you, darling. We need to give you something that you can be holding. Maybe later, maybe later. Okay, we're gonna make a ball. I don't know how big this ball is going to be yet, so we're just going to keep making it bigger until it fits those hands. What is a midgie? A midgie is like one of those tiny little like tiny fruit flies, or honestly it's a gnat. It's you know those little bugs that you get on plants? Those tiny little ones that end up invading your house if you have indoor plants? That'd be what I'd call a midgie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Well, we can't call it Natu because Natu is a Pokemon. Knotted gnat. When you say midge in UK, do you say midge or midgie? And it's just a spelling thing. So I've always wondered about that. Give Nat a mini donut. Okay. Right. We can do that. We can. interrupt our usual programming. Is it a donut? Is it a bagel? You guys can decide, but there we go. All right, it's not reading on camera at all, but I put quite a lot of detail and love into that donut. Miji, okay. Y'all are bringing the gnome memes back. All right, so the reason I got excited before, is that I finally started playing Pokemon Scarlet. I know, I'm like 3 years behind, and like Pokemon, is it Alpha? Or Pokemon A to Z, or whatever they're calling it, is due out in like 12 months. But I've only got Pokemon Scarlet, and guys, I'm having the best time. I had the hardest time getting out of the first area because I just wanted to run around and around and around that starting patch of grass forever. Just forever. And nobody warned me that your Pokemon turn into full-on murder hobos when you just let them run around. Give him a monocle and call him Sir Vernon Nathaniel. 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I love you guys' propensity to try and make all of these characters from Bridgerton. Midgey. Midgey May Moffingham. Oh, I'm apparently feeling quite bold today. I'm not using a stitch marker. My love, I would hold off on the monocle. Because we do not yet know the size of the eyeball. Fun tip, when Pokemon are in that runaround mode, they will not attack shinies. Noted to Master, I did know that though. I watch a lot of like PM7, and you know, when you sub to PM7 you get more shinies, but yeah, I did know that. I have of course played for like 4 hours so far, so because I bought the game literally last night, but yeah, so no shinies yet. In fact, I'm quite put out because I have a box of shinies, and by that I just mean like I've got like 20 shinies or so that I've caught throughout the years from Pokemon Home, and for some reason it will not let me transfer through Crobat, my beloved. I'm quite put out, honestly. It's just like, why would you not have Crobat in the game? That said, I do feel much safer that turns out that Pokemon Scarlet is a Mr. Mime free zone, which I appreciate. So even though I do have a shiny Mr. Mime, not because I hunted for him, just because he found me. Monocle and cane. Everyone eyes on the bobby pin. Yep, otherwise it will get lost. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. Look at me, I can count. It's a mime-free zone because they made him talk. No, he's not there at all. I couldn't even transfer in a Mime Junior, which I also have a shiny of. Like, I think it was Pokemon X and Y, but they were like, it was so easy to find shiny Mimes and Mime Juniors. That's our first off-ramp for this, and I think that's going to be too small, but I should start writing it down at this point. Magic ring of 6, 6 increases, 6 single crochet and an increase. I'm thinking about doing just a half. How big are these little hands? Oh no, we need bigger. We need to be bigger. How else will your reach exceed your grasp? Or is it grasp exceed your... No, it's reach up exceed your grasp. Alrighty. There we go. So we're going up to 24 now. Darcy Rose and Grim Squirrel, I'm going to need y'all to behave. Who are we nightmare fueling? He is there, you just can't see him, but that doesn't go both ways. Oh no, well, can we not with the mist? I was just saying, I feel safe because it's a Mr. Mime free zone. I don't want to think that he's behind every tree or he's just beyond what's rendered in. He can end an Enderman while he renders in. Do you know the Muffin Man? Oh, that's so funny. I actually like Muffin. because muffin implies that somebody's like baby talking him, and look at him. We're definitely baby talking this little fellow. And it's just like, oh, he's a little muffin. Mothman, could be called Mothman. Parasites here, those evil little bug things. You want to suggest the name Parasite? Aww. Is he sitting on his tuffet, eating his curds and wheys? He is, he's just a little muffin. We could call him Steve. It's a bit derivative, but he'd Steve Moffat. Didn't he do a bunch of Doctor Who? I know we did coupling. Coupling was great. I've not been paying attention to which stitch I'm up to. I'm just sort of randomly dotting increases in here, but I think I've spaced them approximately evenly. Have I ever considered working with 2 strands of yarn together to build my creatures quicker? I have, but I like my stitch. Honestly, I'd be working with smaller strands, not bigger. I like the look of really small stitches. I don't necessarily like the look of really big stitches. I think that things very quickly become chunky and wobbly. That said, I do think a double strand is a very easy way to take something small and make it big. Call it Bob. All right, well, that's 24. Hi. Why are you bringing that in?
I thought you wanted to show people and get what they thought.
I mean, we can. I mean, I've talked about it now,
Yeah,
I suppose.
You talked about showing people, and so
Yeah, but I didn't mean now.
Well, I wasn't saying now. I was just putting it into your line of sight, and you could have pointed at something, and I would have.
That's true. That's true. But you caught me unawares.
Ah.
That's gonna happen sometimes. I have a new fidget toy, folks. I'm making an endless hyperbolic pseudosphere, and currently the outer row has I think it's 1,500 stitches in it. But I'm just gonna, I'm literally using it like a fidget toy. I'm just increasing to see how it ends up in the long run. Yeah, but it's fun. And Mr. Bones wanted me to share it with you guys, so sorry for the non sequitur. It's not endless because we are in Euclidean space, that is correct. But it is functionally endless, and intelligence is knowing the difference. Ma'am, that's a brain? Yeah, well, I needed one somewhere. Alrighty, so I think at this point I'm going to do just like a half, and by that I mean instead of increasing by 6, I'm going to increase by 3. It gives you just a little bit more gradual slope to the outside.
Didn't like that trick.
Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. It does look like a brain. You just started one of those? Yeah, well, I'm having a great time with it. I can't do it too much because it takes a lot out of your hands, particularly if you then have to do something like a live stream the next day. But yeah, it's a fun little fidget, and it's a lot easier to deal with than, say, a blanket. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Some would say that a blanket has more function to it, but I just really want to see how far I can push it. We do have Bob the Boulder. Apparently doing 600 stitch rounds for your mushroom gills weren't enough. Now you need a hyperbole. Yeah. Well, I'm hoping that it turns into like a proper sphere if I just keep going for long enough. And like, it kind of checks out in a sense because that's where the squidge of the stitches will fall. Make a big brother to Mr. Bones for Halloween and give him the brain. That won't look like a brain for much longer, I'm afraid. But yeah, no, in theory, we could make Mr. Bones a brain. He's a very intelligent fellow. I'm referring strictly to the crochet smooth-brained delight behind me. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that mad at Google or made at Google? I think that's mad at Google. They told me you can separate glued paper with dental floss without it all tearing. I'm left with torn paper and shredded dental floss. Craft is not going how you envisioned. It does sound like it's a little derailed. Bob the Boulder is Gollum, that is correct. I'm going to try and read that, Mr. Bones. So, I'd unravel every riddle for my individual in trouble or in pain with the thought that you'll be thinking you could be another Lincoln if only you had a brain. Ah, right, I think you're quoting the Scarecrow. Make a life-size Mr. Bones. Okay, but that would mean that you guys only want bone content for the next 6 months, right? And I can guarantee that's not the case because y'all should see some of my Halloween plans. You are not gonna wanna miss some of these stuff. If I can do it, that is. I'm like writing checks with my mouth right now that I'm not sure my hands can cash. Hi.
I am the bone content. You say you are the process? I'm the bone content.
Yes. Bob the Boulder is Gollum, that is correct. As in, like, Geodude, Graveler, Gollum. We named him Bob the Boulder. Alright, I think that's as round as we're gonna get. Oh, those hands are still huge. Guys, do I have to go bigger? I think I have to go bigger. I don't want to go bigger. The last thing we needed, like this guy's meant to be our warm-up piece. He should have been like 1 hour tops, but he keeps getting bigger. This is it. We're not going any bigger than this. I'd rather remake the hands.
I need to make a sign for you. Hazard, you are entering the megapod zone.
Or just like an on-screen thing that's like whap, whap, whap. Yeah, big hands mean they can hold a larger donut. That is true. I like your enthusiasm there. One hand is bigger than the other. It's really not. They're made with the exact same pattern. It's just one of them I've pinched the fingers and the other one I haven't yet. They are the same size. Sometimes you gotta help the yarn. Help the yarn be the shape you want it to be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's why it helps to have like a really clear picture before you get started of what you actually want it to look like. Because then you can like work your stitches by pulling them in a certain way or like know that you need to pinch the fingers afterwards. Loot, you're not a menace. Unless you wish to identify as such, in which case you're a menace. Yes, Margarine is absolutely the name that Butterfree normally gets in my playthroughs. There we go. Alright, I ended up going all the way up to 30, which nobody wanted, but here we are. And that's the little pink dino face. Name him Fritter like the donut? We could. Alright, that's as big as he's getting. No bigger. You're already huge, sir. It's a Wendy's. Cut that out. Okay, so now we just do endless rounds of 30 single crochet. And by endless, I mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, guys, it's going to be like 10 rounds, which is like 300 stitches, which is just not the most fun thing to stream. Bone content sounds like something that isn't allowed on YouTube. Yeah, we are not that kind of channel. Can you guys still see it? That looks like a brain. Maybe I'll put it on the shelf behind me. There we go. Still attached at the umbilical. Yeah. Setting myself up for trouble there because the yarn's on my desk and it's on the shelf behind me. It's a little fritter critter. Oh, bye Darcy. When you saw I was live, you joined immediately. Oh, well, welcome Erin. Trying to keep your mind with the thunder and lightning. Yeah, we've had some big storms. The last couple of, I don't know, over the last week or so. We lost power at one point. And I believe there's some more, we're not done yet. I think there's still some more storms happening. So if, and we seem to be fine at the moment, but if we do happen to like vanish suddenly, it's probably just a power outage. I'll let you guys know on Discord one way or the other if we're going to be back or if I've just tripped over a cable, which has been known to happen. The theme today is where is that buzzing sound coming from? And it is in honor of the blowfly attack the other week. We're just rolling with it. You guys tried to start me off slow with a venonat, and instead I'm making a giant purple ball. Should name him Grimace. Need to be called naphthalene. Yeah, I think Mr. Bones requested that one right at the top, and it didn't take off. Bone content also sounds like a weird way of talking about bone density. That's true. Now, I'm sorry. I hope the thunder and lightning passes quickly. In the meantime, I prescribe blanket and hot beverage and make sure all of your devices are charged. Fortune favors the prepared. Yeah, Mr. Bones, actually, what is the list looking like at the moment? Sometimes I like to ask that early just to see if we can catch him like unawares.
Some of these have specialized spelling, so you'll have to use your imagination.
Okay.
We have moth, which as time goes on seems less and less inspired. We have mothu. Mm-hmm. We have knot. Which I kind of like knot. It's a G-N-O-T. It's like...
I still like moth.
Like knot sounds like someone you throw into the fire like he's scrappy, you know? You're like, I'll hold him while the other guy's here. You know? Like the kind of little gnat who just punches them to death. Anyway, we also have naphthalene.
Which is a very dainty sounding name.
Natasha Roma moth. That's from...
How did I miss that one when it came up?
She's from the Avengers. And we have Scyther.
No, that's the Black Widow, so that's spidery, not mothy.
It's got gnat in it and moth in it, so therefore it's appropriate. And we also have Sir Vernon Nathaniel, who will need a cane and monocle.
I like moth, and I also like muffin, and I didn't hear you say either of those two options.
I'm sorry. I'll endeavour to do better.
Call him Lamp, but he's not a moth yet. He's still a moth. Yeah, I'll admit that I have a soft spot for lightning and thunder. I like it, but I can also understand that loud noises, particularly in like very crowded public spaces, get me all twitchy. So like I can empathize with why people might not like the sudden booming from the sky. You just got an exercise ball to use as a desk chair. Yay! We're exercise ball buddies. Do keep in mind that you will need to reinflate it every so often. That's why if you go back a couple of streams, you'll see that I'm working like this, leaning on the desk. It's because my ball had deflated over time and I hadn't noticed. But we reinflated it and then I had to adjust all my cameras up. Okay, then call Venomoth Lamp. Yeah, I'm down to call him Lamp. We do. We have to remember Lamp for Venomoth. But I feel like even if there's a complete changing of the guard and I have a completely different group of people watching when I make Venomoth, that, I mean, I'd miss you all terribly, but I feel like the fact that Venomoth is a moth is going to bring up Lamp. Pom-pom Tom? Nat Moth Tarkin? Have we named his evolve? No, we have not, because we've not made Venomoth. That's kind of why we're talking about lamps at the moment. We all end up on Star Wars. That explains why I'm not getting the reference. Right, sorry. I'm not super Star Warsy, I'm afraid, guys. Yeah, you shouldn't have to like reinflate a lot, but like check it every 3 to 6 months would be my suggestion. Yeah, I think we vetoed Natalie for this one here, just because we have a Natalie in our community, and she's not here to register an opinion as to whether or not she's okay with it. Do you remember Lucy Lamplady from the Aussie alphabet? I do not. Motham is a pretty name. That's true. That's Burmy, all evolved. Mr. Bones, why'd you just stick your head in here? What's up? What's up?
Looking for the cut mat. The mat of cutting.
Oh, the mat of cutting, other cube shelves right up on top. I just chucked it up there with the paperwork. Anybody else have that thing where you're constantly scanning every item in your house, and so you pretty much know where everything is all of the time? And then you get really weirded out if suddenly you don't know where something is, and then there's a problem. You heard that they're releasing coins with Bluey on them. Oh. That makes sense. Australia does stuff like that. We change our coins a lot. You did just hear the printer loot. Mr. Bones has got an activity. I don't know what he's making, but I'm sure it'll be delightful. You get overwhelmed by certain noises but love thunderstorms? Yeah, I'll admit that the noises I tend to get overwhelmed by tend to be like chatty, loud, talky noises. It's just a Ginny? Huh, Virginia, home of the Mothman. Okay. I'm going to stop and count how many rows I've done so far because I feel like we're approaching the point where I can start rounding this off again. There was a character for every letter. I remember Letterland vaguely. I don't think my school made it all the way through, and I'll admit that I wasn't really paying attention because I was kind of reading before we got to school. So like a lot of the Letterland classes weren't super applicable for me. I was a bit of a precocious little git. One more round of stitches, or do I start rounding it off now? If I start rounding it off now, it'll be about that, which is going to be rather flat for you, isn't it, buddy? I'm gonna have to share a photo of you to the Discord because you're very cute, but I'll do that. You're very cute. Right, nothing that I'm afraid of. There we go. All right, guys, photo incoming to the Discord. Can I please? Thank you. There we go. Just because my camera is apparently not feeling like having more than 5 pixels. That is what the sketch actually looks like. And he's super cute with his little donut. People noises stress you out sometimes? Yeah, me too. And I think it's just because I grew up in the middle of nowhere. Well, I mean, it's not the middle of nowhere anymore, but I grew up rural. I grew up far enough away that there weren't neighbours. Am I counting 300 in my head? No, not while chatting. Normally I would, but I've got a stitch marker here, and so I can just count the rows. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're working on row 6. I make it a point to use stitch markers on stream, even though usually I quite enjoy the counting of it. Because, yeah, I can either store audio in my head or I can make audio out loud. Either one uses up my like audio memory. My visual memory is something else. It's like you can store something audibly and you can store something visually. Or at least I found I can. I can't do the whole memory palace thing though, so. But like sometimes if I want to remember a number, I can write it down and look at it, or I can say the number out loud. But like I can remember 2 different numbers that way. You love thunderstorms, but when the thunder happens without knowing it's raining, yeah, the big boom. I like it though. I like it. And I like the flashing of the lightning. Watching it like fork across the sky. Alrighty, so this is row 6, and I think that's actually going to be plenty. I thought I was going to have to go all the way to 10, but I forgot to account for the fact that I have 2 half rows. By half rows, again, they're full rows. It's just me coming up with ridiculous shorthand to overcomplicate explanations. The way you make circles is you create a flat disc, right? And then you create a slight slope, and then you create a straight. And that straight that straight normally has the same number of rows it's taken to get to the point where you're just working single crochet. But the rules are slightly different if you're doing what I've been referring to as half rows, where you're doing 3 increases instead of 6. And so because I've got 2 rows of 3, I forgot to include that in my row of in the 10 rows that I was going to need. So I don't know. I know. I'm so sorry. I know that whole explanation makes very little sense unless you're living literally inside my brain. But like the whole point of it is just that we're round enough, even though these hands are still huge. I'm thinking that I might just have to embroider hands on, even though I've made hands, because this is just not big enough, and I'm not going to the size it needs for these hands to be in scale. Honey, please don't introduce anything on camera right this second. I'm just going to wait a little longer for the payoff on what Mr. Bones is working on. You close your eyes and it's darkness. If you're not looking at it, it's gone. Huh. That's, you know, I've heard that that's a thing. Do you guys have like the internal voice? Like you think in words? Because apparently some people don't think in words. I could do latch hook fuzz, but that seems like a lot of effort for very little payoff. He might just be a big-handed boy. We're just gonna see. Once I fuzz him up, he's gonna gain a little bit more bulk to him. So I'm not writing him off completely. It's just as nice as a shape as those hands are, I'm not going any bigger on this body. I ain't doing it. Wait till I brush him? Exactly. I will say I'm particularly, just on the subject of the different memory types we're talking about here, I will say that I am particularly bad at recognizing people's faces. I'm just wondering sometimes if I just don't look at them, but I don't seem to store them properly. Like Mr. Bones, I see him every day, so I remember his face. It'd be the greatest tragedy of my life if I couldn't. But I don't know, I worked with somebody for like 6 years, as in like desks next to one another, very friendly terms. And I ran into her at a shopping center once. I didn't have a clue who she was. That's bad. It's not good. There was not a big gap between A and B. You think your sister can't picture things in her head, but she still has inner monologue. Yeah, see, it's interesting. It never even occurred to me that people wouldn't have one or the other or neither. But then, like, I think TikTok has been very interesting at introducing like these thoughts into the world. You're very bad at remembering faces. You think you just make a lot of eye contact? Yeah, I'm kind of bad with eye contact. It's like I find it hard to tell how much is the right amount, how much is too much, and how much is not enough. And so that's why I like having something I can fiddle with while I'm talking to people in a non-rude way, because if you're like looking at your stitches, nobody cares if you're not making eye contact. They're just like, oh, what are you making? And you've got a natural thing to talk about. You think in words and pictures? I think that makes sense. Constant inner monologue, but you also see words in your brain and pictures depending on why I'm thinking things. Yeah. Mickey, yes we are. We're all talking about whether or not we have inner monologues and or the ability to visualize things. It's like, when you think of an apple, can you turn that apple purple? Whereas like Mr. Bones is particularly special in this regard. He can like invent a town in his head and then just like literally just like walk around it, and it like renders in like a video game. It's ridiculous. He's just showing off. Hello.
There's the other one of when you hear music in your head, do you hear yourself singing it?
Yes, that one there is so funny to me. Guys, when you hear, like when you get a song stuck in your head, is it yourself singing it? Or can you hear like the artist singing it? Or can you hear like all of the instruments as well in like high fidelity?
And also, please don't sing any, otherwise I'll have to remove them. no singing on stream because of copyright.
Oh, right.
I wanted to sing, but I realized
Yeah, I don't care if they start singing. Because, like, when I get a song stuck in my head or I'm, like, remembering a song, I may as well just have headphones in. Like, I can hear the song. But I found out, somebody mentioned to me something recently, and I think that sometimes it annoys people because they can just hear their own off-key singing for the song. I understand music? Okay, good. A lonely little lollipop, you could split the message in half. That's just, I can't think of anything more awful than having a song stuck in your head, but it's not the song, it's like your own version of the song, including the lyrics you don't know. Whereas, like, sometimes I'll be listening to a song, like, just in here without headphones in, and, like, even if I don't know the lyrics, my brain kind of, like, I don't know, you know how there's, like, different kinds of memory, where there's, like, the subconscious memory and, like, the conscious memory? It's like I don't consciously know the lyrics to the song, but I can still listen to the song without the lyrics being missing. You'd have to retype it all, okay. That one there might just be released into the universe then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And a decrease. We are fast approaching the time for the brush. Mr. Bones. Care deeply for music, and your husband doesn't really hear music like you do, so when he has a song stuck in his head, that's a favourite of mine, he hears me singing it rather than the artist. That's actually really lovely. The repetitive bits get stuck in your head and it makes you ill. That's not good. You can't hear the instruments. Okay. Yeah, see, it's very interesting to me. Like, the human brain is such an interesting thing. And, like, I understand that there's, like, all these theories about how people with inner monologues might enjoy reading more, or, you know what I mean? Like, people without inner monologues. Whereas, like, for me, the act of reading isn't the act of hearing a voice in my head. It's almost like an out-of-body experience. I'm just staring at the dead tree and hallucinating. But it's non-visual. It's like, it's almost an audible. Yeah, anyway, it's just a whole thing. Hello, you would like to show your thing. You made a thing?
He shouldn't let his dreams just be dreams.
Oh, honey.
It's both pairs.
And
they're specifically Butterfrees.
Yes, they are. He's made Venonat a pair of Butterfree wings that are very cute and lovely. We're just going to pop them to one side for now. What row am I even up to? Used to think that everyone had an inner monologue, and it was only in the last 5 years you learned that your partner doesn't have one. That's interesting. I would be like, oh, see, unfortunately, I'm in a situation where my partner and I both have internal monologues and the ability to varying degrees, visualize things. And when we hear music, we hear the song, instruments and all. So I can't experiment on Mr. Bones and find out more about this phenomena. And you're in an interesting situation where you can experiment on your partner with consent. You can find out more about this.
I think we have the same inner monologue, because you start talking about, or you start thinking of the song in your head, and then I start singing it out loud.
That's true.
Or vice versa.
Mr. Bones and I have spent a great deal of time together, and that is going to bring two people very much in sync. Hi, Kathy. When you read, you lose yourself in the book, experience the book as if it's good. And yeah, exactly, Robin. That's what I'm talking about. It's like, I'm not watching it like a movie or a TV show. I'm just not there anymore. And yeah, I'd say the closest description I have for it, it's like listening to the book, but there's no audio component to it. It's just your brain is just immersed in the story juices. And it's very annoying when people try and talk to you in that state. It's worse than if you're trying to count. But yes, we must be. I have a ball of yarn that keeps trying to fall off my desk. 18. 18 is the number I'm looking for. When you have a song stuck in your head, it would just be a line or two, maybe the full chorus, but it's usually just 1 or 2 lines over and over and over. And oh no, I can see how that would be annoying. But the good thing is that if you know the song, you can kind of gently redirect from 1 or 2 lines to the rest of the song, to that song is finished now, to it no longer being in your head. When you read, it's like a movie camera capturing the story. You're completely inside the world, hearing and seeing everything. The reason I say that there's no real visual component for me is because, like, I don't always necessarily know what the characters look like. But that has never slowed me down. It's actually why I don't like, one of the many reasons I don't like watching movie adaptations or television adaptations of books that I really like. Because once I've seen an actor in a role, from that point onwards, I'm forced to have a visual for what that character looks like. And it throws off the Emperor's groove. Usually, can you please see the Vulpix? There she be. That is Browser, our little Firefox. And we have Ninetales here too, but Ninetales wasn't requested to be on the desk, so we've just got Vulpix here. Vulpix was made a very long time ago now. Okay. Got a good little ball developing here. I'm tempted to put a little weight in his butt, but I think that that's excessive. I don't think he needs a butt weight. It's not back there secretly snacking. Alrighty, and I'm now just working the last 2 rows to close off the opening at the bottom of this guy, and then we'll be brushing, which I understand is a different experience for each of you. So I'm trying to decide, like, I can just turn off my microphone, but I know some of you like it, but maybe I can, like, let you guys know to mute your audio and then just not really say anything, and then I'll just wave at the camera. Are people asking for the Ninetales? No. Here she is. Her name is Lola. She is a Ninetales. She was made a little more recently. The back of her tails looks like a face hugger. Hey, you made a live stream. Welcome, Mishatu. Sometimes I wonder if my eyes are giving out on me. Oh, we're all agreeing with Mr. Bones, but I missed what he said. I'll get him to explain it to me later. He's usually right. Oh, Chloe. I'm really guilty of, in like certain fantasy novels, when I see, like, I start recognizing the name in a visual sense of the shape of the letters instead of trying to pronounce it in my brain, and so they just become WARP. It doesn't matter if the name is actually just like Falendalian. It just becomes WARP in my head, and that only becomes a problem if you have too many characters that are named that way, or too many places that are named that way, because then your WARPs get confusing.
Wait, blah and blah are 2 different people?
There's WARP and WARP, but they're WARP.
Not that people are agreeing on.
Sometimes I just hear like wonk.
When you have a character in a story and
Yes.
like you get like a good mental image of them, and you've had that mental image for, you know, like 4 or 5 chapters, and then suddenly they go, oh, by the way, they're a brown cat.
What?
It's just no.
No, that is clearly a white Persian, sir.
The whole time you can't just suddenly like give new descriptive details 5 chapters in. You have to give them all of the descriptive details at the very start, and then you never reference any part of their physiognomy except for those traits for the rest of the story.
But what's worse is when they do give you the best, like a full-on description of what the character looks like, and then just for some reason you arbitrarily decide, no, that character is blonde, or, for example, a white Persian. And then it turns out, no, they were calico all along, and it explicitly states the first thing you hear about this dang cat is that it's a Persian, but that it's a calico Persian. And like, no, I'm sorry, that's clearly a white cat.
Carl, I'm stuck in a tree, Carl.
Before I could object, Warp stepped forward to take the key. Exactly. It's just like, no, guys, there are allowed to be people named Stephen and Keith in fantasy settings because you know what? Those names are accessible. Your brain thinks it knows how to read the name, that if you ever attempt to pronounce it out loud, it's a jumble of letters. Yes, it just becomes wonk. I think my brain fell. It did. Oh, is that, he came in to tell me and I was too busy ranting about names and then he just sort of nodded and smiled and left again. I said, we spend a lot of time together. All right, here is our venonat. So I think what I'm going to do is let you guys know if, I'll give you guys a brief sample of the brushing sound, because again, I know some of you like it, some of you don't, some of you might not know yet. And I'll get you guys to turn your volume off if you hate it. And I will not speak during the brushing. Or I guess up if you like it, but please don't make any weird noises in the chat. And then I will like wave and people in chat will let you know when it's safe to come back. I think that's the plan. So just weaving this end all the way in and we will start the brushing. You like to say cold legumes instead of cool beans. Frosted peas. Okay. I have my brush. Ready? This is what the sound is going to be like. Mute it if you already know you hate it. Okay. I'm going to be brushing this pretty aggressively now. So yeah, Sanity Creations, I'm pretty sure this warning is exactly for you. So turn your volume off if you don't like it and I won't speak in the meantime.
Last time you turned your volume down slightly when you were doing this part.
All right, I'll also turn my volume down slightly while doing this part and I'm going to start brushing now and I'll be back when the brushing is done.
If you want, I could sing really loudly over the top of it. That way people can only hear me singing instead of the brushing.
Stop talking. I've told them we're not going to talk. I don't want them missing content.
It's going to be boring for a while. This is me being boring.
Seriously? Sorry, guys. Sprung a couple of leaks. It is safe to come back. Just give everybody a second to come back in. Yeah, sorry about Mr. Bones. I understood if he started singing, some of you were going to force yourself to deal with the brushing, but that's not necessary. There was nothing that happened then except for brush sounds and me apologizing. So I might brush him a little bit more later, but it was just really necessary for me to get a feel for how fluffy he was going to be in order to be able to make decisions for the rest of him. It does hurt a lot when you catch your fingers. That's why you'll see me brushing a very specific way, but it can be very aggressive on the yarn, and even then we've ended up with some bald spots. But as I said, I will do the rest of the brushing off stream. I just needed to know how much this particular yarn is going to brush, because even within the same brand, sometimes you get different layers of fuzz from it. Now, excuse me. I suppose technically venonat was just groping 9 tails. So, got a tiny hand, and we've got tiny hand, and I think we need to do some giant eyeballs next. In our raspberry, that went pretty fast. Yeah, it doesn't take super long, but that said, when someone is making a sound that makes your brain horribly itchy but yet unscratchable, any amount of time is too long, which is why we just try to be respectful and we try to let people know. Because I have sounds that I just cannot. It makes me leave my own skin. And I'm very careful not to mention what those sounds are so they cannot be used against me. Takes you forever to brush. I am very aggressive with it, and these bristles are very, very like sharp, rigid bristles. And also, I'm not happy with how fluffy he is yet, but I'll spend another 5 minutes off stream dealing with that. Does it with cotton? I don't think it does very well with cotton. I think acrylic is the only one that really fuzzes up to the level that I like. Cotton, the strands don't snap as easily. And it's the snapping strands that are what get you the thing. Hello.
Hello. Potentially a really stupid idea. But
hit me.
Stupid ideas are fun.
Yeah.
If you want, I could take him out on the balcony and give him a bit of a brush. Unless there's like a very specific technique.
You would hurt yourself if you're not familiar with how to do it. And if I'd shown you how to do it, I know you've got very strong hands, but I don't need you bleeding. Why are you upset?
Imply that I would hurt myself.
Yes, it would hurt.
Nothing can hurt me. I am but bone.
You try to save them from themselves sometimes. Yeah, wool brush as well, that makes sense. Whereas like cotton, no. I stay far, far away from wool though because it makes my hands itch and swell, and I don't have a good time with it. I am allergic to wool. Which is funny because I like up until a certain point, maybe 4 years ago, I referred to all yarn as wool. It was just colloquially what I knew it as. It didn't work with bamboo, that makes sense to me. It makes sense that like planty fibers may not fuzz as nicely as artificial, or I feel like any furs or hairs would frizz nicely. And I say that as somebody who possesses some fur and some hair that frizzes nicely. You're making a mini canvas piece, yay! Lilith, what are you doing on your canvas? I'm very invested in other people doing canvas pieces. Okay, so we have another sphincter problem here, where there's going to be a sphincter in the middle of the eyeball. Is that going to be a problem for us, or are we going to like it? I actually think I like it. Mr. Bones snorted when I said the word sphincter. But I'm sorry, that is what it is. It is. Oh, why are we talking about garlic? Garlic is always the answer. There is a super specific toothbrushing angle that makes your teeth feel uncomfortable. Okay, that makes sense to me. I struggle with raincoats and waterproof fabric. And it's because I have like this, I can't even talk about it. I can't even talk about it. Ugh. It's like I can feel it on my teeth and my fingernails and I hate it. So now we're going to change the subject. Look at this eyeball. Look how well it's turning out. You want to do a canvas piece, but you're practicing plushies right now. That's good. You can work on one thing and then do the other thing. Makes sense. I have 2 more canvases planned in the October-y future. So we have our mushroom canvas still to do, which I'm acting all confident about, but I honestly have no idea what that's even going to look like. I'm still trying to decide between whether or not I'm going to do it like forest floor or side of tree. Because most of the mushrooms I see are in one of those 2 locations, but I can't have it both ways. And then I've got another dragon one. I've talked about it on stream before. I'm gonna do a dragon portal and I've got a sketch of it, but you can't see it. You can't see it in case it changes dramatically, because whenever I show anything, when I show the options I'm picking between, someone in the comments is always nasty. It's not nasty. I shouldn't say that they're nasty, but like there's always someone who's like, oh, it would have been prettier if you'd used the other colors instead. I'm just like, no, it wouldn't. You're wrong. Go away. I'm fine. I'm not too sensitive for the internet. I hate the sound of scratching lenticular surfaces. Yep, that one's pretty close for me, but it's not quite the sound that gets me. You think wool allergies are... Yeah, no, I am allergic to wool. Which is funny, because like the lanolin is meant to be very good. Oh my goodness, you're a baby and you're adorable. Still working on your Afghan? Yeah, that's my experience with making anything wearable or blanket shaped. It feels like a great idea. Look how quick I'm making progress. And then as you get to the outer rows, it's like, oh wait, I hate this. When will this be over? It's like, oh, I need to finish it now because I've already put 3 years of my life into it. And if I don't finish it, then that will have been a failure. You hate Velcro? Okay, cool. Velcro doesn't bother me, but I think it's interesting the sounds that... Could you see the little coughing? Here he be. Lenticular are those like... They're like two pictures in one, where when you view them from different angles, you see different pictures because they're printed on like these little ridges. And so on one side, when you look at it from one direction, you see all the ridges from one way, and on the other side, you see all the ridges from the other way. And I was playing with that at one point to see if I could make a chameleon that looked like it was different colors. But in the brief experiment that I did, it turns out that my answer is currently still no, but it's no with a question mark. It's no, because I haven't given up on the idea yet. I'm gonna take that one to my grave. Good night, night, Super Maths Beaver. Oh, night, Erin. Oh, wait, you might have been saying night to Erin. Night to anybody who, thanks for hanging out. I hope you sleep well. I might still be here when you wake up. You came out adorable? Thank you. I think so. He's a very optimistic little fellow. His name will not stick in my head. Wilson. We named him Wilson. Because he's a volleyball. Oh. Dang it, you'd think I'd remember that. Yep, it's a Castaway reference. Sorry, I've just clicked on the thing in Discord, which was a venom moth from the Poke Center, and there is not a single brain cell in that moth's head. My mum hates when people stick fingers in their belly buttons. Oh, no, I can't. No, I don't like, no. I try to pretend in general that I don't have one of those. You're here? Welcome, Andy. You don't like the smell of packing tape. It's so funny, the different, like, senses. Because, like, apparently scent is tied very closely with... Put that away, sir. Scent is tied very closely in with memory. So I'm wondering if you had, like... Did you move house a lot? No, we're not doing therapy on stream, but like, I'm always interested in what makes people tick. That made you cover your belly button as a reaction? Sorry. Mr. Bones was flashing his belly button. Working on the not so red panda, but he's ended up much bigger. Huh, okay. Could be a yarn thing, a hook thing. Because, not all DKs are created actually the same size. Oh no, okay, well we got to change the subject now. We're starting to like give people sensory overload. I'm going to be making 4 of them, and one is Halloween themed, another is Christmas Winter Wonderland themed. That's really cute. So we've got like poinsettia and pine needles, and we've got, ooh, like a little pumpkin. I like this a lot. Mr. Bones, we are not that kind of channel. Exactly, Miss Shatu. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah.
We do not flush, we just not simply flash one's belly button.
Well, to be fair, I didn't do it on stream.
They could hear it. They could tell.
Lost it.
Find it.
Found it. Yes. What is everyone making? Changing the subject.
Oh. Moth being, he is real cute. You guys, you should see him. Oh my goodness. Like, look at the baby. The magic ring starts aren't bothering me on the eyes. If anything, they're kind of enhancing the eyeballiness. You're making a wooden brooch in the form of a chicken. Oh, I like that. Okay, so now we need just a little snoot. So we're going to swap to our antique rose for that. He's just a little guy. He's the littlest of guys. I'm very excited at the venonat appreciation because we've been going for an hour and 20 minutes, which is a long time to make what is only a ball. Okay, I'm making a little nose for the fella. And I will be stitching the teeth on. I have made that decision. Well, they're not really teeth. They're like the little clippy clawy bits because I don't want to do teeny tiny color changes. And when I write the pattern, I don't want to suggest that you guys do teeny tiny little color changes. I try not to be a monster. Currently working on the mushroom dragon and it wasn't counting and ended up with 18 frills. No! I think that's kind of fine. Like, is that a problem? Can you not just have 18 frills? Is it slightly overlap or you've just laid too much of foundation? Currently working on a scarf. Working on a mushroom number 5. Designing classic Winnie the Pooh characters. Ah, that's good because it's only the classics, not the Disney renditions of them that are in the public domain. As long as you keep that bear naked, you're fine. Once you put a shirt on him, that's danger. Thank you for the 12 days of crochet. You're very welcome for the 12 days of Crochetmas. You use the shark to make your granddaughter a shark. Yay! There is a larger version of that shark pattern as well if she wanted a bigger version. It will take you longer, but it's the same pattern, just twice as long and twice as wide. Been thinking about whether or not to do that again this year. I feel like you guys really enjoy that series. What do you guys think? Do you have strong opinion? Oh my goodness, sorry, I have to show. Look, he's just a little fellow. 12 days of crochet. Are we doing that again this year? Or would you guys like some actual like Christmas scenes or something? Boop the snoot, my apologies. Boop. Yeah, you still have the chance to influence whether or not it happens. Because it's something that I have done the last 2 years. And it's super fun watching you guys like get all involved in it and sharing what you make and all those other good things. So like there's plenty of pros to it. But it does mean that it kind of like blocks out the calendar for anything else we might be doing during that time. Do it again, boop it, boop. 12 days of crochet is a lot of fun. You enjoy them. Feats, yep, we gotta make some feats, don't you worry about that. We want the Crochetmas, we want the Crochetmas. Okay, we want the Crochetmas, that's cool. I liked the Crochetmas. Cool. What theme should I do this year? I've done place themes the last 2 years and I feel like they get guessed really, really quickly, which kind of like, I know isn't the point of the game, but to me, it would be nice if the game carried on a little bit longer. I don't know. There's maybe a little bit more doubt. I gotta do some thinking. Cause like I've got like plenty of themes that I've like rejected from previous years, like pets or I think dinosaurs was on the roster at one point. But you're very welcome, Rainstorm. I'm glad that I could help. What's up, love?
Potential theme: animals that eat mushrooms.
Animals.
Fungi. Because you got like pigs in there and also like cute little bugs and like there's lots. I imagine anything which eats fungus or mushrooms.
That's such a random thing.
It's going to be adorable.
They're never gonna guess that though.
Well, they will now because I said it on the stream. These guys will get it, but the other
you guys will know, but nobody else will know.
Yeah. You heard it here first, folks.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 single crochet and finish off. Okay, I just made a little antenna. Have I ever used the coloured safety eyes? Yeah, I have. I used to use them all the time because they were the ones that I had available to me. I think I still have a bunch of them. We're talking about these ones, right? If you go back to the first videos on my channel. I was going to give you a number, but it's like the first dozen or so, maybe 2 dozen videos on my channel. You'll see that I'm pretty much just using those eyes. I do think that those kind of eyes really need eyelids. Like you need to put like some stitching over the top to soften them a little bit, because otherwise they're very buggy. Are you taking the wings away?
Could I have 3 pins?
Okay.
Thank you. I was half expecting you to go like stab into my...
Why would I stab your hand? Okay, and these are, he has cool guy antenna because they go back, not forwards. Okay, hands not working. There we go. Ow. Christmas dragons, but I feel like people might get bored after day 10 of dragons, you know? Creatures that hibernate, that could be fun. Question for the group regarding hexacardigans. The one you started does not have a perfectly right angle at the armpit. The sleeve is angled slightly upward. Does that matter? Can you use some bobby pins to pin the open edge together and try it on and see? It just, like it might just slope slightly differently. Eyelid for the eyes. Yeah, eyelids will stop them looking quite as buggied out, because when they have the coloured ring around them, it really stands out way more than I think they do when they're just like all one colour. Yes, Scotland's national anthem animal is a unicorn. We might be the only country that eats the animals on our crest, because it's a kangaroo and an emu. And you can eat both of those. We could do edible animals, but I feel like that opens up a lot of controversy and unpleasantness. We don't want to make anyone who isn't comfortable with the notion that we eat animals uncomfortable, you know what I mean? Like, nobody wants to make an adorable little cow and then just be reminded that that adorable little cow is now sausage, particularly if they were already uncomfortable with that notion to begin with. So we just try and make sure everybody feels comfortable. All right, he's got a lot of little white strandy bits, but he has his 2 little antennaries. He needs some feet, and his feet are just little tubes. Where'd that yarn colour go?
Sausage is an adorable name for a cow.
What does venonat taste like? Like a hairball. There's a reason cat, like here's what the cat coughs up. You're new to the channel, it sounds like it's a lot of fun. Would be down to do 12 days of crochet. Miss Sabrina, we've done 7 days last year at Christmas time, and we did 12 days the year before. Basically they're mini little patterns. They take me anywhere between 30 minutes and 60 minutes to make, but I've normally made 4 or 5 of them of the pattern at that point, and so it's fine if it takes longer than that, because they are not easy, they're just small. And I have to repeat that every year because sometimes there's some confusion about the little ones. People think that just because a pattern is small, it means that it's beginner friendly, and I'm sorry, there is nothing on my channel beginner friendly except for me. I'm beginner friendly. My patterns are not. 6 sides, it just doesn't have its way when it's folded, but you've never made one before. Well, I can't offer any more specific advice regarding the hexa cardigan. I've made one before. I liked it. I encourage you to trust the process, but it's also one of those things where I don't know enough to actually be helpful. Christmas song lyrics but in creatures. Yeah, I almost did like the calling birds, French hens, turtle doves, but you end up with just a lot of birds. You imagine that venonat tastes like furry cranberry. You lost the yarn, chicken, no! 12 days of dragons, okay. Well, there might still be, hypothetically, a lot of dragons between now and Christmas. So we'll just see if you get burned out on all the dragons before then. But I'd be worried that I'd start reusing parts. You know what I mean? Like, I want people to feel like they're not getting cheated. But at the same point, like I do all of my dragon wings the same. So after making the same dragon wing for the first 4 days, I am concerned that the boredom would set in. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe that's the challenge for me. Animal kids bring home in their pockets. That is a fun one. Smorgtober. Well, I tried to make a contribution to Smorgist with my mushroom dragon, which is sitting behind me, funnily enough. He was my little... But then I'm also very aware that you don't say smorg, it's smaug, and smaugist doesn't sound as good. About the 12 days of crochet, Miss Song is crochet pieces there. That's what I was just saying. It's just, you end up with a lot of people and you end up with a lot of birds. So it's not the most like, I do try to have like a bird, a fish, like something on 4 legs, something on 2, you know, like a variation. Am I gonna wind up making the 2 purple spikes? Oh no, I'm gonna make the 2 purple spikes. Nerdy. He just needed some feet first. Because like the more I look at him, the more I realize that he has those 2 purple spikes. They may not end up being used, but we're gonna make him and see if we like him. Tiny flippery feet. Mythical creatures, yeah, that could be a thing. Like a tiny griffin and a tiny... Brain said mollusk. Mollusk is not a mythical creature. Grape cotton candy. Oh, yeah, I can see that. Actually, you know what he would taste like? The texture of cotton candy, but the flavor of like a purple nerd. Yeah, like the grape ones. Yeah, it's exactly. As soon as I say partridge, everybody will be like, ah, we know what it is. Animals that were on the endangered species list but have come back and are doing well now. How long of a list is that? Because endangered animals could be a nice little raise awareness type of thing. It's been ages since you've cooked with roux, so possibly, but it needs to be with... Yeah, it's a very gamey... It's got a higher iron content, I think, than your typical beefs. Okay, so just working on the tiny little foot. We will be wrapping up this one here very soon. So maybe we get a final summation on our names list. We get that cull down to 4 and we'll get the name picked out.
Don't say any good names just yet. You don't say.
Things you eat at Christmas. Well, if we're talking about me personally, I've got a sweet tooth, so it'd be like, oh, we're crocheting a pavlova, and we're crocheting a trifle, and we're crocheting a, you know, you get where I'm going with that. It's just, oh my gosh, you're just a baby, aren't you? Venomoth is going to be so small compared to you, and I don't even care. I will put those on in just a moment. You've done a beautiful job, honey.
You do like dessert dragons, so like all the sweet tooth things you liked in like a little...
That's a lot of detail to pack into a mini though.
Yeah.
That's like its own
What if you
maxi
pretended it was a Pokemon? Then it would only take you an hour and a half to make.
What if I pretended it was a Pokemon?
Yeah, I'll just get you to make butt pics in advance and then I'll give them to you partway through.
Alrighty. Alrighty. I don't like how long this foot is. We're going to shorten the foot. Sorry, you're saying Christmas foods as mythical creatures and all I can think is how much a Christmas pudding and a wombat have in common. But I've already made a wombat. It was day 1 of the first year. Oh, night, Cleo Rocks. I hope you sleep well. Put some feet on this little guy. Trying to use the pins sparingly because there is an agreement in place where if I run out of pins, the stream ends. Oh my gosh, baby. All right, you need some purple spikies for your head though. Let's just whip some up real quick. Pixie, you're being ridiculous. We are officially over capacity on the desk. Toys in Santa's bag. That could be cute. Maybe he needs to be named Meep. Phineas and Ferb reference. Can you guys hear the house screaming? It's kind of formed a little bit of a wind tunnel, but if you guys can't hear it, we'll leave it be. Eggnog kitten. I'm not sure these are adding much to the experience of being a venonat. We'll try a little slightly larger. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Slip stitch. Single, half double, double. We like Furby. That's a cute name. Mr. Bones, why are you sending me butt pics of a muffin?
You're talking about dessert dragons, and you were like, and I said do them like a Pokemon, and so I made butt pics for you.
Oh.
Yes, I'm helping.
Very
also,
helpful.
I need to find something. Oh, I need to borrow this tube.
What
I'll be on
tube?
camera if I grab that tube.
You will not be on camera.
If necessary.
It's not on camera. You're fine.
The wind's blowing the thing out, so I need something heavy to hold it in place.
Okay. Slip stitch, single, 2 half doubles. There we go. All right. I have a spiky for the head. Don't care what he's named, but in my heart he will always be Meep. Can you hear the house screaming? I'm really sorry. I just mean the way the apartment is oriented, the wind goes screaming through from one side to the other, and I thought if you guys could hear it, we could like try and find where the air is getting in. But Mr. Bones is on top of it. Alright, I don't know if we like little spikies, but again, when I go to assemble, those antennas might get a little bit longer. Those spikies might need to stand out a little bit more. We'll work on it. Where is the list of Gen 1 Pokemon you've made so far on Discord? It should be pinned in the live stream chat. If you check the pins at the top. And I think it recently got referenced in general as well. So it could be in either of those 2 locations. It's not actually a list I've curated. Someone named, I think it's Elf's Crochet, has put it together, and I'm very appreciative because it's got all the links and all the names, and yeah, they're on top of it. All right, my love, it's more helpful if I see them in text form, but you can read them out if you would like.
There are 2 names which I'm debating getting rid of, and those 2 names were Naphthaline and Knot. While Knot is lovely, and I love Knot as like a little punch him gnat of death, I don't think he's going to.
I want to eliminate anything over like 10 characters.
I also want to get rid of Naphthaline because, you know, chemical. I don't know, someone might have ingested it at some point and had a family member die or something, so you know, yeah. Just in case. That's
all right. I'm only open to names less than 10 characters.
Which leaves 4 names remaining, and unfortunately I believe 2 of them are over 10 characters.
Okay, then they're off.
Yep.
Or give me a shortened version of them.
Well, I can give you a shortened version of them, but we have Moth, which
Moth?
is M-O-F-F.
All right, again, could you send me them
Yeah, I'll send them to you. I was just discussing them with you here, and then I'll send them to you.
Oh, I wanted to set up the poll.
Okay, well, I'll just send them to you.
Oh. In your state song, one of the lines is where the wind comes sweeping down the plains. Yeah, our house is basically just configured like a whistle. Alrighty, let's get this poll started. We need to name the little fellow. Capitalization notwithstanding. We have moth, because I mean, look at him. He just looks like a little moth. He's very cute. Just waiting for the names. Murph, Meep. Yep, moth is the first option. I have moth on my list. It's number 1. It's what I would name it in a vacuum all by myself. Okay, Moth, Mothu, Natasha, and Sir Vernon. So we have shortened versions of some of the longer ones that were suggested earlier, just because, like, don't get me wrong, I love a long name along with everybody else, but we've got some really long ones now, and we need some short ones, guys. There are character limits that we have to acknowledge. Now, I am going to include Mothu, even though we already have Rathu. There we go. We have Natasha. Again, any Natashas in the chat who object to their name being used for this purpose, register an objection, and if I or Mr. Bones see it, we will eliminate that name as an option. And then we have Sir Vernon as well, which is a sneaky way to get, what was it, Sir Vernon Nat something, Nathaniel, Sir Vernon Nathaniel into the vote, but there are the options. Oh, Meep. I missed Meep. Hang on. I'm ending the poll, guys. Don't worry. Don't panic. I'm ending the poll. The poll is wrong. Oh, wow. 29 of you managed to vote. I'm so sorry. Hold on. We're going to do a different one. We're going to have Moth. Meep was late to the game, but people clearly love the name, so we're going to have Meep come in. And then we'll have Natasha, which I've stuck a 5 in the middle of for some reason. So I'm just going to get rid of Natchu, or not Natchu, Mothu, because I feel like, first of all, it's more appropriate for Venomoth, and second of all, we've already used Matthew puns to name Radicate. And Sir Vernon. There we go. All right, the poll is starting again. Anybody who voted before, make sure you vote again. And I'm going to hydrate. Yep, the vote disappeared, but the vote is back. Sorry, I think I explained that better. There we go. Everybody get your votes in. So yeah, I'm going to give him a little bit more of a brush. We will stitch on his little face pincy things. And I don't know if these little spikies will be included, and I don't know if his antennas, I'll make slightly longer ones, but this is in general what he will look like. This is an approximation. He just looks like a bouncy little guy. I love the size differential here. This is what I thought we were going to make. This is what we actually made. It's good, we'll keep Jigglypuff in line. Uniquely Sarah, I made the executive decision to remove Mothu in favour of Meep, just because Meep was very popular, and Mothu is more appropriate for either Venomoth or, and we've also already used a Matthew pun for Radicate. We named him Crisp Rathu. So, like, it's one that's already kind of come up a couple of times, and it's more appropriate for some of the others. So in light of Meep coming up, I made a decision. Alrighty, and Mr. Bones made him this lovely little pair of wings. That's just so cute. He took them away and made them double-walled, so that's so pretty. I might even actually just use these for Butterfree. It solves a lot of problems for me. Will I make a donut? I will think about making a donut. All right, so it looks like Moth has a deciding lead here, so let's close this back. Oh, Meep is coming back. Can Moth hold his title? The bell is counting down and it's really close apparently. I can only see what the one in first position is currently looking like. Oh, I didn't turn my microphone back up after I turned it down. I'm talking really softly because I just turned my microphone back up because I hadn't after I've done the brush, but I'm going to slowly adjust back to regular volume. I just didn't want to startle anybody. Alrighty, let's close this poll. Oh, we're toggling between 40 and 41%. I think Moth has it. And I do enjoy Meep, but Moth was popular right from the start. Oh my goodness, look how close that was. Moth was 40% and Meep 39%. Night Silent Speaker, thanks for hanging out. All right, so the vote was very close, but Moth was the winner. Moth von Meepson. We can call him Meep Moth or Mop Meef. No, we will not be calling him Mop Meef. Anyway, there we go. We're gonna pop our little fellow to one side there and let's vote for the next one. Let's vote for the next one. Let's open up our choices. Microphone is still on. All right, so we have 2, 3, 4, and 5 for anybody who has joined us in the last hour and a half and missed the first vote. Welcome. We are voting on what is that buzzing sound? And you can now pick between 2, 3, 4, and 5. And honestly, depending on who you pick, it might be the last one for the day. Because some of these are hard. Okay, you guys vote. I'm gonna take a little 5-minute, I know we've only been going for 2 hours, but I'm gonna go stretch my legs because I'll take the opportunity while I can. So take your time, think it through, Boring Color Brigade, make your choice as you would like. And yeah, right, I'll see you when I get back. welcome back. Okay, I think I've turned off all of the things that should be making sound except for me. I'm supposed to be making sound. Hello. I think it's fairly safe it's going to number 4 this round. Probably a very complicated one, to say the least. All right. Who do we think number 4 is? Because it does look like number 4 got 43% of the vote. Let's end that poll. Yeah, sorry, I got distracted. Congratulations, Nerded here, that's awesome. Number 4 won with 42% of the votes, closely followed by number 3 at 30%, 2 at 16%, and number 5 at just 10% of the votes after 180 votes cast. Yes, the theme is, what is that buzzing sound? Everything behind these doors is buzzing at me. So, excuse me. Let's reveal what's behind. It's door number 4 that was picked, right? I almost revealed door number 2, but door number 4. Everything's just sort of slightly misaligned and it's bothering me terribly right now. I don't know how that happened, but we just like the color. We think it might be Scyther. Please work on updating the Be-Back Soon Paper Docs. Yep, sorry Ravenwolf, I will get that up to date. I know it's been a couple of weeks since I've done it. There we go. I think the last time I updated it was after we did the Soul Silver video. Did I even update it then? I don't know. We're missing about a dozen from there. There we go. We are making Scyther. Remember how I said I had to start doing more difficult ones? I'm being brave. I'm making brave choices. Time to only do 2 Pokemon tonight? I don't know. All right, because I've been thinking about it. I think that if I just break this guy down into pieces, I might be okay. Worst case scenario, it'll end up looking like Gliscor. Gliscor is like my shame. But let's do a little sketchy sketch. Let's change, okay, sorry, let's change the screen. Let's update the sprite. He's packed a front. Let's change him. But Daddy, I can fix him. See? Turned his life around. And let's update the Crochetdex counter because Venonat was number 62. And Scyther will be number 63. So we've made 62. I did have to remove a bunch of Pokemon from the desk because I was getting overwhelmed with all of the eyeballs and just like there was just so much stuff on my desk in the way. So I am sorry if I removed any of the ones that you guys were enjoying looking at, but yeah, I just needed a little bit more room to move. You got this? I should make Pyukumuku. Pyukumuku. Yeah, I should at some point. Very, very, very brave. He'll be nice to me. Okay, what shape even is this head? That's the first kind of question we got going here. Maybe I'll draw here where I'm a little bit more comfortable. He's kind of got like... I'm going to be already making him a little bit chubbier in my drawing just to start working out how to crochet him. I need to know what the back of that head looks like. But it's going to be a baby looking Scyther, that's for sure. And I know he's got like some sort of chest piece, some sort of body piece, and then like an abdomen bit. I'll rough him out and then we'll add details together. So then he's got like thigh wings for some reason, which are like green on one side and yellow on the other. Skinny little legs. This guy is not going to be able to support his own weight, no matter what I do to it. Okay, claws I can handle. So, all right. I'm drawing him in the most basic pose I can just to try and work out what these shapes are. Okay, there's that. I need more detail as to what this chest piece looks like because in the sprite here you can't really see much of it, but I know that he's got like puffed sleeves. And then I think those puffed sleeves lead to what? These like scythes. So could you have any more limbs? This is ridiculous. Okay, the scythes don't scare me. I already know how to make... Excuse me. Sorry, guys. I already know how to make that sort of shape. They'll be a little bit more curved in the ones that I do, but I'm not afraid of that. I'm not afraid of you. I am going to go to the Discord. Mr. Bones, that's strangely unhelpful, but I appreciate the effort you're putting in. Yeah. Alright, back to the live channel. Okay, that's a bit better. Thank you, everybody who is trying to help me here. I really do appreciate it. Okay, so...
It's a partially invisible model, again, but it's the most accurate one on there. It looks like it's been ripped straight from a thing,
yeah.
and so it hasn't been ripped correctly. But the other ones are all very cool looking, but artistically interpreted. Interpreted?
It's alright, honey. I had a look for these ones earlier and I knew you were going to struggle to find them. I'm sorry. But you...
Me?
You're doing great, sweet.
Accidentally sending them to you directly instead of to the live stream chat.
Alright, and then we know he's been drinking his Red Bull because he's also got wings. Still not super clear on what this chest piece thing looks like, but I see you guys are delivering in the live stream Discord. Thank you very much for that. Female has a bigger abdomen. Okay, well maybe that's an option. Okay, so it's got like some jackety pieces like this. I'm gonna ink this, but it's not super accurate yet. So I know we've got like the 3-pointed head and it's kind of triangular. We're doing mouth closed because just look at it. That's why. I want to try and use safety eyes because I think giving bugged out eyes to bugs is fun. Alright. We've got his little princess puff sleeves and his abdomen. And I get that his arms technically have like a joint and then an elbow, but mine are probably going to go straight to blade. And we'll just remove that joint entirely out of necessity. And I think there'll be so much going on, y'all won't even notice. Okay, and we got a little joiny bit. And we have his badonkadonk. And we have those legs that you can really only see are yellow from behind when you're behind them. Though I will let you all register your opinions on the colours in a second as well, because there are some options here. And this feels like a lot. I'm looking at this and I'm intimidated, and I'm looking at this and I'm intimidated. So I imagine that this might look impossible to some people, but we're just going to break it right down. And I have faith that if we just break it down into pieces, these pieces are a lot when added together, but I think that they'll be okay if we just approach them one at a time. It's like, for example, I'm going to completely ignore the wings for now. So like even drawing him, I had to draw him huge. You can hear your snoring hubby through the noise cancelling headphones. We're suggesting names already. That's awesome. Mr. Bones will be keeping track of those. I'm going to break down into parts. I'm still trying to get a feel for what this head shape is. And I think, Loot, your pictures are kind of the most helpful here because you've given me all the angles, which is great. All right, so we have eyebrow ridge. Point. He's kind of got dinosaur head. Now, there is also a spike in the back, but it's hard to tell where that spike actually is. And he does have like a jaw spike as well, because of course he does. All right, so that's from the side. Then from the front. From the front, it's like 5 spike-ish. And then from the back, okay, good. So from the back, you can kind of see he has like an extra spike, because of course he has an extra spike. Just of course he has spikes down his spike. Spike. Hello.
Updated head pics.
I can see.
I found a better model.
Yeah.
And he's doing the exact same pose as in the thing.
That's awesome.
Perfect.
Yeah, thank you, honey. Alright, so this guy has a lot of spikes on his head, and I'm probably going to miss a couple, but then I can always add them afterwards. Bye, Lilith. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry, chat. I know you got neglected a little bit just then. Sometimes the focus has to take priority, I'm afraid. So in terms of the body, I think we can whip most of this out in one big chunk. So here's got like the block of a body, and then we'll do maybe just a little separation. Though I don't even think that's necessary, because the female kind of just goes straight into the bottom chunk of the body.
Don't click the spoilers in live stream chat.
Okay. I've never wanted to click something so much in my entire life. Alright, so that's the body. It looks like there's nothing special going on behind either. It's just flat. So like that's not a hard shape to make. The head is going to be the hardest bit, I think.
Can I do the thing?
What thing?
Where I give you advice, and it's probably terrible.
Oh gosh. I'm already pretty overwhelmed with this pattern, so tread lightly.
Looking at his head, right? If you did like the underjaw with 2 spikes sticking out the back, then basically the top of the head is just a square that's been wrapped over the top of it. And so like the jaw spikes, the head spike, those are the corners, and the other corner is the face. And it's basically just, yeah, a square laid flat over his head. If you take a look at the pictures that I sent, because mine are the best. Right?
Yeah, I see what you're getting at with the top jaw, bottom jaw.
Yeah, it's just, like, if you do those 2 back spikes that are in like the bottom half of the head, plonk.
Okay.
And like his jaw, then it's more or less just like a shaped square with like a bit more point on those 3 spikes. And then head, easy. And also, when you do layers, your photo is amazing when you do layers.
Scyther is currently at risk of turning out this big. What fell?
Nothing.
Okay.
Well, I mean something you need to worry about.
So the legs, I'm going to remove the little inner... Sorry, honey, I got carried away. But yes, you're not wrong, but I'm worried that it'll turn out huge. So we'll see what it looks like when we get there.
Square's a variable. You can make small square.
I think that Chad is trying to name Scyther Kevin at the moment.
I haven't been looking at any of the names. I apologize. If anyone had a really good name, could you please state them again?
You're doing great, honey, and I appreciate you.
I need interns.
He needs interns. So yeah, for the legs, I'm going to remove the little stick part in between and maybe just stitch on a little band of yellow. Because that way we might be able to get some stability happening, and we'll still do toenails. That's fine. We are practiced at this point with doing toenails. Leroy the First. Why not just be called? Why not just Leroy? Okay, but then he has like an over and an under piece. So maybe I make the base of it yellow and then do like a green spiky bit that lays over the top and the bottom half of the leg green. So I feel like I've got a plan for the leg. Shoulder, I'll do as a separate ball and then a separate side. That's fine. Wings are easy. So I think I'm going to start by making a reasonable sized leg. Reasonable is a relative term. You may have noticed that. Leroy! Onwards into the breach. Okay, color-wise, we have some options for the colors. So I personally thought this was a good green color, but I can also understand why, sorry, I'm gonna borrow the frog, why this might be a good green color. So if you want this one, I have to dig some out. I've got some, but I'll have to dig it out. Which green do we like? Okay. Though I also have chartreuse, which I think is too yellow. I'm eliminating chartreuse. So this is the same color as the frog. So we've got this one here, or we have this. Oh, that one is more accurate. Oh, night Nerdatia, thanks for hanging out. We like the frog color? Cool. Sold. Then in terms of the yellowy bits, I actually think that cream. This is cream, not white. It's reading very white on camera, but it is cream, I promise. Cream versus white. Yeah. That, or I do have the option of bringing in some, like, same color that we used for venonats. Venonat in a hat. His hands and feet. We can do those for his body joints, but I think that that's not right. Or I have some pale yellow here, which we could also use for those into body pieces. What do we think? We like cream. We like cream is good. You want chartreuse for stomach? I think that's too. I don't think that works very well. These colors don't look very nice together. We like the cream. Cream is fine. Fine, fine, fine. Cream for the wings. And then I think white for the blades, because his blades are clearly white. But if whatever I pick for like the joins between the limbs and will be the same color for the wings. So I'm thinking cream. I think looks like you guys are on the same. Pale yellow looks better than the cream. Okay, we've got a dissenting opinion. Different color for the blades. Okay, so I could do yellow for the body and then cream for the wings. Yellow for the pieces, cream for the blades. Okay. All right, so I'm getting the feeling that you guys want to incorporate some yellow, and I can work with that. I can work with that. So I will say that in all of the ones that, all of the various pictures shared in the Discord, it does look like he's just various shades of green. But in others he looks very yellow, and in others he looks very cream. Yellow and cream, different color. They're different colors. Yeah, we'll do them as different colors. It's fine. All right, Froggy, thank you for your service, sir. He's such a cranky little frog. I'm gonna start by making a leg. So I have a leg to stand on here. That's because that's going to tell me pretty quickly how much enthusiasm I have for this project. And I'm actually going to start. Oh, I should start at the sole of the foot and work up. I was gonna start at the ball of the hip and work down, but I think starting at the base of the foot is actually correct. Now, he doesn't have toe beans or anything, does he? Have we done the toe bean check? I don't think he has toe beans. Okay, I'm watching him in that little animated GIF from Corey. Appreciate you. I'm not seeing toe beans. I'm seeing claws, but no toe beans. So we can start just straight away in our green. Yep, so just in case anybody missed it, I will be using a combination of the yellow and the cream for various body parts. And at a certain point, I'm going to have to make some executive decisions as to what goes where. So I hope you will all just bear with me in this time of crisis. He does have claws indeed. He will absolutely be having claws from me. It's just first I'm going to work up the sole of the foot. So to do that, I'm just going to use my green to start with. I'm going to work up to 12 first because I don't want him to end up huge. But let's face it, we'd all be super excited if he ended up huge, and for once it would be appropriate. The hassle with these more complex ones is that they do get easier if I make them larger, but it also means that they take longer. And so we'll quickly end up with a series of Pokemon where most of them are of a similar size, and then we have like a dozen of them that are huge. Good morning, Mark. Welcome to the break of dawn. Thanks, Robin. Thanks for hanging out. And I do have this. You wait and see when you come back later. You'll see. I can already tell I've done a great job. Sometimes you just have to believe that hard enough. These toenails are the same color as these blades. Yep, that's going to be... Yep, I've got that under control. I have that under control. We're going to magic ring 6, and then we did 6 increase. And I think that's the sole of his foot. I don't really want to go any larger than that, because if I go any larger than that, I'm scared. Alrighty, so the camera is doing some stuff to make white and cream look the same. I can assure you that this is basically the midpoint in these two colors, even though this looks way closer to this. So cream, yellow, white. I'm using white for the claws and the wing, white for the scythes and the toenails. I will be using, I haven't decided yet. This might be the joins in the body and this might be the wings, or it might be the other way around. I'm just going to see how I feel when I get to those pieces. But I've got my white here ready to add some toenails. So let us work 3 around, just to give me some breathing space. I love me some breathing space. And that third one, I'm going to attach my white. Okay, thank you all for providing your moral support. Because I think this is the first, like, it's not the first truly difficult one. We've had some hard ones come up, but this feels like, this feels punitive. You guys caught that, right? And we'll do that. And I think that's an appropriate size. So that was back loop only, 3 single crochet, and then we did a, let's see, it was yarned over 3 times. So that's double, treble, double treble. It was a double treble. Double treble and then slip stitch the back loop only, and we're going to do that twice, and then a double treble, changing back to our green. 2, 3. Yep. I'm going to treat these 3 toenails as all the same size. It be what it be. And I think weights in the feet might be the go here. Try and give him some stability in these trying times. Okay, good, good, good. Scyther is the same amount of complicated as Heracross. I disagree. Heracross is super freaking easy. I've already made Heracross. That said, I appreciate the spirit that that comment was meant in. 2, 3, 4 back to the start. Okay. We have commenced our journey. So that's, I'm just going to do a quick count, make sure I used every stitch. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and I did go team. We're back in our green, and we're just going to do 12 single crochet around. 2, 3. For anyone trying to make this later, to save myself from doing a whole bunch of color changes, you'll note that I slip stitched in the back loop only between these toenails, and then in this row I'm going to single crochet over the top of the whole lot to blend them in. I don't know if I've gotten smarter, or if I've gotten lazier, or if it's a combination of both, but that saves a lot of color changes over the course of many patterns. Scyther is that 90s fashion kid. Nobody can change your mind. No, he doesn't have a belt. He doesn't have the wide belt or that weird lace tank top. Which others am I not looking forward to? Well, that's the thing. It's not that I'm not looking forward to them. It's just I'm very aware of the difficult scaling. Because like there's a very big difference between venonat and say Gyarados. Gyarados I think is going to be the hardest because I have such a personal stake in that particular game. Lapras I think is going to be hard. Venusaur I've been putting off. Blastoise I've been putting off because I'm not looking forward to making the shell. Particularly after reminding myself what it's like to make the shell when we made Wartortle the other week. Yeah, any of the people ones I'm not going to look forward to on principle. I just don't enjoy making bipeds. I will be putting weights in the feet, that is correct. I have my bag of weights. I like it when the weights go thunk. So they're not very heavy, so they might even get 2 in each foot. There'll be room. There'll be room. Landscaping pebbles. Though various Pokemon throughout, like this guy has an old bolt in it from an old bed frame. Like, I am perfectly happy to put anything remotely heavy in anything else. Worm smarter, not harder. That is, I know that you mean work, but I agree. All right, and so now we need to slope the foot into more of a cone shape. So I'm going to start putting 1 decrease at a time at the front of the foot, because if you look at the sprite here, it's pretty much straight at the back. Tickle, tickle, tickle. And it's slopey at the front. So I'm going to work, let's see, how many around? 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5, and then we'll decrease over that center toe. 5 single crochet and a decrease, and then it should be 5 single crochet, perfectly centered. I love it when that happens. Gets us down to 11. Hey Brittany, welcome! We are doing What Is That Buzzing Sound today. We have just basically started making Scyther. And I've misplaced my bobby pin. Whose job was it to keep track of the bobby pin? I know we assigned somebody. Oh, I found it. I found it. You are so cute, you little dude. Oh, well, I missed you guys too last week, but it was good to take... Oh, it was kind of a break. It was a break from streaming. Honestly, what I did that day is I deep cleaned my house, and guys, I felt so much better afterwards. It's just one of those things where, like, keeping things clean is fine, but just like a good deep clean, I've felt a lot better afterwards. And so, like, yeah, sometimes it's worth just taking a personal day, and scrubbing all the tile surfaces in your house. Yeah, we're gonna keep on sloping. Sloop, sloop, sloop. So we're gonna do 4 single crochet and a decrease and 5 single crochet to get us down to 10. Spring cleaning is the best. Well, that's it. That's just like, I didn't make the connection at the time, but we're right at the tail end of winter for us, which just makes me really sad because I am truly in my element when I'm allowed to wear the largest jumpers in all of the land, and I always struggle to find things to wear when I'm not wearing giant fluffy jumpers. But nevertheless, we are heading into spring now. The first ducklings have started appearing, so sometimes it freshened up the whole space for me. Demonique, I don't know if I will be or not, but we'll find out together. I suppose it depends on what you mean by a few hours. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. No, I wrote it down correctly. For some reason I'm second guessing myself. And that's never the way to victory. Don't know if 2 will fit. It's a tight little fit in that little foot. I definitely need 2. Oh, that is so stable. Get me a couple of horses, stat. That's how stable that is. 4 single crochet and a decrease, and then 4 single crochet will get us down to 9. The only names you've really seen are Harvest, Edward Scytherhands, and Leroy. I should tell you, if we go with Leroy the first, I will be spelling it as Leroy and then like a capital I. Not as like the first. Gotta start imposing some character limits here. Madness lies the other way. His name is Thorns. I kind of want to name him Beans. So green beans. Oh, there's a French word for green beans that sounds fancy. Does anyone know? Oh, is it haricot? You call him haricot. Grasshopper? I do have napalm right here. You subbed? Thank you very much, Janice. I'm missing winter too, and we aren't even finished yet. Yeah, I agree. I just like I could live with this kind of deep drenching rain forever, assuming it didn't cause property damage or people hardships. Hi.
On the subject of beans, he
Beans!
is not a cool bean.
He's not a cool bean?
He's an anger pea, or a serious legume.
He's a stern legume.
Also, he appears to be wearing a waistcoat. I put links to that in the...
You can't really see my pencil drawings, but I have drawn the waistcoat.
Yes, excellent, excellent. Yours is better than the model.
Aw, thank you. He's very sweet.
I think it's because you have experience of being a pretty model.
Someone has suggested Sweeney Todd. So we definitely like a Burton reference. Though I understand Sweeney Todd isn't a Burton reference, but it could be considered a Burton reference. We've had no storms for 3 whole days. You're welcome, Kate. I think we absorbed them here because we've had storms, but then our storms aren't the same kind of storms as angry sky tear up buildingness. Leroy! Yeah, sorry, we are on opposite sides of the world. It is not summer here. You would be able to tell. This room gets really horribly hot in summer, so I end up taking more breaks, and we literally have a pedestal fan we bring in, air out the whole room real quick in the 5-minute break, and then I come back in and I sweat some more. A little further up, add a bit of pipe cleaner. I don't know if I'm gonna do that. So I understand that he has these really like narrow leg joiny bits, and if I chonkify him, it will look more correct. It's one of those things where sometimes I have to make a call to do something that doesn't look right to get it to look right. All right, and then put a decrease right here, which stitches that 1, 2, 3, 4. And a decrease. But a pipe cleaner isn't a wrong idea, it's just probably not something I'm going to do today. Largely because if I'm going to use wire, I want to use something a bit stronger than a pipe cleaner. And I don't know if it's just that our pipe cleaners are different here than the ones that you're maybe used to, but pipe cleaners are not up to the job. Even my florist wire is more strong. Can you send some of that chill here? It was 105 Fahrenheit. Is that like 40 degrees? Gross. No, the chill is mine. I believe it's actually sunny outside right now. Boo. Last live stream, the storms were so bad you got stranded in an airport in Arizona. No! See, that's what I mean. It's just like, I love the stormy weather. I love the thunder, the lightning, the pouring rain. Up to the point it's causing people hardship. Then, like, I'm not for that. Okay, I think we need to just narrow off a little bit more. But I might need to be more aggressive with it. He's an aggressive little bug. But we are quickly reaching the point of no return, the final threshold. Yeah, the point of him being tall enough to need to transition. Maybe I can just, no, it's too aggressive. It's too aggressive. Single crochet, decrease, 3 single crochet, it goes down to 7. .5 Okay. So yeah, that is warm. Like, I'm not taking anything away from you, that is warm. Sometimes I hear, don't get me wrong, suffering is suffering, but sometimes I hear, oh, it was so hot today, it was blah, 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 and I hear a temperature that is not at all, like, not at all even in the frame of reference for uncomfortable for relative to where I live. So yeah. It's a little hard to take it seriously sometimes, but I am not without empathy. You will be back, Janice. We will look forward to it. You're going to need to come back to vote, because otherwise Leroy may or may not get through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, we're down to 7, but we're also kind of at the height I want it to be. I think I changed to my, I'm going to use yellow for my internal joints. I'm going to change to my yellow. I'm going to need y'all to just trust the process with me for a second, okay? Trust the process. Trust it. I dare you. It's not the heat that gets to you, it's the humidity. Yeah, I can feel that. I hate that feeling of just like can't get dry. I'm gonna go back a stitch and we can change to our yellow. YOLO the Scyther. And I'm going to do 7. I can't decide if I'm back looping. I might just back loop it. I was thinking about back posting, but I think it's excessive. Two, 3, 4. Apologies for the squeaky hook. I am learning to live with it. I apologize if you cannot. 4. And I am going to decrease in that last one just because I can. Okay. So that was not in fact 7 around. That was 5 and then a decrease all in the back loops, which get us back down to 6. So in the next step, we can just do 6 increases around. Poor little Wilson. Oh, I'm sorry. He's okay. He's just really excited to be here. Ponyta is feeling very dramatic. Getting karate chopped in the face by Farfetch'd. Oh, yes, please. I'm gonna turn the microphone off so I don't make eating noises. And the camera off so I don't make eating faces. Hold on, I've got some cheese. Tornado Kate, what are you trying to get me to say? Isn't it funny that I see that comment, but not the one you're actually trying to get me to say? Oh, I see. You're trying to get me to say that. I'm looking forward to that movie. But I do not really, I do not need the chaos that summoning such a creature would bring. So were I to say that name, I would be sure to say something else right after it super quickly so that nobody could accidentally summon a demon. Or whatever it is he counts as. A geist? It was a really tasty piece of cheese. Cheese should be Leroy's food.
Oh, you're talking about Beetlejuice?
No.
Beetlejuice?
No. Stop!
Because I was just thinking it might have been that movie.
Yep, Tornado Kate, I have seen your comment. I know you were referring to... I know what you are referring to. I don't think we are going to call Scyther that. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Some musical numbers in the mix. Name, Leroy. Janice, yes, I understand. You want the name to be Leroy. We got it. Mr. Bones, can you please confirm Leroy is on the list? Specifically, Leroy the First. I want to see the new one. I'm excited about the new one. I only actually recently saw the original not that long ago, about a year ago, because I got hooked on the musical. What are we talking about, tennis ball? CK, check the junk box for a small nail. I'm sorry that it does not have any small nails in it. This is the junk box we were referring to. It's only got large bolts. A couple of pieces of limestone. Some of my old glass, funny, like these are the same. It's just, these are the ones that I got this time because I thought they'd blend in more nicely with my stuffing. And I was right. Just chuck that back. He played Knifey Spoony before. His name is Thorns. Okay, we're making a thigh ball. Not to be confused with an eyeball. 1, 2. For sciatic nerve pain. Ah, yes. Yeah, I have a very dense physio ball that's the same size as a tennis ball, but can be very good for getting a good back massage or shoulder massage going. I also have a foam roller. That can be quite good, but you do have to be prepared to roll around on the ground to get that to work properly. Fun fact, tennis balls can also be used in the dryer as dryer balls. They stop your like towels and sheets from getting all stiff when you dry them. Mr. Spike. Is that as in like, what's his first name? Mr. Bones just walked past with an absolute armload full of sacks. Oh, that's funny. Let's see, that's 12 single crochet. So for those of you wondering why I'm doing his thigh ball in yellow, it's because I'm going to do a little cup over the top to make the green armoured piece. He's going to be very much built up in bits and layers. Yeah, see, I like the name Leroy. That's fine. You're worried it will be too thin? Are we talking about this? Because I know it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Don't you worry about that. What about calling Haymaker? Could be. Could be Haymaker. Foam roller is so good. Yeah, I've got like a nice big ridgy one. Because I get very tight muscles in my legs, and as I get older I'm starting to get that back pain. I did not count at all what I was doing. Now I don't have a count anymore, and I guess that's going to be a problem. You can put any kind of ball in a long sock or ties to be able to get any part of your back. Yeah, that is true. Leroy is a fine name for a fine man. Guys, I think we found the person who wants to adopt the Scyther. It's like Nat or Pickle Part 2. Is that Tom Spikes? Yes. I keep seeing Tom as Thorn, like the R, like the M is becoming an R and an N. See if I can find, oh, acupuncture, yep, sure. I had an amazing acupuncturist. There's lots of interesting different things to be tried. Honestly, what I need to do is I just need to move. You move it or lose it isn't just an expression. It's moving helps blood flow and helps your body adjust to treating its own inflammation. And the more your body gets better at that, the less pain you'll be in overall. Within reason, and not like acknowledging the fact that injuries and other things, of course, play a fat part. I am simply referring to myself. Is this the one? No, actually, I don't think Scyther is the one that I think will take the longest of the options I presented with you guys today. But you're just gonna have to wait and see if I've still got any juice left, any beetle juice, as it were, after this, to see if we want to keep going. Because I think there's one on there that will take longer. Potentially two. One that'll take the same amount of time, one that I think will take a little longer, and can't remember what the other one is. Because there should be 3 left after this, and I know what 2 of them are. Oh no, that's the other one. Okay, yeah. So one that I think will take the same amount of time, one that I think will be faster, and one that I think will be longer. Okay. He has a thigh ball. And now I'm going to make a little armor plate for it. And I hope this works because I've already wove my end in. I should have left it sticking out in case I had to make any changes. It almost feels like any name other than Leroy would be objectively wrong with this much enthusiasm. I think that's... Janice, I think that's what you're going for. Sorry. All said with love. It's like, I do love it that like sometimes we'll be making one and it'll just be really clear that someone in the chat has picked that Pokemon and that Pokemon has been chosen. Like, that's cool. I actually really like it. I think it's really sweet. Not doing the thin legs bit? No, I'm not. Purely because I'm translating this into a crochet scope and I want this guy to have the chance of being able to stand upright. So if we do the thin leg bit, not only will I don't think it'll read properly, but he will lose any chance of being stable. However, he is going to give the overall impression of having that bit. If you just bear with me 1 second. Yeah, a lot of these I can do my best to try and create like a completely faithful recreation, but sometimes they do need to just be translated a little bit. And anything that has little stick legs, like the sticky bits between the legs here, or even that little body bit, we're going to compress that down a little bit into more of the female shape. But you'll be happier overall with the translation than you would have been if we tried to replicate it and it didn't work. So yeah. I'm going to leave a little bit of that yellow sticking out in between. I just got to work out how far around to wrap this. I'm thinking that I should have done a couple of these stitches in green based on what I'm seeing of the backs of these legs. Can I unpick this now or is it too late? I'm going to be obnoxious or are you going to help me? Oh, you're going to help. Thank you. Sometimes that takes ages and I was going to just get my scissors out and cut it, but I'm going to take this back and I'm going to change, that first row is still going to be in yellow, but I'm going to change the next 2 or 3 to green, I'm thinking. And then finish it off in yellow at the top. There'll still be call for some layering of an armoured piece, but the shape it is, I should have been paying slightly more attention. And a colour change is the solution. This is why I usually wouldn't finish off a piece until I was sure that it was the shape that I wanted it to be. Okay, all right. Okay. Yeah, Darcy, Tornado Kate has been doing a good job sewing chaos. Apparently she has been charged with that, and I assume that was your doing. Bye, Sanity Creations. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you next week. Okay, so I'm doing a little bit of a thinky think. We'll do 2 rows in yellow to get us back up to 12. Like, don't be afraid, frogging. Frogging is our friend. Frogging helps us get things right. Frogging is way lower stakes than like erasing something. So that's yellow and that's yellow. And then we're going to change to green and we're going to do 12 front post. And then probably at least 1 12 single crochet. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12. So I ended up doing the second row in yellow as well because when you do front post, it kind of swallows half the row. It's still visible, but it swallows it. So I wanted it to be a little bit more visible. Alrighty. Nope, it should be this one. I hear the pitter-patter of tiny bony feet. He can't hear me though. So many from Florida. Is Florida being represented solidly in the chat at the moment? How are you enjoying your iguanas? That's something I know about Florida. That and oranges. And is the elderly people a thing? I feel like elderly people is a thing regarding Florida. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Cool. Back up to 12. And we'll do 12 in green. Yeah, people retire to Florida. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's like, I feel like Florida is like, I know oranges, I know iguanas, and I know old people, and that's it. Oh, and the Florida man, that's true. Is gators a Florida thing? Because your gators don't have much on our salt waters, our salties. Did you know, okay, this might not be true. This might be me spreading false information, but did you know that New Mexico was named before Mexico was? I don't know how that makes any sense, but that's what I heard. Okay. Three. Six, changing back to yellow. Yes, elderly people in Florida is very much a thing, huge part of the population. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. That's fine, you gotta be known for something. I know where South Dakota is on a map. It's slightly below North Dakota. That's true, honey. It's like we need somebody to be the map person around here, and Mr. Bones is it for us. Okay, and they ended up being back loops. Then I'm going to do 6. Back loop only decreases. Do you guys, when I say a back loop only decrease, do you guys know what it is, or will I need to add more notes than that to a pattern? Hypothetically. Favorite animal all your life was dragons. That's not unrelated. Janice, I was always, you know how there's like horse girls? I was always a dragon girl, a dragon person. I've just never gotten over it. And I know I'm not alone, because I don't know if it's just that I've conditioned my internet to show me dragons, but it's a dragony filled place out there. And the definition of dragon tends to vary a lot. Do I know anything about Oklahoma? I know it's when the winds go sweeping down the plains. And something sweeping back again. Cowboys? Is it just an invisible decrease but back loops instead of front loops? It doesn't have to be invisible. Like you can still just pull up your individual loops, but it's just the back loops, leaving the front loops free. So yeah, cool. It seems like it makes a certain logical sense to people. I will take it. When I'm designing actual patterns, like these Pokemon ones go a little bit, get a little bit wild, but when I'm designing patterns, I do try to like stick with stitches I know for sure people will get. And sometimes I push that boundary a little bit. Well, see, that's not the only song I remember from the play, but the other one I remember is just really not okay. It's that that poor John is dead. That one there, as our hero of our tale tries to convince the antagonist, the bad guy of our tale, who I from memory don't remember what he actually did that was so wrong other than hit on this guy's girl. Like, to unalive himself in the barn. Like, there is a song about that, and we're supposed to walk away feeling good about it. It solves all our problems. That and I might be mixing up my musicals, but like I'm just a girl who can't say no. It's like I was a musical kid. Then I just need to like reattach this and create like a little bit of a buffer around one side. So finish off, reattach green. And I can't give any more information than that. We're going to slip stitch. I tried to roll away, but I didn't let it. And single crochet, and we'll maybe work 2 single crochet, and then we'll picot. Yeah, Mr. Bones gave Venonat a hat. He's a Venonat in a hat. Technically it's Coughing's hat, but it became Mr. Bones' hat for a really long time. You were in the play Oklahoma at 4 years old and 6 years old and 13 years old and 17 years old. And a few more times since then. Yeah, well, it's one of those, isn't it? It's like some of them did not hold up well. That doesn't mean they're not still fun. I'm sorry it's squeaking. It is what it is. I'm very, it's so funny because like I never noticed the squeaking, but now I'm just so hyper aware of it. It's actually giving me like this point of sensitivity to it. Where it's just like I feel bad every time it squeaks, whereas like before I didn't even hear it. Do I know any Indiana law? Don't call him Junior. He doesn't like it. Here, go on. Guys, hit me with your state's law. Let's try and educate me, as I won't know where you are, but I'll at least know something about you. If you'd said Idaho, I would have said potatoes. And I'm sorry for the lack of originality there. Let's see, I know that, I know Minnesota Vikings. I know, what is it, Green Bay Packers, Cheeseheads. I know a little NFL, a little bit. Yeah, it's a lot of tube work. Everything's tubes, exactly. Okay, we've made a leg. It's got the yellow bit. It's got the yellow bit. It's got some weights in it, so it's fairly stable at the moment. He's a stable bug. He's gonna be huge. He's gonna be absolutely massive. What am I doing? Questioning life as we know it. I think I need to stop and make another leg. I think I need to make both legs to be able to make the body. Okay, so WA is Washington. What's PNW? Sasquatch? Wisconsin! Jeez! And I do Minnesota. It's like I apologize for this. I have a Minnesotan accent. I can do, but to get into it, I have to be like, oh no, we're Nona. And then we're there, and we're Minnesotan. California themed food just means they add avocado. Oh, I would have, like, I go California and I immediately go that they're just bougie tacos. Like bougie food truck tacos. I could be wrong. Never been. It's like, I love pizza. All pizza is good pizza. There's no such thing as bad pizza. It's got that bread. It's got that cheese. It's okay by me. Washington State is Bigfoot. Okay. Does Missouri have literally anything? For the record, this isn't just Americans that I'm asking. I think we've got a very American crowd in at the moment, which is cool. But if you are feeling like you can't speak up because you're from somewhere else, feel free to educate me on your country or your state. Florida oranges come from China. Oh no. Everything really is made in China. Ah, PNW is Pacific Northwest. Okay, cool. As a Minnesota, okay, sorry. I'm sorry to the Minnesotans. Was I close? Is it close? I feel like it's pretty good. My Minnesotan accent. So it's great fun to do. Just like, I forget how close your states are. Like, you guys are piled on top of each other like, it takes, I think it's a couple of days to reach the WA state border here. So it's like, it's bizarre to me that you can like be in 5 different states at the same time. Every other time you say soda, you say a super long O sound. I think it's because you say like Minnesota. It's like, it's a soda. Yeah, see, soda isn't really a word over here. We call it soft drink. Yes, as opposed to like hard drinks, you know? If it helps, Scyther is 1.5 meters tall. Well, I mean, I guess we're still going small, but he's still going to be huge compared to everything else. Though, funnily enough, he might be in scale with the venonat we made earlier today. So, like, I guess that kind of works. Scale is relative. We'll decide it on a weekly basis. Your state has a high cow to human ratio. It's 4:1. That's awesome. You call it pop? Ah, okay, I get that. Like a can of pop sounds, I say that and it makes, it almost like redefines soft drink as like a candy to me, which is interesting and probably not wrong thinking. If you tell someone that you are from WA state, most people automatically assume you're from Seattle. Okay. There were a lot of orange groves when you moved here. Okay, I missed the first part of that. You literally say it just like, what, sorta? I tell you, it's the Minnesotan accent. I can't really do an American accent, like the generic American accent. I would insult both myself and all of you to try. I've shown off my Queenslander accent before, but I don't wish to, like, I don't do any of it with any intention to upset people. It's just it is what it is. Just doing my best. Oh, were these meant to be back loopies? I haven't been doing back loopies. Do I go back and do them as back loopies, or do I just see if it looks any different? No, we need to go back and do the back loopies. It's providing stability to the foot. It's important. Bah. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And we start again with some back loopies. Seattle, Western Washington, and Eastern Washington are not the same state, but they are. Okay, good. Is this one of those like nobody can pick on my brother but me type of things? Esodia soda. Oh, actually, you know what we call it? It's not necessarily even just soft drink. We call it cool drink. So if you want a can of cool drink, everyone over here will know what you mean. Nessie, haggis, sheep, Gaelic, Doric, Scots, English, islands, oh so many islands. Hello.
Hello. Speaking of weird ones,
Are we?
there are some places where they call everything Coke. And so like you have
Oh.
Coke, but like orange Coke or other, like Coke is the name for soda or soft drink or
Cool drink.
fizzy drink.
Fizzy drink, yes, that's another one.
But one that is the reversed, one that's similar to that is a lot of Americans call tissues Kleenex.
That's the brand name.
They call them Kleenex and we call them tissue.
Oh, Americans, do you know what lemonade is? The answer may surprise you. Sorry, I'm fascinated by the differences. I know we've talked about this before, but I really enjoy it. Oh, we've got some Canadians. Canadians showing up. Your grandparents call them cold drinks? Yeah, cold drinks, cool drinks, fizzy drinks. Los Angeles. I think it's now getting to the point you can turn the lights on enough to start crocheting without waking the hubby. We need to get you like one of those little neck glow rings or something. Is it Spokane or Spoken? We have a state rock. I love that. Technically, we have Ayers Rock, but I don't think it's a state rock. It's just something in the state of a stone. Lemonade is delicious. Lemonade is not fizzy. Lemonade is fizzy. Excellent. I knew I would sow dissent in the comments if I just asked what lemonade was. Go on. Define lemonade. I'll wait. Because there's a difference between lemonade and Sprite and Solo. And there's also lemon squash, but lemon squash and Solo are kind of the same thing. And what I think you guys refer to as lemonade, I would refer to as like a lemon cordial. Yes for lemonade because I described it last time. Yep, Brittany, sorry. I understand that we are rehashing some old areas. I love that Aussies call something a Barbie. Whole class was confused in school when we came across the sentence, I got invited to a Barbie. Yeah, just wait until you hear us talk about thongs, which are shoes. Soda was pop to you in Minnesota. Then you moved to New York for a year and no one knew what I was talking about, so I started calling it soda and never went back. Yeah. What is Solo? Solo is lemon squash. And lemon squash is Solo. No, I'm not trying to be obtuse. It's a fizzy drink that's very lemon flavored, but it's more lemony than Sprite. And Solo in particular is known for being slightly less carbonated, so you can just like knock it back. Very thirst quenching. It's tart. Spokane? Okay, sorry. My apologies. I'm learning. This is good. Leroy is growing one single crochet at a time. We are doing our best. Hey, shout out to New Zealand with the fizzy drinks. Solo is not quite as fizzy. Yes, that's exactly. Lemonade, lemon juice, some water and sugar is needed. Yeah, see, to me that sounds more like a lemon cordial. Like a Cotties. 1, 2, 3. Or a flavoured water, which is again different. Not an infused water, that's a little bit fancier. Means that the water is allowed to touch the flavourings, but not allowed to actually mingle with them. Pub squash is better, it's kind of the same thing. And Sprite is like a very, very sweet form of lemonade that has like lemon and lime flavouring in it. Whereas like lemonade itself is more just like, I don't know, very fizzy sugar juice. Lemonade is a drink that gives you heartburn. Good, it's good. It's good that we have relative definitions going on. Also better to know. It's way better to know what does and doesn't. Nobody likes surprise heartburn. Rose Rock pics in the YouTube Discord. Oh, I will have a look. All right, be calm. Tornado Kate is going to take a deep breath and I'm going to look at some rocks. They're not here. YouTube? Ah, rocks. Oh, they are very pretty. They look like yarn. They look like little balls of yarn. Root beer. I don't know if that's a thing over here. We do have coal beer, K-O-L-E. And ginger beer is absolutely a thing. In fact, you can make a really nice Christmas punch by mixing pine orange juice, which is just pineapple and orange juice, with ginger beer and lemonade. Squash? Pumpkins? Zucchini? No. Squash. Squash is lemon drink. Must be tiring to say all these comments. The more comments I read, the less original thoughts I have to have. So sometimes it's nice to get a break. I let you guys do the thinking and I just respond to it a little bit. But, you know, I like to think I'm providing a certain amount of value here. You love root beer. I don't know if I've ever had root beer. Again, I don't think it's a thing here. Oh, I hear the printer going. That's nerve-wracking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. We're up to 10, which means we're here. Cool. Sweet sarsaparilla. Again, I don't have a reference point for sarsaparilla other than it's something that cowboys drink. I think I might have seen it in like the, I don't know, the novelty section of the drinks aisle. You are calm? Okay. Caps are the best way to get my attention. Okay, I'm sorry. I was not trying to infer that you were not in fact calm. It's just suddenly you were shouting, look at the chat to me. And I'm doing my best. Be right back flying to Australia to give CK root beer. Okay, but you'll have to find me first. I'll keep my eye out for it. If you say it's good, might be good. All right, Dr. Pepper. I have to float this one out there. Dr. Pepper, I tried it as a kid and it tastes terrible. Whose idea was that? Who, like, do we have any like die-hard, like, I don't know, do you guys call yourself pepperheads? That feels like something that would be a thing. Neat. Mr. Bones, what mischief are you getting up to right now?
It involves me moving stuff behind you, so I'll need to wait for the next break.
Okay, all right, that's fine. We can do that. Sorry, I might have spoiled some sort of surprise. For the record, I often don't know what's going on until after he's done it. Hello. Be a manimum. Be a manimum? Die Hard Pepper. Okay, we're calling this. It is Pepperheads then. Dr. Pepper is a love-hate thing. There is no in between. Yeah, I just remember that there was a pizza place that was Eagle Boys, but I think it got bought out by Domino's. But Eagle Boys used to do pizza here in Australia, and at one point they didn't have either Pepsi or Coke as their option. They only had Dr. Pepper, and I just remember being absolutely like reviled at the taste, but I was only a child, and so like I didn't even know if I liked pizza at the time, and I think the jury has definitely come to a decision on that one. So, hello? Oh, sorry, you're doing things that I'm not paying enough attention. What do you need? Honey, let me pass this. Him. Oh, please be careful with him. He's just a baby. Sometimes I have to trust the process too. Him? Oh, I didn't see he got wings. Mr. Bones has been drinking his Red Bull. He's a fairy.
He would appreciate it if you didn't suspend him by his head.
Well, as his maker, I'll suspend him however I like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I'm down to 8. Cool. We're making progress. Sorry, guys. We are making progress. Sorry, Janice. The naming will be happening this stream, but Leroy will be one of the options, and we'll just see if it gets across the line. Right. I had a migraine and needed caffeine, ordered a Coke at Wendy's drive-thru, and they gave you root beer. Must have been the most rage you ever felt. Alrighty. The time has come to change to yellow. We're making progress. Oh, I just lost hearing in one of my ears. The pressure changed. Cherry as in glacé cherry or as in regular cherry? Cherry in general, no. Cherry in general is just a no from me. Too much cherry flavoured Panadol syrup growing up. Now I can't like it. I just can't like cherry flavoured things. Oh, except for dark cherry. Specifically dark cherry in a Black Forest cake. That stuff is good. Cola itself is a hodgepodge of things, but yeah, cola, it's like, first of all, Pepsi Max specifically is the superior cola. Fight me. Second of all, yeah, sometimes it it's so weird what you can like taste in cola sometimes, because sometimes it tastes fruity and sometimes it tastes like cinnamon and sometimes it tastes, just it tastes different depending on what you've had around it. Can glue it together but can't continue. Your wood piece for the needle of your wooden brooch just snapped. No! Seraphine, no! I'm so sorry. I don't know anything about wood crafting, so wood glue isn't an option? Your boyfriend is a pepperhead. Okay, I don't know if you guys are trolling me now, but I don't know if I invented pepperhead or if that is actually a word in the that's commonly used, and I'm feeling very exposed. No, Diet Coke, wrong. Wrong. Diet Coke is wrong. Mr. Bones, you worked so hard on that, but just to have no impact on the stream whatsoever. Real cherries are good, artificial can be off. But yeah, I don't mind the occasional cherry, but like if I'm eating some kind of berry like that, I'm probably going for a grape instead. Book person. Why is... Oh, do we got someone spamming in the chat? I have seen the name Mr. Spike. It has been added to the list by Mr. Bones, and which I'll get him to confirm for us. But we do not need to see it repeated too many times in the chat. I appreciate that I don't get to all comments all the time, and so like a little bit of spamming can get my attention sometimes, but we appreciate if you don't interrupt the flow of the general conversation. I invented Pepperhead. Oh dear. Next week, I try Dr. Pepper again live on stream as an adult. Diet Coke has an aftertaste. I agree. See, I used to be on the Diet Coke side of this, specifically Coke Zero side of this. And no, Pepsi Max is superior. It is. It is the superior drink. It is the superior beverage. Like, regular Pepsi is gross. Diet Pepsi, also revolting. Pepsi Max, specifically, is excellent, and I don't understand why any of the colas even exist. Diet Coke gives you the hiccups. Exactly, that too. Just another sin to add to its list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Current name list. Mr. Spike, Harvest, Edward Scytherhands. You forgot Leroy. Mr. Bones, please add Leroy to the list. It's alright, I'm on it. We're getting Leroy added. Mr. Bones does his best, and he does a very, very good job. And Leroy. Thank you, Mr. Bones. Used to be a Pepsi person, but then you went to a university with a contract with Pepsi and just got overexposed. Okay, you know what, that's valid. That's fair. Recently, I've developed a soft spot for anything blood orange flavored, and there is a difference between orange flavored and blood orange flavored. It's like, blood orange is like more tart. I don't know what it is. It's good though. That, and I also don't mind the occasional passion fruit concoction from after something a little bit sweeter. And pineapple flavoring will always be a good choice. I just like my sweet a little bit more sour. Can't stand diet drinks, they taste funny. Don't like the aftertaste. Yep, Pepsi Max is the only exception to that rule. You believe he should have, Mr. Bones should have a sword and shield to prepare him for the upcoming skeleton war. No, it's okay, he's armed with skelepathy. Pineapple is perfect, yes. Pineapple is amazing. What is Caterpie's name? His name's Caterpickle. You've never heard Pepperhead, but it's in your vocab now. Yeah, I think I did a thing. I gotta be careful. I gotta be so careful. Sometimes I say something and then I'm just like, oh no, did I just do a thing? And yeah, I did a thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12. Though I feel like the Pepsi group could also claim Pepperhead as their own. Mr. Bones does not use weapons of the mundane when it comes... Yeah, I told you, Mr. Bones doesn't need a weapon. He has skelepathy. Mother was addicted to Pepsi Max for years, literally had a mini fridge devoted to it, and your brother used to sneak them and get in so much trouble. Yeah, that's probably about the state I'm in with it. Go-to soda is sweet cream and vanilla Coke mixed together. Okay, that sounds like the liquid that remains after you've had an ice cream spider, which is tasty. Fresh raspberries can be sweet and tart too, so good. Yeah, raspberry is one of my favourite flavours. Raspberry is good. What did I do next? We're nearly finished this leg and then we'll move on to the next body part. Oh, I have to do an inverse because we've got a left leg and a right leg. So we'll do yellow 6, back loop only, and then we'll do back to green for 6, and then we'll go back to yellow for 3 decreases. Just got to swap the row around, and if I don't write notes down, I'll just be like making it up later, which isn't helpful to anyone. Oh yeah, sorry, a spider is yeah, you put a scoop of ice cream into a fizzy fizzy soft drink. I think you also know them as like floats, like I've only heard root beer float, but that's not really a thing over here. Over here, they're most commonly made with lemonade, I believe, but it wouldn't be unheard of to see them made with any kind of cola either. Yeah, ice cream float, that's what I thought. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this. The rotation of these legs isn't going to be perfect, but such is life. Spider sounds like what you would call a float. Yeah, I think they are the same thing. But at the end of that, you get to drink, like, it's soft drink with like semi-melted ice cream in it, and it's nice. For a while there, Pepsi was trying to convince people that they should just be adding, they're wrong, by the way, they should just be adding milk to Pepsi and that it tastes good, and no. No, don't do that. I mean, do it if you like it, of course, there's no wrong answers, but also don't do that. I will judge you if you do what Donnie Doe does. Here we go. Finishing off this second leg, and then I just got to add the little spikies to the top, and we can move on to, I guess we do the body next. I shouldn't be leaving the head till last, but the die is kind of cast now. So bad at note taking, I don't want to bother when I'm figuring it out, and then I wish I did after. Yeah, it's a discipline thing for sure. I have to stop and like force myself, and it's Patreon. It's Patreon that does it for me. It's like the couple of times I let myself be lazy is the time that my patrons will be like super enthusiastic about maybe getting the notes, and I don't like to disappoint people. So these days I make it a point to like write it down as much as possible. Dr. Pepper tried to get people to drink it hot? No! Though I have heard, okay, I should do my research before I talk about this, but so Coke is designed to be served at a very specific temperature, right? That's why at McDonald's they have to get literally people from the Coca-Cola company to install their fountain drinks and monitor to make sure that their liquids are mixed at a certain temperature and served at a very specific temperature. There's also a bunch of science that's gone into the straws at McDonald's, well, the original plastic ones, I don't know with the paper ones, to make sure that they're a certain specific width, because apparently the beverage tastes better at that width. And so that's why Coke tastes different depending on whether or not it's been refrigerated to a certain temperature or whether or not it is room temperature. So then Pepsi came along as a competitor and they tried to invent a drink that tastes the way Coke tastes cold when it's room temperature. And I don't know if that was deliberate or not, but there was a bunch of food science that went into that. And that's why the two drinks intrinsically taste different. It's because Coke is designed to be drunk at a specific temperature and Pepsi was designed to taste like Coke does at that specific temperature when it's not at that specific temperature. And therein lies the intrinsic difference between the two. So yeah, the more you know. If you're making a float, you do ice cream first with the soft drink on top. Yeah, that's what you do. And then you pour the soft drink in and then you like eat the foam and you pour more soft drink in, you eat the foam and you pour more soft drink in until you finally end up with the right ratio of liquid and mass. Oh, hi Nat! We are doing a humanoid today. But we are also just doing our best. I have made legs so far and I'm going to do something really fun with those legs in a second. So I'm glad you showed up in time for it. Because you may notice something kind of fun about the colour scheme of these legs. They might remind you of something. Coca-Cola's older than refrigeration. Pepsi came around after refrigeration. I could be wrong. Or maybe I just have my brands around the wrong way as well. Oh, I forgot to turn my phone to silent. Now I'm buzzing.
I don't know why, but I got this funny thought in my head.
Okay.
What? Caterpillar is evolving? And like you're expecting a
Stick the
metaphor?
legs onto the caterpillar. I'm gonna do it. Don't get there before I'm there. Like, shh, guys, it's a secret.
And then just suddenly, like, the caterpillar is evolving, suddenly Scyther pops out and then just starts butchering everyone.
No! Caterpillar's a nice bug.
Not if he evolves to have knives for hands.
He's not evolving for knives. He's going to evolve
He
legs.
has one way to interact with the world, and it is death.
No. Look at this. Ready? It's going to be funny. Caterpillar hath evolved.
He's like a T-Rex. He has these tiny little hands. He's him holding a leaf.
I've been waiting on doing this punchline reveal for about an hour. He throws his... Oh, okay, hang on. He throws his hands up in the air sometimes.
I want a caterpillar with long legs.
Ah. It's a caterpillar on the move. Okay. I did remember to put the weights in, I can tell. Alright. One of them doesn't stand up though, which is weird.
For Caterpillosaurus, you may need to hold him side on the canvas so people can see what we can see.
Oh, maybe. I did show off quite a bit, but you may not have been at your computer at the time.
Yes, no, because I was here.
Yeah. I'm glad you guys appreciate the caterpillar saw. Reminds you of playing Spore? Totally! That creature generation phase. Mountain Dew used to be served in a glass bottle. On the front of the bottle there used to be a barefoot hillbilly. That's so funny. Caterpillar. Okay, so I've put the same weights in the same leg, but one of them... Oh no, they're both standing now. One of them's distinctly more stable than the other, and that's very strange. But I guess it just goes to show that I must have pulled the stitches tighter on one than the other. That's fine. He's fine. It's fine. It's not betrayal at the highest order. Where's Marauder Cat? What did they say? I want to know what the joke is. I want to be part of the joke. Playing Spore. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we've got legs. We've done leggies. So now I think we might do the body. Maybe it's body time. Is it peanut butter body time? Peanut butter body time. Peanut butter body.
KMI. I crochet your spore creature.
Oh, that's kind of a deep cut.
Turn people's spore creatures into a crochet pattern. You even take like some of the parts, just be like.
Some of those are nightmare creations, but they're all easy shapes, so I could totally do it.
Some of the original shapes, though, you can just be like, okay, this is how you crochet this particular leg. This is how you crochet this particular arm, because there are a limited amount of pieces that you have. And so, if you could translate how to do each of the pieces into its own pattern, then you could have like one big bulk pattern for a bunch of the different stuff, and be like, you can now translate your creature into a pattern by scaling up and down pieces.
Sorry, something funny's happening in chat. Seraphine, I have seen the wooden brooch. The chicken looks incredible. I'm really sorry that the wooden pin snapped, but it's good to know that you will be able to like glue it back together. Yeah, I think I see how it works. I also just think it's really cool that you're making it yourself. Might have to... My nail's gone funny. I just have to cut it off real quick. Okay. We're back. We're good. Do you mind explaining how I would do the wings and arms? You'd be very much interested in see how I would approach it. Oh yeah, that's fine. I'm going to approach them the way I do leaves, if you've ever seen me talk about that. It's not a piece that I really want to skip ahead to make, just because I wanted to make the body next, but what I would usually do is I will draw them to scale, so the wing is nice and easy. The wing is like what? Maybe this? Maybe that shape? And then I'm going to base chain along the back. So this will be however many chains. You know what? Stuff it. We're just going to do it. All right, we're skipping ahead to the wings, folks. So I'm going to just chain until I have a chain that's as long as I want the wing to be. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, and 12. That's 12. Which is not quite long enough yet, so we're going to do 13 and then a turning chain. So see that? We've just made a base chain that's as long as the curve of our to scale drawing. And then I know I need to put 13 stitches of different heights along this to create this curve. And so I usually start with just like a normal single crochet just to get the point going. If I want something really pointy, sometimes we do a slip stitch and then a single crochet. Don't think we're going to do that today. So we'll do it like a single crochet and then like a half double. I'll start writing this down. Chain 14 and turn, and we're going to single crochet, half double, double, treble. It looks like we're getting quite long with some of these stitches as well. Let's just learn by doing, shall we? So single crochet, half double, and then a double. So that's kind of the start of our wing. We do need to proceed up into a treble. Line it up. And I think I can do 2 trebles in a row. So we'll do 2 trebles then. And you just like build it. 1 stitch at a time. And because you've drawn something to scale, it's just like every single stitch, you just hold it up to your drawing and you just see if it's working or if it's not. So, treble is good, but I think we do need to go slightly wider, so I am going to proceed to the double trebles. And I'm going to guess that there'll be 3 of those, but we'll see. Okay, so that's 2 of them. And I was wrong. It's only going to be 2 of them, and then I'm going to go back to treble. So I'll probably go treble, treble, double, double, half double, single. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's my stitch count. Okay, so that's treble. So this is the wing, in case anyone was lost as to the abrupt pivot. Somebody asked the approach I was going to take for the wings and the claws. I'm going to do the claws similarly, but they are a slightly different shape. Just the wing was an easier example to illustrate the process. So then I'm just going to single crochet, like so. So there's the base of our wing. And while like he has 1 wing here, you can, oh sorry, he's got a double wing. So he's got 1 without the green and then 1 with the green. And I can tell from this little one up the top here that they aren't green at the back. So this is going to be his large wing. So I'm going to grab some of my green and we're going to finish it off by working at the back of the chain, and we're just going to stitch down the back of the chain. I could use slip stitches for that, but I'll probably use single crochet so they look the same from both sides. And finish off this cream here. And if I'm feeling tricky enough, which sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not, I'm going to start at the tip, but I'm going to work over the tail as I go, so that tail ends up all tucked in nicely. We'll get our first one going. Line that tail up down the top of the wing, and we'll just single crochet down it. 1, 2, 3. Now, slip stitches would have looked smaller and thus like a little bit nicer, but they also would have had a right side and a wrong side, which doesn't work for a wing that's going to be viewed from both directions. There we go, all the way back to the base. So that's how I'm going to approach the wings. And that's what I mean when I say that when you break this guy down into pieces, they're not really overly complicated. I think that his head is going to be the hardest piece, but just there like that. Wing. So that's his wing done. Finish off. Reattach that tip. And we're going to go. I'm going to suggest that in future that we start with a slip stitch. I'm not going to redo this one here, but I think a slip stitch at the end will give us a slight point to it. Whereas he's just going to have one blunt wing and I'm fine with it. 12 single crochet, that's green. And finish off. Cool, that's the wing. 1, and then wing 2 is going to be a smaller version of the same thing again. So it gives you some idea of how big this fellow is going to be, which is quite large. What is my hook size? It is a 3.5mm hook, which is also known as a size E or a size 4, which is not the same as a 4mm. Hang on, I've got a 4mm here that'll illustrate the difference. So this is a 4mm, this is a size 4. Funnily, well, that's a 4.25 technically, but you get the point. You get the point. Displace a Beast is a big 6-legged cat. Yes, I've gotten requests to do Displace a Beast before. I keep wanting to, but I don't know what it is. It's like when I think of D&D and I think of my beloved creatures from D&D, I think of 3 things. Those are mimics, those are owlbears, and just dragons in all of their forms. And so like, while there is normally enough love to go around, in general, whenever I'm thinking about D&D creatures I want to make, it's always one of those 3 things. They capture my imagination the best. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What's up, honey? 11, 12.
The problem with making a Displace a Beast kitten is just as you're about to finish, it's gone.
No, that's a blink puppy.
I think Displace a Beasts do that as well.
I think they change shape. I think blink puppies are the ones that teleport.
I thought they displaced. Yeah.
I could be wrong. Still funny. You think the hook is just helping to host? Guys, I'm sorry that the hook is making sounds. Yeah. If you've ever wondered why I sometimes have obnoxious audio in my videos, it's because I'm covering up things like hook squeaking and sirens. Yep, you can absolutely add wire along the wings. I would do it as I did the backing. You just stitch over the top of it the same way I did the tail. But this is going to hold its shape in terms of what we're doing here just fine, particularly as a big couple of rows of it are going to actually be sewn on, which will give it enough rigidity for what I'm doing with it. You should, of course, make your own choices based on what your Scyther is going to be doing, or what your wing is going to be having to put up with. In general, I do try to avoid internal armatures on a lot of my stuff, even though I think a lot of the time that it could technically improve what I'm making, because I think that it provides a barrier of entry to people, and I very much don't want to spook people off on the idea of they have to use wire for something. It's like, no, in general they'll hold together fine without the wire, but the wire can improve it. But I think that it's a lot more accessible if you can just make it in yarn. That's why I also avoid things like magnets. I try to avoid things that are gonna scare people or intimidate people. Meant that genuinely sorry. Sorry, I'm assuming that apology's not for me, but if it was, it's fine. It's not that the hook, it's squeaking. It's Mr. Bones making kissy noises out of camera view. Kylie and Darwin, you have no idea how often that's a thing. Okay, so I'm starting with a slip stitch this time, like I said. I think is a better idea. You'll see. It'll be a superior wing, but I'm not redoing the first one. Cute. And yeah, you could just literally be working over the wire here. It'll be fine. We like the squeak. I'm glad you like the squeak. I don't know. I'll admit that I've developed a little bit of a sore spot for it because it's just like it's something that's so far outside of my control right now, or it feels that way. Hydrate. I should hydrate. It has been a while. It's not the hook that's squeaking, it's the mice making CK's ball gown in the background. I like this lore. You guys keep developing this lore. There we go. See what I mean? Just starting with the slip stitch instead. And I think I started one stitch over. It's the difference it makes. So this is clearly the superior wing, but this wing is also fine. Okay, so we've done a big wing for each side of our fellow. He has legs and wings. What next? Do we want to do the small wing next to go with it? It's about, oh, it's thinner. Smaller at the top and it's bigger at the bottom. There you go. Just because I drew it over the top to get it to scale. So wing 1, and I'm going to start the notes for wing 2. We're going to chain a bunch, and then single crochet, half double crochet, DC, and triple. We don't need green for this one, we just need cream for this one. You never hear the squeak? Yes, I don't hear the squeak either. It's fine. Let's talk about something else. I appreciate all of you trying to make me feel better about it. I'm too sensitive to be on the internet sometimes. That's all it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. All right, and a turning chain. So we have 9 stitches to work in this time, and we'll start the same way to get the same point on the end of it. So that'll be a single. Oh, careful, don't drop a loop. A half double. A double. There, thank you. Ooh, and we might even double again and then treble. I probably could have half doubled again, but I did want to like start the point out the same way, get that angle looking the same. That's not the right stitch, brain, come on. There we go. And now we'll treble. Have hook will treble. Treble, treble, double, half, single. Yep. Good morning, Idle Wildly. Happy time zone to you as well. They're just making some Scythery wings. in an attempt to avoid doing any of the actual hard pieces. Yeah, it's a good wing shape. It's one of those things where like I will succeed at as many pieces as I can on stream, and if we reach a point where I feel like I'm failing a lot with them, I will we'll cut away and we'll start a different one. Ida Wildly, if it helps you at all, I will tell you that we don't have any dropped frames and the bitrate is still strong on my end, so it's likely an internet issue for you, I'm afraid. You're working on many dinos. That is the correct number of dinos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sorry for the fidgeting, my butt just started going numb. So now I'm just like, eh. Geese? What? New conspiracy theory, Mr. Bones is actually a dino skeleton and is on the run from archaeologists. Shh! We've been working really hard to keep him safe. That's why he doesn't appear on camera. Video idea brainstorm. Okay, we'll head on over. Oh, I've been tagged in something even. Loot, what are you doing? No! No! What are you... No! Okay, I was about to say I'm not okay. I don't know if you're okay. I'm clicking away now.
Wanted to see the reaction firsthand.
Bad internet. Don't do that anymore. You don't know either? No, sorry, just... I understand that my tone is probably coming across. I'm tickled that you've made that. I also think it might be my new sleep paralysis demon. Standing in the corner of the room at night. Sorry, we are referring to something that is currently happening on Discord. There is often a little bit of interplay on the stream with it. There's a link to it in the description down below. It's not paywalled or anything. There we go. We have wings for the beast. The winged beast. You remember making it, but not why or how. It's honestly amazing. Yeah. It's incredibly disturbing, but it's got something. All right, this is just a full-sized freaking thing at this point. His body is going to be like this big, and then he's going to have arms and a head. He's huge. This is unacceptable. How wide do we think that top section is? Am I building... Oh, it's not really shoulders that are this wide, really. He's kind of more narrow than that. Maybe I'll just start it off in one colour. And I'll carry it on in green and we'll stitch those lines on afterwards. I think that could work. Body. We're going to start in yellow and we're going to work up a couple of rows in just our yellow. Don't know why I got that little scrappy piece lying around. I don't know what I'm doing there. There we go. And we're going to try and go back to being an Australian. There we go. Tiny waist. I don't know if we're going to do tiny waist or not. In some of the pictures, I believe it is the female version of Scyther, I can get away without doing a tiny waist. You request to get a Patu pattern so that each of us can make our paralysis demon. I'll think about it. I want to do a good Patu, and that one there fragmented into about 6 different directions. But he's still in a box. You've had enough? All your technology is old, it needs updating because it won't let you book a hotel, won't let you watch YouTube, won't let you play D&D, but you're not made of money. Oh, I'm sorry, Coletti Spaghetti, that's rough. If it helps, I recently had to help a parent of mine update their phone, because even though they bought their phone just a couple of years ago, our major phone network over here is turning off 3G, and the phone was no longer going to work. Even though the phone was new to him, I had to explain that the phone is no longer new enough. Yeah, technology, man. It'll get ya. So just weight in the butt to offset sticky outy arms. Yeah, he's going to be one of the, like in a floppy little doll sitting position, I think. I do not believe our boy can stand. You just want the Patu hand puppet? Yeah, well, see, I was just trying to make a little Patu to sit on a shelf and judge us, and with the mouth that you could have open or shut, depending on your mood. Like, it's one of those like little go away signs for a desk at work, but it didn't turn out that way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12. Got a wee bit out of hand, and then it just sort of got away from me a little bit. Again, another. Playing risky games here. You can always pretend that the real paralysis demon is just crocheted. Yeah, that works. Hi, Carrie. All right. So I'm kind of starting with the bib. Possessed by the demon of a Russian babushka? Not that I'm aware of. Where did Mr. Bones go? Is he behind my head? No. I'm not sure where Mr. Bones came and took Mr. Bones away. But as soon as I go on break, I'm sure he'll be back in a new and more interesting position. I genuinely have nothing to do with that part of the stream. That's just my love for sowing a little bit of chaos where he can. Oh yes, he has an entire little fresca he wants to set up. So you guys can keep an eye out for that after the next break. He flew away, yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay. So, okay. All right, okay. Get psyched with me, everybody. We're getting pumped. Okay. This is going to be okay. It's going to be okay. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Yeah. Thank you, honey. I don't know if it's going to be okay. We're gonna do 6 front post single crochet, 6 back loop only single crochet, and then 6 front post single crochet again, all in our green. I think that's gonna give us the shaping we want. I think I need a hug. Not right now. You can wait until break. I might need a hug.
You've got this.
Thank you.
You are the process.
I am.
Trust the process.
I
Which
don't.
is you, so trust yourself.
It's fine.
You've got this.
Yeah.
Let me see your war face. Perfect.
Thank you.
Do I need to make you smile more?
No, it worked.
You're good?
I'm fine.
Excellent.
Yeah. I'm appreciating everyone in the chat that's just okaying with me. Like, okay. Stealth pat.
Whereabouts?
Good luck finding them. They're in my sewing box, honey. Where do you think? Yeah. I'll help you on break. You're never finding them. You're currently working on making a flower version of my mushroom dragon. Oh, I love that. Is it like got a sunflower for a head? Or maybe like a rose of some kind? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bought a book of bird patterns and didn't notice before I did how many of the patterns were just sewn on shapes rather than color changes. Yeah. I have noticed that as a thing, and I'm not the biggest fan. Like, I see it sometimes in my industry where somebody will make a really good shape, but then they'll sell 50 different versions of that same shape, just with different colors used. And I don't get it. Yeah. But, we're all just trying to find our way, I suppose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I suppose I'm probably not free of that either. I just don't have as much of a critical eye when it comes to my own stuff. Should get my own house in order before criticizing others. Now I have to do some actual shaping. That's always fun on camera. 2 single crochet, and then I'm going to build out the shoulders on either side. We're going to draw a little shape. We're going to do this thing. We're going to do the thing where I draw the shape. So we've got 6, 6, and 6. So we'll go that, and it needs to be relatively flat at the front and back. So that can be 2. That can be 2. That's 6. And then on this side, we still have 2 stitches left. And I can still go, I could do 3 and then 1, and then 3 and then 1. Then it's 2, 3 increases. And that might actually just get the job done. Because I don't need to go out very wide, I just need to go out a little wide. Maybe I don't need to go out at all. No, I need to go out a little bit. He's hip-tastic, but he's not that hip-tastic. Aren't we all? And 2 single crochet, and good. This will get us up to 30 stitches in our round, which is a very large bug. So, okay, you're making up the flower. It's a sunflower inspired, but the petals are lavender. See, I love that, uniquely Sarah. I love it. That something is like nature inspired, but you're not trying to hold yourself to create something realistically. Just like, great. That is entirely in the spirit of both the mushroom dragon and the recent canvas things that I've been doing. It makes number big, I guess. It does. Sending hugs. Thank you, Rainstorm. I appreciate that. That said, if any of you ever actually tried to touch me in real life, I would probably cry. Making better now? You have another hug. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for the spiritual hugs. I promise that I am pulling myself together. You're going to lurk and resume the work on the hat? That's not a bad idea. That's where the increases go, so that's another single crochet. See, I'm hearing it now. Nadirian Faye, are you all right? Hi.
Hello. I just wanted to remind you, you're doing a big Pokemon. And so if you wanted to take a break partway through, because you usually take a break at the end of a Pokemon.
I do.
Whereas like if you do need to take a break at some point, you could take one partway through this one because it's bigger. So I just thought I'd remind you or let you know.
You're wrong. You're right. You're right. Okay, I think that's to scale. I appreciate everybody who is lurking. Like, that's okay too. You're allowed to lurk. I am a lurker for all streams I participate in. Oops, yep, you're okay. There's just a 2-year-old and you're like, well, that's okay. I was just checking. Also lurking because you're trying to find a pattern, but apparently your folders are poorly organized, so now you're distracted doing that. Oh, I love that. The quest to start a new project, just to accidentally into an organizational task instead. Yeah, I feel that one. All right, I'm gonna just work 30 single crochet around for a little while. Should be a nice little chill out. I'll probably have a little bit of a break soon, just because, as mentioned, my butt is going a little bit numb. Not that you guys need butt updates, but it's going a little bit numb. That is not a good sentence. What did I say? Virtual hugs for relative strangers are better than real ones for the general population. Yeah. Please ignore my passive-aggressive. I love the notion of a passive-aggressive period. Generally lurker, but you like it here. I'm glad that you like it here. I'll admit that I consume certain live streams, but normally they're just as replays because nobody streams when I'm awake or when I actually need something to watch. So I just inevitably end up watching the replays. So when I do actually catch a live, I don't know how to participate in a chat, which I think wouldn't be an issue given the fact that I stream every week, and so I have some experience with what a chat looks like now, but it's just, no, they're very different experiences. You guys are professionals, right? You're highly skilled at participating in a chat, and I'm not. None butt pic. There will not be butt pics of my butt. I'm currently working on a Pikachu for your incredibly Pikachu-obsessed 4-year-old. See, Pikachu is a great Pokemon for a 4-year-old to be obsessed with. Heading to bed, have work in the morning. Night, Raven Wolf, thanks for hanging out. Only lurking as you shove chocolate spread toast with banana slices in your gob. Oh, that sounds good. Is it like Nutella? Live streams are part of your weekly? Good. Good. Yeah, I found that live streams are really good background noise, but if I need something less active as background noise, I inevitably turn to my D&D podcasts. 90% sure you're doing a puff stitch wrong, but can't be bothered Googling to make sure. Yeah, that's everybody trying to do any kind of puff stitch, to the point now whenever I tell people to do a puff stitch in a pattern, I just say use whatever bobble or cluster or puff or popcorn or whatever stitch you're comfortable with, as long as it takes up one stitch and uses one stitch. And produces one stitch. It's all the same. Cadbury chocolate spread, I didn't know that was a thing. I might actually be able to eat that. I can't eat Nutella. Everyone streams when you're trying to hang out with your partner who prefers VODs. Yeah, see, exactly. And I also think that there's like a certain pressure when you're watching something live to like keep up, and so you can't like step away or whatever. Whereas like when you're watching a VOD, you can just either leave it running in the background or pause it, and there's not that inherent pressure of needing to be like up with the live people. That said, I'm not trying to talk any of you out of staying here now. Please stay and keep me company. But in general, you know, in general. Someone's tagged me in something and I don't know where. Got a little notification on Discord. Doing puff stitches in the shawl, so much concentration. Yeah, I can see that. Plus maintaining the tension for a puff stitch is a bit of a pain. Bought it for making cupcakes at work, but your boss is allergic to nuts, so no so it is a hazelnut spread, dang. You've been leaving the Pokemon World Championships on in the background, it's good stuff. Yeah. This is your first ever stream chat. Well, you're doing great, Lindzilla. It's a nice gentle one, I think, because everyone here is very nice to one another, which is a good thing. And somebody might comment, no, that's talking about hook squeaking again, and we're not starting that subject again. Yeah, okay, we're working up the body. Once, I don't know, I might stop for a little bit of a meal break halfway through Scyther, which I'm sorry to do. I'd like to come back on a vote, but this might not be how this one works today, because I'm getting snacky. You very much like it here? Well, that's good. You're normally a lurker, but CK and Skein Spider Discord and YouTube, you feel like you can contribute. Well, that's great, Flushed Phoenix. Yeah. By the way, anybody who watches Skein Spider should be leaving lots of comments at the moment and using her patterns. She's having to step away for her health at the moment. Hopefully she will not be gone for long, but in the meantime you can support her by continuing to watch her videos, at least until she gets back, and keep that channel warm for her.
Send her lots of love.
Yeah.
Love is always lovely to receive. And it always matters. Anyway, since you're going away for a break, and you usually put up a poll on your break.
I do.
You could put up a different poll on your break.
What poll should I put up on my break, love?
I don't know. Guys, in chat, what poll should we put up on the break? What question do you want to ask the crochet community?
I think you really want to put up your new little scene, and you really want me to go on break so that you can.
No, I can put it up anytime I like. I already got the laugh from you, and that's what I was in it for. But yeah, like if people will have good ideas, and like I want to see those good ideas, and I'll pick the best one, and we can make that into a poll for the break. And if no one does any, I'll just feel very awkward and like, wow, everyone thought my idea was stupid.
Oh.
Because I didn't have them.
No. Your cat is laying in your clean basket of clothes at the moment, then those clothes are no longer clean. They are now cat clothing. Welcome to the Sisyphean task of the never-ending pile of laundry. Okay, the drift has gotten me a little bit, but I would like to start closing off my sides. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Whew, hungry. What Pokemon should get swapped into View? Oh, yeah, true. But you guys will need to suggest some options. Or how about which Pokemon do you guys think you could take in a fight? It's always really interesting and revealing to see what people say to that one there.
Yes.
Yeah. Like so. Why my phone been buzzing? Oh, that's okay. It can buzz for that reason. I will turn that buzz off at some point. What random stump should finish off the patoo? Sorry guys, silent stream. Silent stream is a stream crime. Yeah, I think it's time to take a break. I think it's time to take a break and get some food. This is going to be a 5 or 10 minute break. Feel free to discuss in the chat which Pokemon, first of all, the ones you want to see on screen. Mr. Bones will monitor and let me know who they are. But let me know who you think you can take in a fight as well. I'm also very interested in that. So I'm going to throw to the break song. Be prepared to hear it twice. And then I'll come back and we will finish off Scyther. And I feel like we'll start a third one. I do. but we'll see how we feel when we actually finish Scyther. So I'll be back soon. Physically, I could fight a seal, but emotionally, imagine the toll. That and I think I could punt a Togepi have to be my two favourite statements to come out of this whole thing. I was back a little bit early. I'm scrolling back up. Julia thinks that they could take on a Sudowoodo and he would deserve it. That's a rock type. That's ballsy. You might be able to... Hoopy may be able to take on Psyduck. It might be because it's one of the 7 Pokemon they know the name of. We don't have a sushi train for the Pokemon to display, I'm afraid. You want a YouTube short showing all of the Mons I've made so far? Yeah, I could probably do that. You feel like you could take on Ariados? Phew, that's a big ask. Anyway, I'm glad that kept you all entertained. Well, I got some feeling back into my legs. Hopefully you all grabbed a drink while I was away. And that you're all ready to go again. So we're going to finish off this body piece. I'm just going to stuff the first chunk of it. Yes, Mr. Bones' contribution to the stream are highly, highly valued. Yeah. So, yeah, closing off the bottom of this, I think, is the next point of order. I should be down to 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yes, I am. I am down to 18. Haha. Sorry, it took me a second to work out how to get from 18 down to 12. But I found it. I found it on the underside of my eyebrows. You like the yellowy colour? Oh, great. That's good, because there was there was some choices being made, but I think we're doing okay so far. So yeah, I'm going to close this off as much as I can. Jesus, I've come back and you were squeakier than ever. Right, so this is going to get us down to 12. And then I have another decision to make as to whether or not we do a little exposed midriff or if we go straight into his booty. Yeah, Ariados is a massive spider. Like, massive. You're not fighting that, you're passing away on the spot. Oh, night, Rachel. Thanks for hanging out. What you are seeing behind me is a speech bubble that says, "Is this butterfree?" Hold on. I got something for this. Sorry guys, bear with me 1 second. We're doing a thing. No, don't do that. There we go. There we go. There's a close-up of it in the Discord. Mr. Bones puts a lot of effort into these little bits. My hair is caught in my necklace. There we go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and they deserve your appreciation. Tiny waist. Tiny waist. Tiny waist. He will bring honor to us all. But, tiny waist. Yep, venonat and Scyther are the two that we have done so far today. The theme is, what is that buzzing sound? Because thankfully there is no fly as of yet that has attacked us today, which we appreciate. There we go. I went down to 8. I'm not going any smaller than 8. 8 is plenty small enough. Just ordered McDonald's at 3 AM. I love good choices when I see them. Okay, now I'm going to front post. He's not going to have much of a waist, and it's not getting any smaller than this. But there's the waist. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Cool, that's the 8. Man, y'all are making me want fried chicken. I want some chicken. And there we go.
Red Rooster / KFC for dinner.
We could sweeten that. That sounds pretty good.
Oh.
Yeah, it's quite. I think we need a spine for our Scyther. I think we might need a bolt. I think it's time to break out the bolts. Come here, bolts. Now, how much of a backbone is the question? Okay.
Do you want light backbone? Considering it's going to be raised.
More of a structured backbone, yeah.
Yep. How long?
Or if you pass it, I will mark it. Stick. I've done like a tick on one side and across on
both halves.
It's pretty much in half. Just pretty much in half will do the trick. All right, we are engineering a spine, which is funny because I'm pretty sure he's a, what, like a macro, or like an invertebrate? Is it an invertebrate that has an exoskeleton? What was in the last stream? Question was asked. I will answer it if I see the question again. Good night, everybody who went to bed while I wasn't looking. Ponytail was the last stream, which was not last week. It was technically the week before. But we named her Napalm, which is a very funny joke. Alrighty. Let's see. Then I did yellow, 8 front post. And then I just did regular 8 single crochet. And now I'm changing back to my green, and we're going to give him that hip. The hip. You got that hippie, hippie shake. The ra-cha-cha-cha. There we go. We're going to do front front post around to just re-establish our colour dominance. 1, 2, 3. 4. 5. 6. 7 and 8. Okay, now I need to work out where my sides are. There's the tiny waist for everybody wanting the tiny waist. I've given him a very, very large top. His top is meant to be smaller than that, and when he adds shoulders, it's going to be even bigger, but I'm too far gone to go back and change it, so it is what it is. We've moved on from pumpkins to yip yips. His Scyther is snatched. Oh, good. So you voted for brushed, but well, I mean, we don't need any admissions of wrong, but like, yeah, it just sort of happened that way. I know that 90% of you voted that I brush out the flames on Ponyta, and I ended up making an executive decision to stitch them. And yeah, I'm glad that I did. My love?
Smoothed out so it's not going to be rough and catch on the stuff.
Stick!
But also Q-tip for size comparison, because other people may want to crochet this later. They may use this video for reference. So you can use a Q-tip instead.
There's a Q-tip.
Or as we call them, earbuds, but you're not allowed to call them earbuds anymore, because if you use it for an earbud and die, it's out.
These aren't supposed to go in your ears. But we all do it, right? Okay. Stick. Sticky, sticky, stick, stick. There's my Scythery spine to add a little bit of structure in there. And he'll be sitting. You know what? I think you're gonna be cute. All right, I'm trying to add some hippy, hippy, hip hips now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we are. So I'm going to do some aggressive increasing on each side of the body, which apparently isn't there. My love, would you mind turning that extractor fan off? Thank you. I've forgotten how to crochet. No, there we go. Yep, 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 yep. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I'm a big fan of the yip yips. They were a big part of my Muppet upbringing. This wasn't an accidental metapodding. This was kind of an almost very intentional metapodding. But nonetheless, it happened. All right, we're building out his booty. What's up, my love? You just vibing? And 3 increases. This is going to be very aggressive. 9, 10, 11, 12. It's going to get us up to... That doesn't seem right. No, it's going to get us up to 18. There we are. That is more right. See, the math wasn't mathing till I made the math, and now the math is mathing because I made the math. Did we end up naming venonat? We did. We named him Moth. M-O-F-F. His name is Moth. Because he's just a little guy. My mup bringing? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. The Muppet Show was just, it was good. Like, I understand that they've remade a whole bunch of it now. I watched a little bit of it. Some of it was funny. It hits different. The Swedish Chef was iconic in his day. The Muppet Treasure Island is still my favorite Christmas movie. And it's just, there is joy to be found in puppets. Yep. Okay. Hips. But do they lie? Tell me the truth. I think they need to be one size bigger again. I don't think we're quite at... Are they? No, I think that we can probably... I think that's probably enough. Maybe? Maybe? I don't know. We're more hippie? Happy time zone, Snot Puppy. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Yep. 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 I'm all tangled up. Getting how to do things. Your rings. Board. Swedish Chef, or my attempt at the Swedish Chef. What's really fun is every year, Mr. Bones and I inevitably end up singing Christmas carols as the Swedish Chef, which is just really fun because you're just making a bunch of vaguely Nordic noise. I think I do need to go wider on these hips. I don't think they lie, but I think they have some explaining to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 8. Ugh. Bigger! Exactly. More hips. He does have a very Charizard head. He doesn't have any head at all at the moment, but he will have a Charizard-ish head, I think. You may note that I'm leaving the head till last, and that's because if I don't get it right the first time, we're just going to move on and I'll tackle it off stream. There's just a lot going on with that head, and I don't know if my first approach is going to nail it right off the bat. And I'm allowed to experience a little self-doubt every now and then. All of us do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. We do some more increases, and this is as wide as this booty is going. There are rules. Front loop only, half double color change. What? Well, don't get me started on the manamanas. Is that back at the start? Doesn't look like the start, but I guess it's the start. Alright, that's as hippie as he's getting. He's got a little snatched waist and he's got his big booty. Big booty bugs. So we're gonna do some single crochet rows. Probably 3. I don't want him, I don't know. I don't want this butt getting this big. Not that there's anything wrong with a comfortable seat, but like, there's a lot of butt. A lot of butt. Swedish Chef do not have Nordic sounds. He just has sounds made by a non-Nordic. Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. Sorry, I was not in any way. I just meant like vaguely Swedish Chef sounds. Check the YouTube Discord, not shouting, just trying to get you to see it. See, what's fun about that, Tornado Kate, is that I've seen that, but I'm not clicking on that. I see I've been tagged in something. You're just gonna have to wait. He's sitting. He is sitting though. Mr. Bones, you were right, the fries do be hitting. Yeah. Those fresh fries. That's why okay, one of the hacks for if you are going to fast food places and they have the fry that they normally sell and then they've got a fry that's not as normal. Normally over here at the moment it's like the sweet potato fry. It's like a specialty fry. If you get the sweet potato fries, They make them fresh. If you get the regular fries, you're kind of flipping a coin as to whether or not they've been sitting there for the last 3 hours. Sometimes it's worth the extra buck. Pikachu was done in part 12. He was indeed. Oh, I didn't know it was part 12, but we've definitely done Pikachu before. Oh, and I'm sorry if anybody made any requests for ones that they wanted to see on screen. I didn't see any of that. I just saw people talking about if they could punt a Togepi or not. I might actually end up removing the stick just because of a trick that we can do. And I'll show you that trick in just a second. It's the joy of having narrow pinch points between your pieces, is that they tend to not be able to support their own weight, but you can do more interesting poses with them. This butt got big, guys. I think you steered me wrong with the big booty. If we loosen him up a little bit, we can have him, we can bend him at that pivot point. And so I can have his butt sticking out the back. Yeah, you were mostly talking about attacking Pokemon. I wondered if you might. Alright, then like this will go. Yep. He'd be sitting, and he'd be sitting. Bort, bort. Sorry, I got the borts. I got the borts. Those unavoidable borts. Squish, squish, squish. You had a mechanical Togepi toy when you were little? It got demonic when the batteries were dying? Okay, if that's what you've shared in the YouTube chat, I'm clicking. You've convinced me. There's a yip yips. I can't watch that right now. I don't actually have the ability to hear sound on this computer. So while you guys are enjoying any music or whatever, I am not. I think one more row at this and then we'll start narrowing it off. I think you mentioned wanting to see Fanpy, but it's not that big of a deal. Oh, where is Juicebox? Be in that plastic tub back there. Fluent in Fangirl, if you're around at the start of if we take another break, mention it then. Or if you're around at the start of the next stream, I'll often at the start of the stream ask who people want to see. Remind me about Fanpy and I'll dig him out for you. Would Togepi taste like a hard-boiled egg? Nope, that whole line tastes like toothpaste. Mint toothpaste. I'm the authority here. That's what I decree. Don't get me wrong, hardened toothpaste, but toothpaste is definitely the play there. Subway and Gummy Bear would be cool to see again. Yeah, they're all like they're all packed away in a box where I put all the non-Gen 1s. Not all the Gen 1 ones. 1 was a racing horse. Yeah, okay. Now we narrow off the butt. Now that's 3 rows. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Cool, so that should be just 24 around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It is 24 around. How sharp of a narrow off do we do? I'm looking at you guys like you've got the answer, and I know you don't have the answer. Stop pretending you've got the answer. We're gonna do repeats of 3. We'll do 5 single crochet and a decrease to get us down to 21. Then we'll do 4 single crochet and a decrease to get us down to 18. I think that's the play here. Can Lola come back out? Oh, she will. She takes up so much room on the desk that I start feeling very crowded and overwhelmed. But I can maybe pull her back out after the next break. So I appreciate your love for her. I do. Just she, of all of them, is probably one of the largest ones. She has presence. Vampy was really cool. You hope this eventually goes into Gen 2 or Donphan comes up in the Chaos Run because you love them. Oh, yeah, I can see that happening. I might take a break between seasons and maybe try some other stuff on stream, but I understand that there's like a unifying factor of sticking with Pokemon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, geez, you cannot count. Cannot count. Should be 6. Then that one should be 5. That's right, guys. We caught it. We caught the math trying to math on its own. Unsupervised math. Words are hard? Yeah. No kidding. It's more that as we make more Pokemon, I take more yarn off my desk, and that leaves me with a little bit more room to move. And so she's a bit tricky to fit in the first 2 Pokemon, but by the time we get to the 3rd, particularly if we know the 3rd is our final one, I can clear way more of my desk off, and that leaves room for ones like Ninetales. It's kind of also the hazard of making them too big, which is one of the reasons I'm worried about 6, what's happening here with Scyther. And 6. It's nearly 3 AM. No! You finished your tapestry. That's amazing, Ravioli. Or is it Raviole? Alright, and we'll keep decreasing because that's what we know how to do. It's past your bedtime. Oh, okay. Anybody who is supposed to be in bed already, this is your time. Go to bed. You can play again next week. The replays will be around. You can say anything you would want to say in the comments section of the replays. I tend to read them. Don't always respond, but I do tend to read them. So, yeah. I don't like the idea of anybody sleep depriving themselves or mucking with their sleep cycles. Theoretically, would I crochet them all? Theoretically, that's the plan. I just don't know if I'll do them all at once. Like, even this. Like, the plan for this was I was going to put out a video at the end of this year. I crocheted all 151 original Pokemon. Now, as the year goes on, you might find that we're already in August. And we have not, in fact, crocheted them all. In fact, my counter is not on the screen at the moment. There we go. This is only our 63rd? I think this is our 63rd. So, like, there's no way I'm getting these done in time for a video this year. Chances are they'll be done in time for maybe next year. the Christmas launches. So, yeah. There was a plan. That's why I focused on Gen 1, but as we've gone on, it's become less about that and more just about this is what we do every week, this is when we hang out. Your schedule's already whacked? Okay, well, as long as it's not my fault. You don't have anything you need to do tomorrow, so you can sleep in. Good, all right, you're okay, you get a pass. Yeah, good night, everybody who is actually going to sleep. Sleep is not for the weak, sleep is for the mammals. Funny enough, that stick is still gonna work. It's just a stick on an angle. It's an angled stick. Zips don't lie. Pokemon CK hasn't done yet. No, I won't do Pokemon for the 7 or 12 or however many days of Christmas we end up doing. However, I am open to you guys picking themes that you would like to see during any potential December live streams, though honestly if we're doing the 7/12 days of crochet, that'll probably take over the whole lot anyway. 4 single crochet and a decrease to get us down to 15. Oh, I completely forgot to sculpt in those lines that I was going to do. It's definitely too late now. I'm not going back. You can't make me. Which means that there'll be just black lines or dark green lines that I stitch on, which is sad because I was going to do them with post stitching and it was going to look cool. But I think there's so much going on this guy already that you don't really need more complications. You're getting a lot of mlems from the ferals while you try to crochet. That's a sentence. D&D December. Ooh, that's fun. You liked the Aussie theme? I liked the Aussie theme. It was fun to get to just like explore these animals that a lot of you had sort of not really... I don't know, I feel like in crochet a lot of them tend towards like the woodland creatures. Like everybody's seen like the deer and the otter and the... I know that an otter isn't a woodland creature, just go with it for a second. But you know what, like all those like little fuzzy ones? Whereas like, we got wombats, man. Wombats are cool. And we got cockatoos and lizards with weird frills and spiky bits. And sneck. We have sneck. And spider. Though spider was technically part of my South American theme. So yeah, I don't know what theme I'm going to do this year, and it's on my mind a lot, so be prepared to hear me like ponder this question during streams a lot. But it is what it is. It's just I don't have an answer yet. I don't know what theme I'm going to do. And even once I have a theme, I can't tell you guys that I've picked a theme because then it'll ruin the fun for you. And it's no bueno. You vote for D&D? Hello, we are still live. Crochet Santa with a sleigh being pulled by a team of roos. Well, we've done a Crochet Santa and a sleigh, but it's being pulled by a reindeer. That was a 4-part series the year before I did my 12 days, my first 12 days. Flying Fox Bats, Dino December. I thought about doing a dinosaur series, but it's one of those things where like, okay, so here's my thought process, guys. Let's take a peek under the hood at my neuroses for a second. When I'm coming up with the themes, I'm trying to make sure that there's something in there for everyone, which is why there's always like a fish and a bird and a mammal and a this and a that and a lizard and a this and a that. So with something like a dinosaur theme, it immediately means that anyone not interested in making dinosaurs is completely excluded from the whole event. And same with D&D. Anyone who's not interested in mythological or D&D based creatures is excluded from the event. Whereas if it's 12 animals from a region, it's more than likely going to, like, 1 or 2 of those animals will appeal to everybody across the board. And so I do try and like keep that in mind when coming up with the themes. I try not to just make it what I'm going to be interested in doing. Which is why I think like something like pets might be not a bad idea. Like a little cat, little dog, but then you also have stuff like axolotl, mice, birds, goldfish. Some people keep ants as pets, so it's like it's really broad. Though Mr. Bones suggested earlier things that eat mushrooms, and like something vague like that is also kind of fun as well. You were going to suggest dinosaur, but another channel just released a dino line. Yeah, Crochet Club, I think, was doing dinosaurs for they've made like a board game. That was kind of cool. Yeah, it's one of those things. You got to kind of like find your little niche and do something with it. I keep getting stuck on these 2 stitches. It's going to be 3, and then 3, and then a decrease, and it's going to get us down to 12. And I've already done 2 of those stitches, which are the 2 that keep confusing me. There we go. Now we're back on track. So yeah, when picking a theme, the idea is that you try and make it a theme that has at least some appeal for everybody. And not everybody is into, for example, dragons. Anyone who doesn't want to make a dragon is going to feel excluded and not get to play along with a dragon theme. And where people might make 1 or 2 things that they're not interested in. It's just, I want to include people. Muppets Christmas would be amazing. Chinchillas can be pets, exactly. And ferrets? Absolutely ferrets. Christmas Krampus. Well, okay, I still owe you guys Christmas cryptids from last year. I'm doing what I can to make sure that they stay in the schedule this year. It's just last year I was just so done. By the time I finished the 7 days of crochet, I ended up just taking weeks off instead. Speaking of which, next year I think I'm going to take like February off. Just a quiet time of year. Just take a little bit of time, just be a human for a bit. Hydrate and stretch. Yes, everybody hydrate, stretch, and save your work. Hello, Creepy. Mini megafauna.
Oh yeah.
It loses something in the
You've
minification.
got like the was it the giant sloth that used to eat like avocados?
Do you know that moose count as megafauna?
That makes sense. They're huge.
They are huge. Guys, don't argue with moose. You cannot take a moose in a fight, even Mr. Bones admits it.
I could take a moose.
You cannot take a moose! That was seamless! I didn't even get the sentence out.
I'm currently on the first floor. Moose couldn't get up the stairs.
Yeah, but if you were on level ground with a moose attacking you,
I'd climb a tree.
you could not climb a you could not take a moose. That's not taking a moose in a fight, that's running away from a moose.
No, that's taking a tactical retreat to regroup.
No, it's running away.
I'd beat it with a pointy stick. Look, we eat everything, and there's a reason why. It's because we can take everything.
There was apprehension going into the side of it. Oh, thanks very much, Demonique. I'm trying. I think he's coming together slowly. The head is what scares me right now. And also, I've made him very bootylicious. His abdomen does not lie. Zigzag, they can't turn corners easily. Mitch's nickname is Moose. Okay, that stands. We also don't pick fights with Mitch. Do you know that the way cows and bulls, like if there is a bull chasing you, first of all, don't put yourself in that situation. But second of all, they run faster uphill than they do downhill. So downhill you have an advantage for two separate reasons. And also, just because you're on the other side of a fence doesn't mean they can't come straight through it. Just keep running. You're not done yet. Moose are apex creatures. Yeah, moose are megafauna. They are, I believe they're considered like the last living megafauna thingies. Might be specific to the region with the whole last living thing, but still. Scyther, why you gotta be so big though? Why do you always gotta have so much of other people's business? Why do you have to be the drama? Hello, Natty Glitter Sparkle, or Netty Glitter Sparkles. Welcome. Rainbow animals, like a mostly red one and mostly orange. That could be fun, like, and I think it would keep people guessing too. I like it when people are still like guessing on day 3 and they haven't just automatically worked it out. Crochet Christmas sweets and desserts. That's true. I haven't really done foods at any point on my channel. So like doing some sort of items or food-based things could be an interesting thing because I know people like crochet foods. I've seen enough examples by now to know that crochet foods is a thing. People enjoy it. I like little judgmental faces, but I think that just might be a conversation I should have with a therapist. Okay. So the stick did get enclosed, but as you can see, we enclosed it on an angle and it's actually holding him at that angle. And then we have leg, and he's gonna be seated for the sake of fitting him on the screen. And for the sake of stability, even if we did put weights in the feet. We've got leg, and we have leg. He's very like, wah. He is not afraid to take up space, and we respect it. Okay, we've got legs, and we have wings. Some wingety thingities. Me being done with the stream and just putting 15 pins in each piece to get through them? No, that's not what we're doing here. We have wings, we have legs, we have body. We do not have head, and we do not have arms, and we do not have shoulders. Maybe I'll make the 2 little shoulder poofs. Ah, I threw my pen. Okay, shoulder, ball. Magic ring of 6. 6 increases. He's a chunky fellow, very chunky fellow. We like fantasy pet as a theme. Wasn't sure if anyone would get that far. Chameleons are very much overhyped. Oh, okay, they are not. Judgmental foods. A lyrebird. Okay, lyrebirds are fun, all right? They are... It's always interesting to like be in an area where there are lyrebirds, which is not where I am, but I have been places where there are lyrebirds. And it's always really fun when they like mimic car alarms or mobile phones or chainsaws. How about fantasy creatures pretending to be real creatures? Keeping in mind that they have to be minis, right? So we're talking about coughing or smaller. So there's not a lot of room to tell narrative. You kind of really have to like boil them down to their basic elements, which is why I kind of flinch away from the idea of doing something like D&D or mythical creatures a lot of the time. And even dragons, it's hard to express enough detail as to what they are in like 100 stitches or less, which is basically what we're talking about. Lyrebird, let me serenade you. Shade your beauty, mademoiselle. Electric drill sound. How Goofy, the 6-year-old feral, is giving me the sad stink eye because I put my foot down and he was sleeping under the blanket at your feet. Now, are the ferals cats, dogs, or... why do I get the feeling that they might be ferrets? Maybe I just want them to be ferrets. You'd like a pet yak? You once emailed the agriculture department to ask if you could have a permit, but they never responded. They must have thought it was a joke, or they were just ignoring you. Actually, he's Carl Jr. II. Scyther is being chonky. Scyther is very chonky. Sorry, I knew he was going to be a little bit chonky. I did not realize that it was going to get to this level of chonkiness. But we just kind of have to accept him. Honestly, if I was trying to do this pattern for release, the next thing I would do is just use my mathematical method to halve all the pieces and make him half the size, which would make him a little too small, but yeah, would be an option. I'm not going to now though. Extinct animals, food which had been animals. He'll just want a sausage pattern, you can admit it. You would like a pet unicorn? Yeah, I've had people request that I redo the Skullicorn pattern or update the Skullicorn pattern, and I can see me doing that, not as a Christmas thing, but I can see that being a thing that we do. That Skullicorn pattern, other than Spook Kitty, might be one of the earliest patterns on my channel. Come on, Yellow, why are you like this? Who hurt you? Is it because there are people here? You just acting up because we're in front of company? Oh my gosh, I actually don't know how this got this knotted. Through to the technical troubles screen. There we go. All right. That loosened it a little bit and that pulled a couple of the loops out. And just pull this bit. Okay, okay. All right. Okay. All right, okay. This is really well tied. Okay, 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 okay. We might be loose, we might be free. We are, we did it. Animals you wish could be pets? That could be fun. Scyther likes his Pokey Puffs. He does. No, I don't want anyone body shaming the Scyther, okay? We're not about that. They're dogs. Okay, the ferals are dogs, for anybody just listening. Really like endangered to doing better idea from earlier. Someone found, according to Google, there are at least 24. Brittany, would you mind listing some of them? Mr. Bones is going to show up on border security. What? hippo. Oh, those are just giant chunky green parrot looking things. Oh, from kidnapping animals maybe? Oh, animals, I almost got through customs. I understand. I caught up with the joke. Hi, Lena. Oh, okay. The animals no longer endangered are the giant panda, the grey whale, the Steller sea lion, southern white rhino, the grey wolf, the grizzly bear, Arabian oryx, Louisiana black bear, and American alligator. That's actually a really good cross-section of animals. That said, now I can't use that theme because everyone knows the list.
No, but I think that's like really, because like I hate that, oh look, they're all doing terrible things and everything's going to bad places and stuff.
Pot. Everything's going to pot.
Yeah, and whereas this is like, hey, did you know the hole in the ozone layer is getting smaller? It's like much smaller now, and it's no longer a problem. It's almost like things are good, and it's like, hey, look, these animals, we fixed them.
They're getting better.
Yeah, look how amazing we are. Like we don't have to be doom and gloom all the time. There are good things. That's right. I'm going off on a tangent. Think positive thoughts. Humans are awesome.
You followed my advice. I wanted to work on the reef things you did amongst moving preparations, and now you have a plastic baggie with small reef pieces. Yay! So now when you actually have time to assemble it, you'll be ready to go. Love that. That's great. I think WA and Northern Territory have some of the strictest animal import laws. Yes, and they should. They should. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. That list of animals I read. Zeneris von Schlottenstein has just pointed out that some of them may no longer be endangered because they died or they died out completely. So that is an unverified list, and I hope that's not the case. Because that'd be horribly depressing given that we were hoping that was going to be a little message of hope. Alright, I've got one shoulder poof that I did not write down adequate notes for. Hooray for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, one more decrease. Here we go. Yeah, don't bring in stuff you shouldn't. I agree. I agree, I agree, I agree. Right. Shoulder poof. Do, 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 do. I just realized that I'm wearing my bumblebee sweater, so maybe I'm the one making the buzzing sound. We could do currently endangered animals as well. But that does make the theme a little bit sad. Not that raising awareness isn't a worthy thing, it's just sad. Mallow wants me to know that she currently has beef with buckets. Oh, they all go through that phase, kids. In my experience, the beef with buckets tends to start right around the time that the buckets stop having food in them. And they take that personally. Yeah, buzz buzz. Hey, it's a live stream. Hydrate. Thank you, Andrew. I have been forgetting. The buzzing sound was CK all along. I think the real buzzing sound is the friends we made along the way. Hi.
Hi. I just went through all 9 of those animals, checking all of their endangered levels.
Victor, are they still alive?
They're all still alive, and like there is endangered species, right? And but it's not like binary. It's not you're endangered, dead or not, right? It's like there's least concern, which is they're gonna be fine.
We're not worried about these ones. They're gonna be fine.
Yeah. And then there's the ones between them and endangered where it's like, guys, could we just be a little bit like mindful?
Let's keep an eye on these ones.
And then
let's make sure they know which end to do the do in.
Which is like the first step into endangered, and it's like, guys, we're starting to pay attention to them, right? But also things can pull back out to that, where it's like we don't need to like go crazy with these guys anymore. They're on the way back. They're relatively fine, and all of these guys, they're all fine now. They're
good.
all, like they're not perfect, you know, like they're not roaming free and eating trash or whatever, which is what I consider like, you know, the pinnacle of being not endangered is eating trash. Like no one cares about trash pandas. Trash pandas are fine, you know. Trash pandas are never going to be endangered.
I personally love raccoons.
Yeah, they're never going to be endangered because they're like industrious, right? Like, these guys, we don't need to worry about them. They can handle their own wet load. Sorry, I'm going off on a tangent.
You are.
The point being is, these things were in the oh no phase, and now they're in the sort of phase. So like this is good. These are all good. They're not all dead. Everyone automatically leaps to that. There are more trees now than there were in the medieval era. That's just it. There are more trees now than there used to be because we grew a bunch of trees and we're like, hey, we like trees. Let's put more trees in the ground, and now there's more trees.
Do you know that sharks are older than trees?
Yeah. Sharks are older than stars and weird stuff. Yeah. Love you.
I love you too. It's funny how excited I got about ferrets as ferret owners. It's not as fun as it might seem. Oh no, I could never have a ferret. No, they're not for me. I'm just excited that ferrets exist. There's a difference. I can love a creature while also knowing that I am not compatible with said creature and their needs. Is Tassie Targa still alive? Y'all don't even know what a loaded question that is for me. Okay, and also just to address something on the Discord, if you see a rhino going through your trash, let it. Back away. That is not your business. Hey, we're squeaking buddies. All right, second little shoulder puff, done. What do we have next? We have left 2 arm blades and a head. Can we just stick some safety eyes through the shoulders and call it like a frog beast? Hold on. Those are noses. Hold on guys, we're onto something here. You have opinions? Team Monique, please don't start with me. Seriously, I have a family history with this one here. My grandfather is published on the subject. Not as like an academic, but just as a person who made it their life history. There we are. What do you reckon? We reckon he's done? I amuse myself, guys. You gotta just let me. Okay, there we go. Let's pop your eyes back out. Sorry, mate. Okay. So do we dry head next? Or do we do blades? I think we finally have to do the head. Ship it, completed. Mantis, exactly, it's done. Okay, I think we have to start doing the head next. And I think it's gonna be big. I think we can do pointy snout. Glad someone managed to screen cap that. That's great. And I think from the back, his head is like point, 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 and then jaw point, point. But Mr. Bones was suggesting earlier, because I do pay attention, that we do it as 2 separate pieces. So we can have bottom jaw point and then just make a crown of spikies and attach them as we need to as like an overlay piece. As Mr. Bones has a soft spot for anything that I build in layers. hold on. I need to address a great wrong that has been done. There's no spare spot on this page for me to do the thing I want to do. I'm turning the page. I'm just going to turn the page. That's better. Okay, here we are. And we want to do one of these. It's the official sound of Scyther. Meep! I'm gonna wing it. I'm gonna wing this head. Watch me. It'll either come together or it won't, but in any case it will not do any of either if we do not try. Just popped back in. Cosmic Creepers, we are doing our best. That's not my hook. Eduardo Decapitito. Decapitito. Extinct means they have completely died out. Netty Glitter Sparkles, they are gone forever. Night Fear Evergreen, thanks for hanging out. 1, 2, 3, 4. You trust the CK process? Good, somebody needs to. 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's 6 around. Bigger. But I think we're going to go up to 9. I got this. I do got this. Thank you. Do I have this? I have to have this because otherwise all of you who think I have this will learn that I don't have this, and I've been forgetting to yarn under this whole time. That's annoying. And I can't have you guys lose the faith. There are people believing. There we go. All right, 9. You're not the knights who say ni, but we are the neats who say nai. That was funnier in my head. All right, I think that's the tip of his nose. That's imaginary 6. This isn't any pressure. This is fine. I'm doing fine. Increase. Got us up to 9. Do I want to do a row of 9 there just to give beak? I think we might want to give beak. We're going to do 9 single crochet. There are a few animals that have come back from extinction, which by definition means that they were not extinct. But still, very cool. Six, 7, 8, and 9. Okay. Okay. This is just no pressure, buddy, but there's a lot of people who really like Scyther, and for some reason we've made you huge, and so people are really going to be able to tell if I whiff this one. Just a tiny sound of goatee distress. Ah! It's okay, CK, I don't think anyone really has it, we just pretend. Yeah, I'm faking it. Yeah. Yeah. But sometimes you fake it too close to the sun and you end up with a YouTube channel and a bunch of people who think you're an expert in something that you're just making up as you go. It's fine though. It's usually fine. There's no pressure here. He looks like a little action figure. He does. He's quite a solid little man. Like, he's ready to take Barbie to prom. If you ever managed to breed a cow the size of a cat. Oh dear. Oh, you're on episode 3753 with season 2 of Dungeons and Dragons. What's 3753? In any case, I am almost back. I think I'm 2/3 of the way through season 1 of Dungeons and Daddies again. Because like I wanted to start again with that one there. So
37 of 53.
37. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, I think I'm up to episode 42 or 43 of the 60 in season 1. So I'm making progress. I will catch up to you. You wait and see. You're pulling ahead, but I will get there.
I still can't believe 2 of them died in the same episode. That was crazy.
Huh?
Dungeons and Daddies. I still can't believe they had 2 of them die in that recent episode.
What?
In Dungeons and Daddies.
Are you messing with me?
Yes. No, I'm messing with Darcy, actually.
Well, that's...
Because Darcy's behind us.
No, she's not.
She's at 37, you're at 40-something.
Season 1, season 2.
Oh, okay.
And also the current season 3. So
that wasn't going to work.
No, it wasn't. That's why there's just so much confusion in the air. Yeah. It was a good try.
I like that people on stream can't see me, so I don't have to sneak away. I can just walk away.
He's blushing.
I'm not.
He is. He's bright red.
I don't have flash.
His bones have turned bright pink. Yeah, Dungeons and Daddies is a podcast, and season 1 at least is hilarious. I have not made it all the way through season 2 yet, but I am endeavouring to. I intend to. I like some D&D podcasts. They're great for when you just need somebody else's thoughts for a while. For whatever reason. That's right. Mr. Bones gets points for trying to mess with us. Okay. His little triangle face is up to 15. Because he's only got... Yeah, he's just not a... He's not a large fellow. He's just a small fellow. What others have I listened to? Well, I know... Also, well, there's the Critical Role, obviously. Everyone's listened to Critical Role, I'm pretty sure. And there's Legends of Avantris. There's one that Mr. Bones is... excuse me, really into at the moment, which is also very funny. I've been catching bits and pieces of that one over his shoulder. So, while they aren't numerous, that does add up to many hours of viewing. Season 2 is really good. Awesome. Yeah, see, like, when I was first listening to season 2 of Dungeons and Daddies, it was still being released, and so I was having to wait a week between episodes, and I only made it to a certain point before I kind of like wandered off. And even if it was the best show in the world, I probably would have wandered off because it can't hold my attention if it's only coming out episodically. But I knew that when I come back and listen to it all in one hit, I'd probably have a different experience. And so it's good to hear that confirmed. Yeah, for the Critical Role, I've started season 1 and got a big chunk of the way through it. And then I started season 2, which is the Mighty 9, or campaign 2, which is the Mighty 9. And I think I liked the second campaign better, but again, I listened to a big chunk of it and then I just didn't have the attention span to keep track of where I was up to. I skipped a day or two and then it was gone. And I know that they're doing campaign 3 at the moment, and I haven't listened to any of campaign 3 of the Mighty, not the Mighty 9. That's the Hell's Bells, isn't it? The 3rd campaign. Yeah. Yep, The Legend of Vox Machina. Mr. Bones and I are kind of slowly watching that together. Oxventress. And I've also heard of Tales from the Stinky Dragon or something. I don't know if that one's any good though. You have to go. Bye, Netty Glitter. Thanks for hanging out. So why we come watch you? Well, because I'm fun. That's why you come watch me. You don't listen to podcasts, but your 11-year-old son and are obsessed with The Walking Dead. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's like 4 or 5 different spin-offs. There's like the before, there's the after, there's the in the middle. I think Avantris is spelled with an A. Just Just FYI for when you're looking up that one there. That one's on YouTube. Yeah, it's Bells Hells, not Hell's Bells. Right, Hell's Bells is the saying. Yeah, their YouTube series is extremely long. I couldn't watch any of them through, but the animated series is absolutely good for people. Yeah, see, I'm really keen to catch up with the animated series before the Mighty Nine season comes out. Because, I'm sorry, but the idea of using thaumaturgy to open all two windows somehow has worked itself into my regular vocabulary. Alright, we're up to 18 around, and I think that might be a big enough head. So maybe I'll just do 18 stitches to make sure. Seven, 8, 9, 10, oh my, 11. We've been going for 5.5 hours. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. Okay. Now the back of the head is the bit that I'm worried about here, because like it's easy enough to just close off 2 corners to make the jaw, but then how am I going to do these spikies? I think overlay for the spikies. I think Mr. Bones is on it. So let's grab some eyeballs. We have not used eyeballs yet this stream. There's some balls, some eyeballs. We've done thigh balls, but not eyeballs. Funky little eyeball, thank you. Alright, and they will go... Oh, he's very cross-eyed, isn't he? I'm not going to snap these on just yet, I don't think. Oh, I hate it. The tiny eyes make me hate it. I think it's just that the ratio of head to butt is off. I don't think the head is big enough. I think you need to be bigger. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. I'm going bigger. Careful, honey, your flesh is on display.
The process has got this. Would you like some Pepsi?
I am the process. No, I should drink my water.
Would you like a chocolate button?
No, thank you, honey. Put that belly button away, sir.
I'll put it back in its drawer.
Right, we're going bigger. We're going as big as we can. Sure, that's strangely accurate. You just had it locked and loaded to mock me with? Yes, you can. I will hold it up in just a second. But the head needs to be bigger. I have no doubts on that one there, but I also think that I need to go back and flare it out slightly differently. So, see how big our body is? I think these legs need to be moved up slightly. Hang on. Let's just work some adjustments here. I think these go there, further up. Okay. Pins, you want a pin for me? Okay. Sorry. Sorry. I'm getting really caught up with pinning this leg on, right? Okay. So we have just ignore the stupid angle. This is driving me crazy. I can't just ignore it. I gotta try and fix it. Closer but not perfect. All right, and then we have the head, which will go here. So yeah, I think it just needs to be a little bit bigger. I'm going to widen out the jaw a little bit more because I just think the head needs to be at a similar scale to the booty, just based on the proportions of this. Like if he's chunky, he has to, all of his pieces have to be chunky the same way. Like he can be a little bit tubby, but it means that all of him has to be a little bit tubby. I can't do a head that looks exactly like the sprite and then a big chunky body. But I think I am getting a lot closer. Please don't be discouraged. Oh no, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Sorry, I'm not discouraged. I'm introspective. So yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I think the head, I'm just trying to keep it proportionate with the rest of the body, and then I think these eyes are so small. Nobody saw this coming, okay? Nobody expected this to happen. I didn't wake up this morning and think, I know what I'll do. A life-sized freaking Scyther. It's just, my emotions are coming through intensely at the moment, and that's okay. We embrace them. I'm a gentle parent myself. I'm feeling a big feeling. Just a regular increase. Okay. And then that's just a regular increase. Okay. Okay. All right, okay. All right, I know what I'm going to do. It's okay. We're back on track. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the vibe shift. We're okay. I am fine. Welcome back, Nat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And ink 3. All right, I'm forming a jawbone. That'll be the bottom spikes. I'm going to do the top 3 head spikes as like an overlay piece, which will add some bulk to the top of the head. So I'm not super worried about it sloping up correctly. Instead, I'm more worried about just getting the general size of it. Okay. I don't know if it makes sense, but the seeing the trying, getting it wrong and fixing really helped your anxiety in your own work, to not be worried about messing up and just trying stuff. Well, that's good to know, because I feel like I have tried to communicate that. There was a comment the other day about someone watching me make patterns, pattern after pattern, while they were struggling to make one of their own. I'm just like, you guys are only seeing, usually, except for these streams, I suppose, the ones that succeed. Like, you guys aren't seeing all of the ones that I frog and put in a box and never think about or talk about ever. Like, you guys get to see the victories, but there's still plenty of frogging between A and B, and frogging is part of the process. It's not what you do when you've made a mistake. The mistake is the process. What's wrong, hun?
Oh, you mean frogging mistakes?
I'm not...
I thought you meant frogging like living things that needed to survive.
What?
I put a bunch of pictures, and like if you click on them, then the picture is the actual picture that I tried to send to you, rather than like a cropped version of it. And so like there's some good stuff in there which might help. Oh, I still think little green pill with like.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a face mask.
I'll back away slowly.
Do. Get out.
You're not welcome here.
You're always welcome here, but get out. You in trouble? You're fine. Oh my goodness, yes. Yes! Coughing is in charge now. Coughing feels bad about what he did, apparently. There we go. Caterpie is still one of the favourites that I've made during the series. He just came out so perfectly nuggety. Yeah. Well, that's gone forever. Alright, so I'm now going to close off the spikes of the jaw and then close off the back of the head, and everything will be fine. Because everything always is. 1, 2, 3, 10, 22, 23, 24, 25, so we're at 25 there. And then we are going to do 12 single crochet, a decrease 3, 7 single crochet and a decrease 3, which will get us back down to 21. We'll go 3. I can math. I can do math. I'm so good at math. I do math all day, every day. All I do is math, 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 no matter what. We're going to do 3, 5 single crochet and a decrease to get us back down to 18. Okay, cool. Look, coughing saw an opportunity and coughing is taking the opportunity. We didn't call him Try-Son, we called him Will-Son. That was funny. I'm funny. He's the ball. He's having a ball. Oh, night, Tornado Kate. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, and then 2, 3, 4, and a decrease. What name did we choose in the end? I will remember any second. We named him Moth, M-O-F-F, Moth. He's behind me at the moment. He's very small and very cute and fluffy, but given you are an important and prevalent part of our community, it just felt wrong to name something after you without your express consent. So I decided just to hold off on that one there. Now if I stuff this, maybe I'll like it better. Oh. Bye, Mark. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, good to know, Nat, but that moment has passed and we are not going to rename Moth. This also didn't help that the fact that it was like another bug type Pokemon, and I didn't know how you would feel about whether or not you would think Caterpie would think you were cheating on him with the Moth, and it was just, the lore got very complex very quickly, and so I just held off on that one for now. So I need to take your exoskeleton. Though I respect the attempt. This still just reminds me of like a mech suit for Caterpie. Okay. All right, cool. I'm liking this head a lot more now. A lot more. So making that drawer. I could just close this off at the back, or I could form like the middle spike, and that would mean that we only have 2 more spikes to do, or I could form the spikes, or dang it, that's too many oars. Can I get a center pull? There's not much yarn left. Yeah, kind of. It's Mecha Pickle. Yep, it is Ponyta. We named her Napalm. We made them the last stream, which wasn't last week because I missed a week, but it was recently. It was recently. Scyther. That's the head. This is the... I'm going to call it the eyebrow, but that's not really what it is. Because we want the piece to be kind of this shape. Which is honestly an obnoxious shape to make any day of the week, but it's going to be particularly unpleasant today. I can do it like this. We'll see. We will see. Great. Okay, I'm going to chain 4 and turn, and we're going to do 3 single crochet and 3 slip stitch, and then a single crochet, an increase, and a single crochet. I'm crafting a flat piece at this point, so hit me up right now if you have any questions about making flat pieces. But otherwise, I'm just going to do what I do. Yeah. So I am using the single crochet and slip stitch alternation method to make sure my stitches all face the same way. I think it'll be worth it given that it is a piece for the face. Whereas like most of the time, if it's not like a super visible piece, I probably wouldn't bother at this point in the design journey. But for now, it's worth it. Okay, that's that angry brow ridge. Excuse me, sir. Going to give us angry face. Grr, so angry. Needs to be wider. Wider angry. I don't know what this voice is, I'm sorry. What was that? This is live. This is live. Hi Anna, I'm here right now. I just looked away from the comments for a second. Did I already make a Froakie? I have not made a Froakie, but I did once spend like hundreds of hours finding a shiny Froakie so I could have my shiny Greninja, and I love him very much. What's up, my love?
That was a stool.
That was a stool. Eat more fiber.
That was a metal stool on the balcony, the type that you sit on.
I'm using a 3.5mm hook. And that is what I've used for all of my Pokemon and most things on my channel, unless I specifically state otherwise. In fact, I normally specifically state that's what I'm using, so. Okay, there we go. So yeah, it is live. If you have anything, if you have any questions, feel free to ask them. You've been watching all this time thinking it's, what? Seriously? Like, sorry, I do leave them up and available, but I am here. I am alive. I am live. We're here every Sunday. Almost Sunday. I skipped last Sunday, so now I can't say every Sunday anymore. But my intention is to be here every Sunday, and you can be here too, if you like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, we're just building this up. I'm trying to build up like a real broad triangle, and then I'll deal with the points, the pointy bits when I get there. That's future me's problem. She's got this under control. And we're going to turn, and then we're going to go single crochet, increase, single crochet. We're going to do that twice. We're going to turn again. You need to get a 3.5. Susan Bates. This one here's a boy, a B-O-Y-E. It is my preferred hook, but that's just because it's the hook I've always used. I think hooks are very personal. I think it's like wands. They choose the wizard. This hook chose me. I love my shiny black Greninja. Mine is named Kuroi Kero, which I intended to mean the black ribbit, but I do not know if it actually does. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Because I believe Kuroi is black, and I know Kero Kero is the sound that, you know, the frogs make in Japan. If the video doesn't match up with the chat, try refreshing the stream. Yeah, I'll say Mr. Bones has got all the tech advice you could possibly need.
I mean, Bose.
He does his best. Okay, how are we doing? So I intend to fold this base chain under, which is not only going to give us a very angry brow ridge, which is suitable for this particular bug, but it's going to hide that nasty little starting chain. I think we've reached an appropriate width. Yeah, so you guys can see what's going on there. I'll give him a little white of his eye as well, but that's a later process. I might go slightly wider because the plan is that I'm going to use the edge of these stitches where they like curve out and around. I'm going to try and work it so I only have to create the middle point, and the side points will literally just be the corners of the crochet piece. That's the plan. Let's see if I can do the plan. I'm excited about doing the plan, should the plan happen to work. If the plan doesn't work, then it's not my fault, and I do not want to hear about it ever again. I need to slip stitch. Turn. I love the optimism. So it's the ones that like I'm most intimidated by, that have the greatest potential for greatness. Because like if something doesn't scare me, then it's going to just, like I'm not going to get that beautiful rush of delicious brain juice for accomplishing it. I'm perpetually chasing the high of solving problems. That angry ridge looks perfect. Thank you very much. I think it's turning out really great. I mean, like, I understand that I'm technically doing it, so technically everything I'm doing is intentional, but I still get like a happy surprise every now and then by like, yeah, that brow ridge is looking great. Hi, Sam. If you're watching on your phone, you can also hold the screen and it plays ×2. Yeah, but do you really want to hear me talk? Hang on, let's do a little experiment. What if it happens if I like try and talk my normal speed and it's just a little bit more like this? Can you even understand it if it's going 2 times fast? Or is it a little bit more unintelligible than it normally is? That's enough of that. I have to consciously try and slow down a little bit. And the counting and the keeping my brain busy doing other things helps with that. Sometimes you go through the plan, sometimes the plan goes through you. Exactly.
That was relatively accurate, and you sound slightly higher pitch, and that was about 1.25 speed.
Oh, okay.
Because I listen to you on 1.25 speed relatively often.
Ah. Ink. 6. And ink. And turn. And 10 slip stitches. And guys, I think we're finally at the back of the head. Soon. This is good though. This is good. We like this. You just saw your phone randomly. Okay. Did you do auctions? No. I just tried to talk really fast for a second. I'm sorry. One of the main pieces of feedback I get on my videos is that I go too fast, and I always laugh at it. Because I don't think you guys know that like I'm going as slow as I physically can. And like, yeah, there are people out there faster. It's just, unless I'm paying attention, I speed up. So yeah, we're just slowing down a little bit. And we try to keep it at this speed. voice of Donkey from Shrek. That, I like that brow ridge. That is a nice brow ridge. Oh my goodness. So during the most recent canvas, I was doing a giant pink flower. I've mentioned this, but I don't think you guys realize how often I wanted to say blue flower, red thorns, because I kept saying pink flower, green leaves, pink flower, green leaves. It's like blue flower, red thorns. This would be so much easier if I wasn't colorblind. Like, it was funny. It just kept happening, but I never got to say it. And so now I'm saying it to you guys instead. And we appreciate the effort. Thank you very much. Do me and Mr. Bones do speed combos? I think most people just call that conversation. We don't. Mr. Bones and I have to make a conscious effort not to talk over, well, I have to make a conscious effort not to cut him off and talk over him. I was raised in a large family. You gotta jump in where you can. And it's been a learning curve to not do that to the poor fellow. But I think I'm getting better. Oh, I just lost my right ear, hold on. Slightly better, okay. Shrek is such a nice piece of poetry. Yeah, it's a great movie. I don't want to hear how old it is. How old if you bite your tongues? Because I saw that in cinemas when I was old enough to see it in cinemas. Don't need to be triggering any... No, you know what? It's fine. I honestly think that like age is like levels. You don't get older, you're leveling up, all right? Aging is a privilege. Not everyone gets to do it. I'm going to do another row with that because I like the way that looks. If I skip the spikes on the back of his head, are any of you going to tell? You guys going to dob on me, or can I get away with it, you reckon? Ooh. Ooh, I know what I should do there, actually. That should be 3 slip stitch and then 7 slip stitch in front loop only. This is FLO, this is FLO, etc, etc, etc. Because if I work through both loops there, then when I come back, I won't have visible loops that I haven't used, because I want to leave the point free for the back of the head. Now, that's not relevant yet. That'll be relevant next row. Do it my way? I'm gonna. I did birthday last week and literally told someone who asked how old I was, I'm level 27. Yeah, exactly. Level 27. Just think of the stats. Hope you've been remembering to roll and update your stats every year. Back we go. Looks like Scyther's arm joint is saying meep. It does, it's his armpit. His armpit is meeping. There we go. How's that? Better? What was really fun is watching the world rediscover Shrek. Honestly, it wasn't that long ago. That was fun. Got fibres up me dang nose. Well, technically all skeletons in some way, like there are so many that have been named Mr. Bones. I honestly think it hits different because the villain is so evil and he's so unaware of his own shortcomings. Are we talking about Shrek still, and is that a Farquaad joke? And now we go, come on, let me, thank you. And we're gonna go, thank you. And we're gonna go, thank you. All right, and now I'm gonna go back to working in the loops. Just the loops. How many pieces do we have left after this? Just the scythes? Okay. We can manage the scythes. I'm going to turn, I'm going to slip stitch, slip stitch, slip stitch, leaving just 4 in what should be the middle. Turn, 4 slip stitches back. I don't know if these are going to turn out how I want them to. But we'll know in just 1 second. +1 intelligence, +1 debt, +2 joint pain. Sounds like somebody downloaded the 30s DLC. Okay, I think I want to go back here and just change how I approached this side of it. So we'll just frog back real quick. 1, 2, 3. All right, and we're going to go back 1, 2, 3. There we go. That's what we're trying to do. That will even out those 2 points. I kind of wondered if I was going to have to do that. As you can see, I had the plan all ready to go. You finished your unicorn and posted pics in Discord. That's cool. Oh, wow. Yeah, I've missed some tags in Discord. I will check that out in just a second. Just my brain is currently full of Scyther heads. And I just need to clear that cache before I can properly embrace anything else. And turn. I think we're going to like decrease and decrease and turn, slip stitch, slip stitch, and turn, and one final little decrease. No, is that pointy enough? You pointy enough for the pointy club? Well, you've trimmed off now, so I guess you have to be. There's 2 decreases, turn, 2 slip stitches, turn, decrease, finish off. Okay, cool. Let's catch up on what's going on in Discord land. Like all Bones and Skeletons, Mr. Bones is invisibly holding things up here. He's doing his best. Mr. Bones is great. My favourite person in the whole world. Apparently I've missed 26 messages, but it won't let me scroll any further, so that's all I can do there. What are we looking at here? Oh my. Strong. Growing strong. You're making good progress. Oh, wow. Awkwardly stitched. Is it Nido King? I get my king and queen mixed up sometimes, but like, I think that's Nido King. Your Nido King's looking awesome. And your unicorn looks very squishy. I think that your unicorn looks thoroughly squeezable. Hoping by reopening that, it'll now let me scroll down. Nope. Okay. All right, I think this is the head. So as mentioned, we're going to like fold that over to form like a brow ridge. So he angy. Such an angy boy. And then his spikes aren't quite as triangle as I would like them to be, but it's better than a poke in the eye with a sharp stick. Now if I just close off the back of his head, I think we might be good. While not perfect, I think I'm going to be able to get it in editing. Yes, yes. The real question is, do I double down and snap the backs of these eyes on? I think I have to. You guys ready for some pop sounds? First one's this stream. See if I can get some voyeur. There he is. And where'd my little baggie go? Because I dropped one of the backs on the ground and it's never coming back. Ready? And ready? Second pop. Was it good? Okay, and now we stoof. We stoof some more. And we stoof a little. Stoof, stoof, stoof. Now I'm going to finish closing off the back of this head with 2 final rows, because that's all it's going to take. Very satisfying pops. Excellent. Glad to provide a service. Bit dinosaur-y, so probably on the right track, yeah. I swear I got given extra backs, but even if I didn't, it is what it is. Though I'm probably about due to put in another order. I think I'm down to just 1 bag of eyes. And it would be disastrous to run out, frankly. The way shipping times are, I really should order them now. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Cool. All right, cool. 1 more row. And we're done. Okay, 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 okay. All right, I know I still have arms to do. I'm not skimping out on the arms, but I just wanted to give you guys lots of leeway here. We need to start compiling the names list again. Let's get that back up and running, because I haven't seen any new name suggestions in a while. I know Leroy was one. Leroy the first. Your roommate was so mad about finding them in random places. They're tiny bits of plastic. They need to get over it. But also, respect for for shared spaces is also a thing. So I guess. Will I pin the eyebrow in place? Leroy, yes, Leroy, absolutely. Harvest was one, that's true. Edward Scissorhands and Shakira, because of those honest hips. Fair enough. Some details will be added in post, but in general, I'm pretty happy with how the head turned out. Pin it in place here. Okay, okay. Current looks. He's huge. He's huge. I think he's the biggest one we've done. He's bigger than Metapod. He's bigger than Ninetales. He's swifter than eagles. Stronger than iron. I'm covered in so much green yarn. We need to make arm scythes. We need to make arm scythes, which means I need to draw an arm scythe that's an appropriate size for something his size. So, what's up, love?
Agreed. He's bigger than I thought.
Oh yeah, he's huge. Look.
He can take him. Sitting down, he can take him.
Yeah, he's huge. He's a big boy.
Love the head and the cranial ridges.
He's so big. He's way bigger than he should. He's bigger than he has any right to be. Get that look off your face.
Sorry.
Mysterious as the dark side of the moon. Yeah, that and a bag of chips. What am I going to do with you? You're just huge. I don't know how I'm going to make this shape anymore. I knew when we started and I've lost it as we've gone. That's just a picot. I should ignore that little point. That simplifies it down greatly. And there is our base. I'm allowing myself to get intimidated by a shape I should not be intimidated by. That ends here. Wait, these are supposed to be white. They are a different colour. Because they are the hard chitinous material. Attempt to make a reasonably sized Pokemon. Right. Yeah, sorry to hear it, Demonique. I hope everything goes okay. I don't know if that's probably a weird thing to say in response to that. But, thoughts? Can we please move to the next? You're so done with Scyther, it looks difficult. I'm gonna make at least one scythe. Sorry. These should not take a super long amount of time at least, and then we'll move on. Let's chain 15 and turn. Just gonna, same way that we did the wings, single crochet, half double. Double.
I wasn't sure if I should give you notification or if Discord was open on your screen. I can see Discord is open on your screen, so I don't need to give you a notification, but I kind of have by coming in and checking.
Okay, treble, single, half double, double, treble. Treble. What brands of yarn? I use Four Seasons Marble. Personally, it's what I have most available to me in my area. I've also used Big W's Carnival yarn before, and it's pretty good. You get center pulls to start, but a little limited in its color range. Tends to be the limiting factor a lot of the time. Treble. I think we'll do one more treble. Q. Right, have we consolidated our names? I don't know if I've just been in the monkey cage too long, but is it just me or is he starting to look really good? He's just sitting there looking like a right snack. Double. It's not turtles all the way down, it's doubles all the way down. The good news is that I won't make you sit through a second scythe. We'll just make this one scythe and call it. Okay. I think I've done it backwards. I mean, I've done what I've drawn, but looking at the reference images, the shape is actually like this. Which is the exact opposite of what I've just done. Single, half double. So a number of doubles and then a picot, and then we're going to go treble. Alright, sorry guys, I'm so sorry. Scyther does evolve, just not in this gen. My bugs did. My bugs have ended up larger than my others, but that's because I've been smart enough to avoid things like Lapras and Gyarados. Like Gyarados is going to end up probably about the same size as this. Even something like Mewtwo is very difficult to try and do on a smaller scale. And that's why my bugs end up huge, because the bugs always have a lot of these tiny little details to them. No respect for authority. And in order to get enough recognizable detail in them, I tend to go too big. Have I done Lucario yet? I have not. Binky. You know what? Close enough. Close enough. It's close enough. It's fine. It's close enough. It's close enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Send it. You see no problem there? It gave perfectly good bugs. It's looking fantastic. Well, thank you very much, Anna. As I said, I'm sitting here looking and it's like the more I look at it, the more I think he's starting to look kind of good. Which is a good thing. It's a good thing. It's a good thing to spend 5 hours on something and actually like the result at the end of it. Yeah, this does go all the way to the end. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11. So close, so close. 12, 13. 14 and 15. Okay, I think that's my claw. I don't know if I like my claw. It's not proportionate at all. I do not like it. I do not like it. I'm sorry.
Before you frog it, I had a suggestion.
What's the suggestion?
Before, like,
To talk fast.
I'm gonna make profanity if you keep doing that because I can't think that fast.
No, go on, talk.
If you run a line of white along the edge of his blade, right, and then you pull it taut, it might angle it down and you might get a profile.
Yeah, I was thinking that same thing, which is why I was frogging, because I'll build it on a long tail instead.
Oh, also, did you want food at some point?
Yes.
Because I can put food in the oven or I can go and get food.
I can wait till dinner. I can. Alright, for anybody holding out to the end of Scyther, in the interest of seeing who the next votes are, I think what I'm going to do instead is, based on the fact that we're coming up on, well, we've been going for 6 hours, but by the time I finish Scyther, it'll be 6.5. I don't want to start another one because the other ones are on the complex side of things, but what I will do is reveal to you what the other options would have been. So let's, because I'm still going to sit here on stream and we're going to work these arms out together, but I'm mindful that some people don't want to stick around. So let's reveal who the other buzzers were today. So behind door number 2, you could have had Beedrill. Would have been fun. Behind door number 3, we had Pincer, who would have been about as much work as Heracross, for the people saying it before. That's basically just a Heracross pattern right there. Whereas Scyther is decidedly more complex than that. And finally, behind door number... You kept voting for number 2? Well, you'll have to get them next time, Nikki. And then behind door number 5, who's making that buzzing sound? It's Electrobuzz. And some of you clocked that joke really, really early, and I couldn't acknowledge it at all. Because today's theme was who is making that buzzing sound, and it could have been Electabuzz. And I had plans to just stitch on all of the black stripes and just make him entirely in yellow, but that's neither here nor there. That's still my plan when he eventually comes up. So that's who the rest of the Pokemon were. Now I am still going to sit here for however long it takes to get these arms done, so feel free to hang out, and we will name Scyther at the end once he's made. So, yeah, you got the pun, was it you? Okay. So, yeah, Pincer, you've dodged Pincer a couple of times. I do keep putting him out into the universe, but yeah. Ah, no! No, don't do that! I'm still here. So, yeah, I'm going to sit here and we're going to work out how to make these arms, but anyone bored of the Scyther can just make choices without having any non-closure. So, I'm just going to frog all the way back to the start on that arm. I'm crossing out my notes because I hate it and it should feel bad. You, what do your arms look like? Talk to me. I think they need to... This picture is out of scale, first of all. Just downward facing dog for me. Thank you. Let's see. I'm just gonna do them based on the sprite more than anything else, I think. Which look like this to me. And then we need a little sticky stick. There we go. Twerk it. Y'all harassing my Scyther? Oh, guys, you have anyone who hasn't... honey, how stable is this thing, and can I take venonat off it without destroying it? I'll leave that question with you for a second because I'd like to show him on camera is all. Is here. Hang on, let me turn my camera off if you're going to climb in behind me. Oh yeah, guys, I'm still here. I'm just going to be working down here.
I will remove the probes.
Yeah, please deprobe the venonat.
Venonat deprobed.
Okay, there we go. All right.
He's very attached to his wings. Metaphorically,
oh, no,
not physically. Physically, they just come straight out.
So they're just pinned. Hold on. There we are. I'm back. Paint me like one of your French Scythers. Okay, yeah, so I'm just gonna take these off. Mr. Bones made him a pair of wings. So there is our cute little venonat guy. Who looks like he's just getting a big old hug from Scyther at the moment, or getting snacked on by Scyther. I know which headcanon I prefer. Yeah, Moth is such a good boy. He is the best. Like, even just his little facial expression. He's just here to be everybody's emotional support nat. You need that but pillow-sized? Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be a hard one to translate. Either way, Scyther is picking Moth's brain. No! Boop. Yep, we've booped. His nose has been booped multiple times throughout this event. Oh, look. He believes he can fly. That's enough of that. I'm just approaching this the same way again, but I'm doing it with a better... Excuse me, fellows. I need this. 9, 10.
I just don't like the pins sticking up.
Oh,
So I was going to move it somewhere.
Okay. Could I have the pins back? Pins are a precious resource.
I need to buy you more pins.
Yeah. Every birthday, every Christmas. Pins. And the hardest working tortoise who has gotten absolutely no recognition for this stream. He's been here doing his job the whole time. He does it not for the recognition. He does it for the love of the craft. Venonat is basically Scyther's body pillow. He is completely wrapped around him. How come Mr. Burns doesn't want to be on camera? He doesn't want to be on camera. Not everybody signs up for the life. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so we still chained 15, which makes me suspicious. But it's going to go better this time, even though we're going to do the same thing. All right? Round of applause for the hardest working turtle. Thank you very much. Right, and just out of curiosity, I'm going to just come over here for a second. Just stop that. And, oh no, I probably need to keep you going so I can keep seeing the chat. That's annoying. And we're going to do this. I'm going to go in here. And you guys can't see what I'm doing, and that's fine. 3, 4, 5. Then we'll start growing it. Sorry, I was just idly wondering about something. And I got my answer. Anyway, good on Mr. Bones for having boundaries. Yeah, I agree. I accidentally bought 800 yards of deep red worsted weight yarn. What can you do with it? Something red. We fixed the meep. All right, so what did I do here? I did 5 single crochet, a half double, and then a double. And if I could be so bold, can I suggest that you all like this live stream if you're having a nice time? And you should know that this stream has dislikes. I just thought that that's interesting. Aw, Torty's in the chat. No, it's too soon to pico. There we go, and we're going to double again. Gonna treble again. or treble for the first time. All right, guys, I just need you to calm down. This is just, sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. I just thought it was interesting. You should know that my streams are some of my most disliked content. That said, it's not a high ratio, but there's normally like 4 or 5 dislikes. I've always been wondered if I've picked them up as part of the replay, or if it's just something that like happens live. But no, we've collected a dislike. Yeah, I don't know. I've only ever been on YouTube with dislikes not being visible to people. And which means that a dislike is a specific message to me. But I'm not getting the message. So if anyone out there is disliking videos, feel free to leave a comment and explain why. Because that's what drives me nuts. I just want to know why. It's 2DC and a treble and a picot. Shun the non-believer. Yeah. So it's not something that bothers me anymore. It used to bother me quite a bit. Anybody out there, I don't know if any of you guys are looking to start YouTube or if you're currently doing YouTube, but it's one of those things of like, just all likes and dislikes are both engagement. Like, you're not punished for having dislikes. Like, the only thing a dislike does these days is sends just like a silent middle finger to the creator. Because nobody else can see it. Nobody else can judge the video on it. And the algorithm doesn't care as long as people are clicking something. But I just always, sometimes I laugh at the things that get disliked because I'm like, what has polarized you enough that you felt the need to go down there and click that button? Charlie, what are we doing at Charlie? Feel like the toe spinning must have been something. What toe spinning? The odd miss. Oh yeah, no, I genuinely don't take it personally. It's just it is something you need to be aware of on YouTube, that it doesn't have a negative impact on your content, and I ignore it. But it was just one of those things that's been tickling my brain recently when I noticed that like my streams do tend to get a little bit more heavily disliked. I get 4 or 5 dislikes per stream, which means that 4 or 5 people are coming in and not finding what they're looking for, and that's all well and good. But I was curious as to whether or not it was live or in the replays, and I guess I have my answer. Someone was here live. Someone was among us. Someone needs to keep remembering to write down her patterns as she goes. I think that's a double. Half double. And 2 single crochet. Reattach that tip. And do a slip stitch and then a whole bunch of single crochet back to the base. Ask Mr. Bones about the toe spinning. Okay, I will. I would hope that your dislikes help YouTube give you better suggestions. Yeah, probably that might be what it is. And yeah, like if you are not having a fun time on a video, feel free to dislike it. I don't care. It's just a little bit more helpful to me, personally, if you leave some sort of comment that says why you're disliking it. I was wondering if maybe it would be better in some ways to split the live streams by Pokemon. What, like have stop stream and then start a new stream every time we start a new Pokemon? Maybe. I personally look out for, when I'm looking for content, I look for content that goes for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, etc. hours. Plus it would mean that I couldn't have continuity properly, in that I make it a point that before the end of the stream, I always show what the other options were so that there's that little bit of transparency, and I like that. I like knowing that I'm going to be guaranteed to know what those other options were. I like closure. And I wouldn't be able to do that if I was splitting the streams, because at most it would be every second stream would have that reveal in it. So it's not really fit. You would never just like, it's fine. Yeah, if your content is for everyone, then your content is for no one. That's very well put, Mr. Bones. Yeah, so I have a claw. I see you have one too. It's patting the venonat. I wish you guys could see this from my angle. Coughing knows what you did. Coughing knows what all of you did. And Farfetched is angry about it. What is this? Is this your foot? Why is your foot over there, sweetie? Okay, there we go. All right, so that's an arm. And we need just a little branchy piece to go between arm and claw. Nub, really. Is there a CK playlist on Spotify or something? No. If you've had that bass riff, that I'm assuming you're talking about the one from what we refer to as Mr. Bones' theme song. That is from the soundtrack of a game called Heartbound. The creator, who happens to be Pirate Software, gives permission for anybody who has purchased that soundtrack to use that soundtrack in streams and in videos. And so I purchased the soundtrack and I use it. And I know that the money that I spent on that soundtrack goes directly to the composer, which is also something I like. But yeah, I don't know if that's available on Spotify, but it might be, but you could look it up. So yeah, it should just be the Heartbound soundtrack. And off the top of my head, I'm really sorry, I don't know the track number, but it's in there. I promise. It's one of those songs. Coughing, all I did was get a hot water bottle. No! Coughing doesn't mind. Coughing wants to watch. I can only assume that, oh no, it's fine. Guys, sorry, I feel bad for mentioning it now, because I have 4 years of perspective on the subject, whereas I can feel how, like, learning about it for the first time, you're feeling probably the first wave of outrage I might have felt at the first dislike of just like, but what did I do? I'm just like, the answer is you didn't do anything. Scyther, no scything. He doing his best. 2, 5. Okay. Just making him a tiny little arm nub here. I'm not even really keeping count, but I'll regret that later. Not right now. Right now it's the right choice. Sending love from South Africa? Well, thank you very much, Jacqueline. My other background music, depending on what you're looking for, is from someone called Kevin MacLeod, who also provides his music to be used for free, but with credits. So if you ever hear a song in one of my videos, you should normally be able to find the name of it in the description, unless it's from the aforementioned Heartbound soundtrack, which I can be a little hit and miss when it comes to specific credits, I'm afraid. It's my bad. 2, 3, 4, 5. Go. I'm just going to call that magic ring of 5 and then 2 rows of 5 single crochet, and that is an arm nub. And that is a scythe, because scythen be scythen. Is follow bots bad? Follow bots is very, very bad. Follow bots will kill your channel faster than many other things, and I could go into the reasons why if you're interested, but essentially it reinforces the concept with, okay, all right. So YouTube is just something that wants to keep the algorithm people talk about. All that's trying to do is match people who want to watch videos with videos they want to watch. And what a subscriber is in terms of that algorithm is a list of people who say, hey, I want to watch this video, the videos that come from this channel when they come out, right? So that's basic steps. We've got the algorithm, we've got subscribers. When you do follow bots, what it does is it puts a whole bunch of numbers in the subscriber column, who then don't watch your videos. And what that's then reinforcing is even the people who want to watch your videos don't want to watch this video. Don't show it to other people. And with a high enough ratio of follow bots, which is any, by the way, it's against terms of service, don't do it. But even hypothetically, should you do it, all you're doing is telling the algorithm that the people who like your videos don't like the ones you're currently putting out because none of them are watching. So yeah, wouldn't go near it with a 10-foot pole. Wouldn't go near it with a 1-foot pole. Dishonor on you, dishonor on your cow. He's so angry. All right, we've got one little bladey thing. Excuse me, sir. Can I borrow your cuddle buddy? Okay. I need to fix the angles of it a little bit, but he's got one little choppy. I will fix the angles in post, but I will make the second little choppy. All right, night Anya, thanks for hanging out. So it's like a false ratio of likes versus actual watches, kind of, but it's not necessarily about the likes in that term. Like likes and dislikes are just people engaging with the content. Same with comments. Comments are a great way to support a channel because again, it means that people felt enough about the content to engage with it. Whereas like follow bots, again, just follow bots are straight up evil. You will be getting whites of eyes for Scyther, but I'm going to embroider them on when I sew him together. And so yeah, I say all of this purely with the intention of if you are starting your channel, do not start that. Don't start that way. Don't do it. Yeah, sorry, you meant subscribers. Sorry, Lisa, I missed that bit. Yeah, it's kind of like it's a false ratio of views and subscribers, and yeah. And honestly, again, this is from the perspective of somebody who, like, I'll admit that I've already kind of built my platform, and that's thanks to all of you guys, and I appreciate the fact that you guys want to watch and that you seem to like what I make, and that's really cool. But I appreciate that there is a sense of pressure to race to the highest number you can as quickly as possible. But this was kind of my opinion going through it the first time myself, and it's also kind of my opinion now looking back as well. I don't think it's changed super much, is that you really just got to lay the foundation. While you're starting your channel, your viewers will slowly find you. And in the meantime, you'll get to learn a lot about your content creation process, and you'll get to learn a lot about what you actually want to make. In terms of videos, not just necessarily crafts, but that foundation is like, those viewers are very important. They are going to be your most steadfast supporters through this process, and you can't just skip to the end with something like that. And if your first video is amazing, if your first 15 videos are amazing, your audience will find you fast. But sometimes, like I was on a massive learning curve. It took me a really long time to like work out how to do this. But my audience still, like you guys still found me slowly. Like you will find your people, just like I got to find all of you guys. And don't cheat yourself of that experience by artificially inflating your numbers. The numbers don't mean anything. What means something is the people. It's like the people who show up to your live stream just to chat with you for 5 hours while you make a freaking praying mantis bug. Like, YouTube suggestion and search is so disappointing these days. I can agree with that. I can. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. I think that's what we were going for. Yeah, it was. Okay. All right, and now I'm making up a claw. You found CK before you were interested in crochet. You know what? I've heard that story a few times, and honestly, I can't think of anything that's a greater compliment than, why am I watching this? I don't even crochet. Sorry, there is one that's maybe slightly more baffling to me, and that is I didn't know what Pokemon was until CK. Just like, because I can kind of see me introducing people to the world of crochet, but the idea of me introducing people to the world of Pokemon is just wild. YouTube suggestions suggested CK to you after you watched a lot of low quality crochet vids, so it does eventually work. Okay, cool. It's better to have 10 people enjoy watching your videos than 10,000 people who don't. Yeah, that. Thank you. Mr. Bones is here helping me be a little bit more eloquent. Can you tell? He's the writer. You can't remember how you found my channel? Well, the good news is that you did, and you only had to find it once. And now you're here. Because yeah, I don't know, I remember my first video. I got like 20 or 30 subs because I posted it in a Facebook group that I was an active participant in. I wasn't just spamming a Facebook group. And it's not very good. But you know what? It was the best I could do at the time. And I like to think that 90% of my videos are the best that I can do at the time. And I actually think that some of the videos that I'm making now, I think my editing has come a really long way. I don't think I'm there yet, but I'm enjoying the journey. And in the meantime, I get to pick crochet projects that interest me, and I get to extend myself that way too. So it's just like the learning is half the fun, is most of the fun. You found the channel because you wanted to make a froggy and mine looked alive. Look, fantastic! And look, now you're the main character on a live stream. Who saw that coming? Chaos Run was your first video? That was a lot of people's first video. Up until that point, I had just been very slowly growing. I think I was at about 20,000 subs, maybe 30,000 when I did my first Pokemon video, which was, honestly, it was, if I catch it, I have to make it, and it was Gen 1 specific. And
Strongly recommend reading all of the data in the chat because it's wonderful data.
oh, I'm reading it as best I can.
No, but just like take a minute, like they'll entertain themselves. Read the stuff, useful data.
Okay, I guess you guys don't get to hear that story. You found me from my tutorials, that's awesome. Well, that's the thing, I do still do patterns, even though I don't necessarily look like a pattern channel all the time. Confession time, you've never played Pokemon? Not Martini, that is okay, you are still welcome here. You found me through the Skein Spider collab, that's awesome. I like to hope that, like, some of you guys found Skein Spider through me as well, because otherwise it's... I hear a lot that people have found me through Skein Spider, which is really, really cool. Found you through Skein Spider. Once you finish streaming, you need to go interact with the videos while she's having time. Yes, please. Sorry, that's a reminder to everybody. Skein Spider has had to take a small break from her content. Well, we hope it's a small break. I have as much information as you guys do. And yeah, if you are a fan of Skein Spider, or you liked her content, or you're just looking for a new project to do, go and engage with her videos for a while so that, just because she needs our love and our support at the moment a little bit. So go interact, and that will mean a lot, I'm sure. Found my axolotl pattern video, then you found my channel shortly after. Sorry guys, I might be a little bit behind on the chat because I'm scrolling as we go. It jumped me down to the bottom. No! I'm glad that you guys are enjoying watching the live streams as well, because like I like watching live streams. Sometimes sometimes you see people suggest my videos on Facebook groups. Yay! That's honestly the highest compliment. I'm still... Actually, you know what? What's actually a really fun compliment? I'm sorry, honey. I know you want me to read the chat, but I can't help myself. I got a story tell. So... yeah, I think the highest compliment is the occasional point in time where I have been contacted and it has been gently suggested that I'm stealing my own content because they find my content that's out there under my personal name, because my Ravelry has my personal name on it and my Facebook is my Facebook. And like people are just like gently probing and leaving comments to be like, oh wow, I saw this on Complicated Knots too, isn't it great? You know what I mean? And it's just like, I appreciate you guys, I do. And then like, it's super fun to be like, actually it's me, I promise, it's me. Nat is a featured guest on the CK show. You have a long queue of things to make now? Awesome. You were looking for a pufferfish pattern, but you ended up down the rabbit hole and you haven't followed a pattern since. Knifey, that's amazing. I'm so proud of you. I started watching crochet vids a good year before I was well enough to pick up hooks, looking for Halloween ideas. And the Franken pattern came up. Yeah, we were gonna do a Franken pattern this year, but that's on hold for now. We are darters. You are darters. You did eventually pick up hooks, which that's good. You did not see this coming? I can't keep up with the chat, honey.
Oh, no, it was just like 4 messages.
I'm doing my best.
No, it's just like 4 messages consecutively and they all had good data. I was just thinking that the one where people come up and they're like, by the way, I saw this ComplicatedKnots one too. Like, it's like, yeah, because that's where it came from.
Yeah, hey, yeah, I saw her video as well. It's just like, yep, you saw my video. Thanks for watching.
It's kind of like walking out the front to find someone shitting on your front lawn.
What?
And then you see like a whole like pitchfork people come up and then just like usher them off and you're like, oh, you guys are really nice.
It is not at all like that. Don't swear on my stream.
Hoping.
This is actually the only live stream you watch? Yeah, this feels, honestly, this feels a little bit less like a live stream most of the time and more like just a group of, like a hosted crafternoon. Which is good. I like the vibe a lot. Are you okay, honey? He's feeling very upset that he swore. First video you saw was the AI snake pattern. Yeah, that one. That one's the first time I felt comfortable leaving in my total breakdown on screen, and yeah, it paid off, I guess. What are we doing after this arm? Well, that's kind of it. I think we're kind of done. I have another nub to make, but we're kind of just wrapping the stream up. We got to name him. Let me start the naming poll. Alrighty, so we had Leroy was definitely one of the names. And I remember Edward Scissorhands. And there were... First Pokemon video was the one that YouTube God suggested to you. Blew my mind that you could just design them on the fly. Each of those Pokemon took like 4 or 5 hours each. I've gotten a lot faster over these streams. But that video would have been the first one, like statistically, a lot of you found me through, just because I went from about 20 or 30 subs up to like 60 or 70,000. Sorry, 20 or 30,000 to 60 or 70,000 in the space of about 2 weeks. May that year was crazy. That was a very exciting time. What's up?
You mentioned you're about to do names. I need to get rid of one of these names. I'm not telling you these names so you can type them down.
I need 2
one
names.
Of these names so I can get rid of one of them.
Okay.
You need 2?
I need 2 names. I've got 2 already.
You need 4.
Leroy, Edward, Scissorhands. I need 2 more.
Yeah. Those are on here. So like we got Leroy, Edward Scytherhands, or Edward Scissorhands.
Scissorhands.
We've also got Harvest, Mr. Spike, and Trim Reaper. We need to get rid of one of those.
Oh, people really liked Harvest, so Harvest stays.
I like Trim Reaper. We get rid of Mr. Spike.
Yeah, let's get rid of Mr. Spike. Okay.
Would you like me to type them to you still, or are you typing?
I got him already.
The Trim Reaper.
Trim Reaper.
Yeah, because he's like in shape.
And he reaps.
Yeah. What he sows.
What he throws. Well, I sow. He reaps.
What he throws.
What he throws. Okay, guys, the naming poll is up so that we can wrap this up because I've been just gas-bagging away. I'm sorry. Someone suggested, yeah, string bean. Do I continue with the blanket or do you continue with your dragon? Always. Never blanket, always dragon. Okay, there we go. Oh, wow, Edward Scissorhands is popular. Oh, and falling quickly. Ooh, Trim Reaper and Edward Scissorhands are currently even. Which one will pull ahead? Looks like Leroy is out of the running and Harvest is fallen down quick as well. Your partner uses my live streams as an alarm clock, so nearly every Sunday you wake up to my stream. Aw, good morning. It's going to be a great day. You're still happy with Legume Ledoom. That's really hard to say. Oh, speaking of dragons, were we? In any case, okay guys, this is, Scyther is missing part of one of his arms, but he's going to have a lot of details added as I sew him together. So we've got some stripes to add to his body pieces, some whites to his eyes. He's missing an arm nub, but I promise I'll make him a second arm nub. Some stripes on his butt. All of these bits sewn on and together. He came out huge. He is the biggest Scyther in all of the land. Look. He is approximately face-sized. And we also made this, who is just the sweetest, most optimistic little puffball ever. Just ever. Oh, looks like Trim Reaper is in the lead by 1%. So anybody who hasn't voted and doesn't want the name Trim Reaper, now's your... Nope, Edward Scytherhands is back in the lead. We're at this rate, we're going to have to take it to a second poll just between Edward Scytherhands and Trim Reaper. So anyone who voted for Leroy or Harvest will have the deciding votes. I'm so glad you guys like him. It's just always a big swing when it takes up the whole stream to do just one, and he shouldn't have been as big as he is, but sometimes that happens. All right, I'm going to end this poll and we're going to start again with just the 2 names in it because we're locked. Like, yeah, see, that was going up and down by 1%. I know that Edward Scytherhands is technically in the lead as of the end of that poll, but I'm going to start another poll between just Trim Reaper. And I'm going to learn how to type. Come on, hands. A little bit longer. Reaper and Edward Scytherhands. Okay, there we go. New poll. And this will mean that everyone who voted for Harvest or Leroy will have basically the deciding vote, assuming everyone votes the same again, which doesn't always happen. Round 2 goes until the bell dings. Exactly. Oh, and the votes are coming in. We've got Trim Reaper off to an early lead of 72 votes cast so far. Trim Reaper is in the lead at 56%, and it looks like it's going to have... Oh, that vote's jumping up and down a little bit. It looks like Trim Reaper has cemented its victory, and that will be the name of our Scyther moving forward. We don't tell people how it's going, just let them cook. Oh, Christ, sorry, my bad. But, yeah, that's... I'm crocheting a weirdly coloured Santa for your friend. Currently getting annoyed with the beard pattern that seems too complex for its own good. Yeah, that could be describing any of the patterns that I made up until about January this year. But it's fine. We're all finding our way. Trimothy. No, it's not Trimothy for short. His name is Trimothy Reaper and we call him Trim for short. Alrighty, I'm going to end this poll because we haven't had any new votes. Oh, wait, nope, there goes another vote. We'll leave it open for another minute or so, but I don't think we're going to see any more movement. All right, I'm closing it off in 5, not a whole minute. 4, 3, 2, 1. Trim Reaper is the winner. Trimothy Reaper won with 54% of the vote compared to Edward Scytherhands, 45%. So his name is officially the Trim Reaper. Thank you to everybody who voted, and we have successfully answered the question of what is that buzzing sound? The answer is a combination of venonat and the Trim Reaper, who love one another. They're actually really super cute together. He just fits in his lap really nicely. Hi Cottontail Crafts by Heather. We're just wrapping up for the day. Almost 7 hours, which isn't too bad. I do just want to say that as we head into Christmas, these streams will probably get a little bit shorter just because I've got a lot of other content brewing and I just kind of need to take some of the time back or use some of the time to take a little bit of a break. Hope that's okay with you guys. I'll still be intending to stream at least 1 to 2 Pokemon. It's just we won't be pushing it to like 3 or 4 the way we were during like the quieter part of the year. But anyway, I will hopefully see you on Thursday with a new video because I haven't filmed one yet, but I'm sure I'll get to that tomorrow and it'll be fine. You guys have a good night or day. And I will try and find the button because I always struggle to find the button. There it is. Here are the other choices for anyone who missed them.